now my microphone works. It wasn't for a hot second there. So it's been a little bit over a week. Controller inputs. Oh, there we go. I keep on saying that I'm gonna take off my beard, and I keep on, like, not. I figured let's continue with a little bit more Sacred Stones tonight. Sacred Stones, that's what's on my mind right now. A little bit more Binding Blade tonight. Because you know how I've done some playthroughs around here where I try to rush them out before they're available on Switch Online? Like I sort of started doing with Fire Emblem 7 with Lynn's story. I think I was a little bit tardy to the party by the time that I got around to Hector's story when I was finally done with Engage. The biggest game example that I did of that was Paper Mario for the Nintendo 64. Well, here, let's go into the volume mixer and just mute this for a hot second. That is not the right volume mixer here. I need to go ahead and mute the game for a hot second. The final of our Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem games I wanted to get around to eventually. Yeah, this happened a few days ago. So apparently it's just out for, like, the Switch expansion now. Fire Emblem 6 is never going to be available for the Switch expansion in the West. I'm pretty sure it's all... If memory serves, I think it's already available for the Switch expansion in Japan, since it was a Japan exclusive game. I don't think Fire Emblem 6 is ever going to be coming to it, so this is still the only way that I can experience it is like this. So, I mean, but yeah, this is already out. So, if I had the idea of like, oh, just do games before they come out on Switch expansion, then Nintendo isn't going to get like upsetty spaghetti about me not doing it on their platform. What's the last 20 seconds of trailer then if it's doing that? Oh, that's the last 20 seconds of trailer. Yeah, that would explain it. Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack. So, yeah, if I wanted to continue with my kind of format of at least trying to get through particular games before they came out on, like, Nintendo Switch expansion, yeah, it's a little bit too late for that at this point. When I saw that the first of the Ike games, being Path of Radiance, was going to be coming to, like, the Switch 2 GameCube expansion sometime later, I think I had talked about that during the last stream, and I was like, maybe I'm doing the Ike titles a little bit sooner than expected. Yeah, at this point, it's all just thrown out the window, because I want to do Sacred Stones at some point anyway, but, you know, it's already a little bit too late to do that before it releases on the friggin' garbage subscription service. So, yeah. I'm also 3D printing tonight, but that is unrelated to, like, anything too important stream-wise. I just figure, like, hey, if I'm printing anyway, may as well do that. I needed to print tonight anyway, so I was like, I may as well stream something that kind of supports that a little bit. I have a whole bunch of plants that have been growing pretty nicely lately, and one of the plants I'm growing are called cucamelons, and cucamelons are a type of plant that, it's a binding, grabbing kind of plant. It grows tendrils that need to grab the things. So I'm 3D printing a little pergola that I've been having a lot of trouble with printing all day. I wasn't even planning on streaming until like later in the night. Like, the idea didn't even occur to me until later on. So I don't have any lights on my printer because the thought didn't occur to me. The thought about streaming didn't occur to me. It's just I've been fighting my printer a lot all day. Because the trouble is, it's printing, like, all these long, like, horizontal pieces, and as the plastic cools, it contracts, and then it lifts up from the build plate, and then it starts peeling, and then as the nozzle is, like, going over this bit that's peeling, it kind of drags it and pulls it off more and more until a bit comes loose, and then it's just filament spaghetti everywhere. So, I'm telling it to print slower, like 60% speed. I increased the temperature of the surface that it's printing on, and I added support material between each of the bars. Not because I need support material to give it like a surface to print on later, like support material is usually used for. I just have it filling a bunch of stuff inside there just to give it like more surface area that's printing on. So that's gonna be going for a while here. I don't know when it's gonna be done, but it's printing a little miniature pergola that I need for my cucamelons. It's not anything gaming related. It's just the thing that I happen to be printing, and then later on in the night I was like, I kind of want to stream tonight. And now, here we are. So, that's the update on other stuff that's happening here, I guess. Chapter 18, The Frozen River. Let's continue with some Binding Blade here, how about? Is what we'll do. After defeating Arcardo, Roy moves east, deep into the frozen lands of Ilia. He He soon enters the thick forests that characterize Central Ilia. However, the commander of Bern, I've seen this face so many times, Bishop Martel, lies in wait. The Tales of Symphonia intensifies. In his possession is an ancient spell said to have been lost centuries ago. So we're gonna go get another legendary weapon. It's a big map. Oh, there's some flyers. That's a little bit concerning. The rest should be pretty okay. I mean, I can bring a lot of units this time. Holy crap. What are we dealing with the map? There's some houses. There's villages I'm gonna want to skedaddle on down to. Seas, because it's always seas. Yeah, there's a bunch of villages to visit, it looks like. I can take a lot of guys. Hold on. Hold on a hot second. I do still have that tab open. Let's see here. So it's chapter 18 now. Yeah, 18A. Yeah, I don't have to worry about a guide in chapter for a little bit. 18A, the Frozen River. Don't need to worry about gaining any units. There's going to be reinforcements here. 5 to 9 northwest of the castle of Brigand. 5 to 9 from the forest northeast of the southeast village. Brigands. Turn 10, 12, 14, 16 from the northern area of the map. 2 Pegasus Knights. Turn 11, 13, 15, 17 from southeast of the northeast village. More Pegasus Knights. And then, yeah, villages, but no place to go shop or anything like that. So I probably don't really need Merlinus this time, I wouldn't think. So in terms of my actual main dudos, I can always take Alan and Rooker, and then I have, like, my entire main squad. I don't know if I necessarily need my entire main squad. Take Lance along, and then there's an excuse for him to promote, but, like... I don't know. In terms of supports... What do I still have left to work on? Where's my little sheet here? Roy's done. Gwendolyn is done. Ray was just gonna be like Chad and Lou. And he's basically done with what I wanted to do, because Lou wanted to get A support with Melody. Was the higher priority there. So, I mean, you're basically done for the important ones anyway. Lilina is done. Lou can work with Melody. Is what he can do there. Ogier can work with Laram. Like, I don't necessarily need to bring Alan and Rutger in for supports. There's other supports I can work on in the meantime. Gonzalez was gonna work on, like, the backup with Trek. But if there's ones within my main squad that I can work on first and foremost, then I may as well prioritize getting those ones over the supports with, like, just the backup guy, you know? That's what I think makes more sense. Now, you have freaking no supports, man. What the heck? Where was your thing on my sheet? Yeah, you were gonna, like, back up with Trek as well, was the case. That's what was going on there. You can, where's your thingamabob? Yeah, you were gonna get A with Rutger. So you're basically done here. You would be able to work up with Alan. Saul, yeah, it's just that. So I guess there's only a couple supports left within my main squad that I can work on, being, you and Melody, and that alone, like, there's so much stuff that you can work on there. And then, you and Ogier, like, that's probably fine for stuff to work on support-wise here, so I don't necessarily need to bring Alan or Rutger. I would anyway, just to, what's your weapon levels are at that. And then that's another support pair that can be worked at. You have, like, a support that you can work on. You can't gain any weapon level or anything anymore, or any XP, so it's not a massive ton of point bringing you. A little while since I brought you. I don't necessarily need to bring the backup. Would there be a reason to take Chad? Hold on. Anybody have anything interesting that I can yoink? There's a Berserk staff that sucks. No, I don't think there's much reason to bring Chad. If I can bring other people, I may as well. Lots of supports I can work on. It's not like I need to start building up, like, my backup ones because I have no other options now. So I could bring Lance and promote him for fun, is what I could technically do. And then I just have him promoted, I guess. There'll be a paladin in my inventory there that is a little bit more satisfying, even though I'm probably never really gonna use him. So that is a bit more satisfying. Just out of curiosity. 15, 10, 10, 13, 15. Yeah, not all your stats, but a lot of your stats are definitely a lot better than Lance's, even without the Treks, even with the promotion there. Here, let's, sure, let's do that really quickly. You have a couple iron swords, so you're good. You have a couple axes that you can work on. Do you really need the slim lance anymore? Yeah, so you don't have to work at any weapon level there. Just kind of go ham on the axes and stuff. Did I have, that was something that I needed to stock up on, was more fires, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that was the trouble. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and work at stabs and stuff. I guess what I can do is, I have a bunch of heal stabs. No, that's stuff that I'm going to need to have a look-see at getting. Unless I have, whoops, a whole bunch with the item list. But I really don't. Yeah. I need to look out for opportunities to get that stuff. Was it immediately the next map? So hold on, so this is 18A, so 19A. There's going to be a shop. Shops with Thunder, Lightning, Flux, Heal, Mend, Physic, Restore, Door Key, Chest Key. Yeah, so I can get more stabs during the next map anyway. Which is going to be good. Yeah, just have that for now. You keep on working at axes, since can't be getting any more sword experience. I have a bunch of axes now, is what I do have. Which means I can probably get away with, like... you wink that, how about? I don't know what else you can have in your inventory there. Let's see here. Even if they're armored, you're probably gonna hit them hard enough anyway. I don't know. Here, I'd like you to keep on doing that stuff. It's cheap and easy. Let's see here. Yeah, your weapon levels are pretty dang good now. I guess you can keep on working at sword. Yeah, that's the one to work on a little bit more, so... Yeah, inventory slot going away to the Delphi shield. I'm gonna be keeping an eye on that, and I fully expect a piece to come off and go everywhere and cause filament spaghetti, so... But maybe I'll get streamer luck here. What might just happen? I have a couple iron bows, we're pretty good there. Oh, your weapon levels are so dang good. So yeah, just do whatever you feel like doing pretty much. There's a couple lightnings. Yeah, I have more that I can take if need be. I'm not gonna break both of those in one map, am I? Not gonna go through 32 lightning. You, are gonna get your sword to A. You can work on some more axe stuff, too. So let's see here. Man, I just stocked up on so many axes, I'm gonna run out immediately again. What's gonna happen? Look, I'm already looking low. Freaking this game, man. Alright, if I have to start using steel ones down the line here, then whatever. Here, just like... Give me that, thank you. And then, I don't know, man. Rather than the item list. Here, just take some of these, why not? Or like... I don't know. Just in case you need to poke somebody at range, I guess. There you go. There you go. I'll promote you for the funsies of promoting you, I guess, this time. Let's have a look. Whoops. Whoops. I tried to input one more time. Check map, and then rearrange my units. Oops. I'm sure it's fine. I didn't save there. Father Martel. Brought the hermit, Nime, as you asked. Good. Let her pass. What do you want from me? You must be Nime, the mountain hermit. I'm not aware of that nickname, but I am Nime. I'm probably the one you seek. Found an elder spell tome within the castle. I hear that you may be capable of using it. Perhaps. I have dedicated my life to the study of darkness and elder magic. I understand that the spell can change the weather surrounding the caster. Stranger spells are known to exist. And I order you to use the tome to create rainfall. Make it rain so that the rivers overflow. Push back the advancing Etrurian army. I can try, but frankly, I can't guarantee that it will succeed. It's also important to remember that powerful spells like this can only be cast once. Are you certain you want to do this? No excuses, hag. You'll do as I say. Said you wish to join our forces. Make yourself useful. Princess Guinevere. We are approaching Byrne's army. Yes, I know. As we get closer, we will clash with soldiers of Byrne and more of whatever. It will not be long before we are in full combat with Byrne. I want to ask you something before that happens. Go ahead. I have heard rumors about King Zephiel. I heard that he killed his father, the previous king. I can scarcely believe it myself. You believe in him so strongly that you cast away your own country. If King Zephiel is truly as mad as the rumors say, I'm sure you would not have done all that you have. Princess Guinevere, I accepted the Fire Emblem not to use it in battle. Find a way to end this war peacefully. I think I have a right to know the truth about the rumors. I'm sorry. Please, give me some time. Princess! What is the matter? Princess Guinevere looked very troubled. It's nothing to worry over. You need something? Yes, I have learned some troubling information. A powerful dark mage by the name of Nime fights in enemy ranks. Dark mage. Druid, probably. In any case, she is apparently extremely learned in ancient sorcery. She is said to be more knowledgeable than most scholars can even imagine. Can't pull back now. Press on. Of course, but please exercise caution. Yes, you're right. You must tread lightly. Okay. We're getting a music change up this time, it seems like. So, the places that I need to worry about reinforcements, that's chapter 19A, chapter 18A, is going to be 5 to 9 northwest of the castle. So, like, what? Are you sure? Maybe around here or something like that? Brigands in the forest northeast of the southeast village. Southeast village. There'll be a guide there too. So I am going to have to semi-rush for the villages, I'm pretty certain. And there's going to be a bunch of Pegasus Knights alternating their location, like turn 10 to 17. From the northern area and then southeast of the northeast village. Southeast of the northeast village. So like here where these guys are and here where they are. So it's going to take turns alternating back and forth across those, it looks like. From what I can tell. So I can rush to that village with some of my flyers here. Yeah, they won't be able to reach, like, immediately here anyway. Be ready to do something about them. Let's see. Yeah, no one's gonna be able to do anything about this if I were to just say, like... Do I have combat animations on or off after the last time? It should be on. And then I can always get in there or, go a little bit more forward if I really need to. So I may as well give this a go. So I may as well do. And then it totally lands. And then... yeah, won't be able to attack that one tile anyway. So I can always get in there. Or I can get in there with someone that can't build up support anyway. Or just someone that can get experience points anyway. Come on, land one of them. Just land one. That works. Sure. Get a smidge of EXP. And then I can probably shove Alan's face right in there. Oh no, I don't have enough movement. Alas. Where's my refresher? Oh, okay. Sure, I can probably get away with, because I want to get to those villages and stuff. Yeah, I can get right in there if I want, but I am going to want to be in... okay. A tile that gives me some bonus points to avoid. So maybe I'll go here, and then, maybe sword or something for now, just so that, you know, I'm not missing you and stuff with the axe. Lance would be the best, but what you gonna do? Speaking of Lance, there's other things I want to build up more than Lance. Alright, but this Lance I'll build up a little bit. Being brought into the map purely to pop this, because I don't think that I can pop it in the pile preparation screen. So he's here to poke some guys and just be another paladin that I have before the end of the game, just for funsies, pretty much. It's more satisfying that way. Okay, so, better be on our way here. Not gonna be very slow treading across this one tile wide bridge. Okay, you'll be trailing behind Roy, because you're not super helpful to the squad anyway, I don't think. It's been a little while since bringing Alan here. But Alan can lay down the hurt. I'm gonna look over at OBS from time to time. Weapon level increase. Which is essentially looking at the 3D printer from time to time. Is the one moving, or are they going in a weird order? And I thought you might do that. I have to pull Laram out. I may just have to do. This guy can't eat a second one of those. I mean, I kill that guy, then I can bring my refresher up there. Or I can also heal her. I don't necessarily need to pull her out. So worst case scenario, the worst comes to worst. I'll just take the, oh, that's not better odds. 67, 72, wow. Okay, sure, just go for this then. Wow. Sword is really my best accuracy, even though I can go to a weapon triangle of advantage. Dang it. I worried that might happen. Do I just, like... I can run over there if I really need to, it looks like. Can't go into the forest. Yeah, both of you are at S with your thing anyway. Who needs more levels? You, I guess. Here, just kill that guy. Like that. And then say... I don't know. Let's see here. I can at least get my refresher here. If I moved Gonzalez up and did the hand axe instead, then I would have been able to get Laram over to Alan, but this is fine too. This is a-okay as well. That guy's still taken out. I don't have to worry about him. Which is very nice. Okay. And then... yeah, I can do something like this-ish here. Really whittle you down. Use the power of dark magic on you. Or do I just go for this because there'll be a greater chance? Yeah, alright. Lance is gonna do some stuff here. It seems like. Okay. And then we keep on pressing on. Like this. I'll let someone else get the opportunity to heal. Let's visit. You look strong, but I bet you couldn't beat the Sword Saint. I say he's on a level all his own. Who's the Sword Saint? So, did one of them not move? Huh? They were just moved like there. Out of curiosity here. Yeah, basically, very little chance of hitting. Probably semi-dodge tank. I mean, you would like to work on swords if at all possible. I don't think I get the terrain bonuses as a flyer. Like, it's gonna be the same no matter what here. 17 chance to hit. Doesn't really matter where I go, per se. Attack with you first, because that's the safer option here. If someone needs to have a chance of being hit, it's better for you. I would argue here. Okay. Yeah, just have my flyers deal with their flyers. I don't have to worry about them jumping my guys. We should be pretty A-okay then. They can deal with it. Okay. For fun, let's visit. That Martel who's guarding the castle. Said he has some secret weapon. I'd be careful if I were you. The rivers are gonna get flooded and stuff. What's gonna happen here? Okay. Okay, here comes that batch of flyers. Dang, that hurts. We're getting slowly closer to you playing my favorite Fire Emblem game. We're getting there. Also, I heard something about rivers. Yes, the rivers might get flooded in this map. And I was actually just talking about Sacred Stones at the beginning of this stream. Because whenever Nintendo announces, like, hey, we're bringing a game to Switch Online, if it's something that I actually wanted to cover on the channel, I try to play it on the channel through Emulator first. So, no, well, just look at this Martel guy, the boss. Hey, I actually had stats go up. The past 2 level ups have been +0. So, I'll take that HP defense. Hell yeah. It's better than +0. Anyway, I usually try to get through things before they come out on Switch Online, so that if Nintendo is ever like, hey, you didn't play it in, like, the official way, I'll just be like, but there wasn't an official way yet. Like I did with Paper Mario, like I tried to do with Fire Emblem 7 by covering what I could of that before it came out on Switch Online, but I think I was a little bit tardy to the party. I think it came out on Switch Online before I finished the game. Sacred Stones released on Switch Expansion Pass 3 days ago. So if I ever wanted to play that before it came to Switch Expansion, that's not possible now. So, yeah. Yeah. And in terms of, like, Fire Emblem stuff around here, I've kind of been alternating, like, Fire Emblem Fates, a different Fire Emblem game. Another Out of Fates, a different Fire Emblem game, like, stuff like that. Or maybe there was 2 in between when I did, like, Engage plus Fire Emblem 7. I did Birthright, then I think Engage, and then 7 Blazing Sword, and then I think I did Conquest, and now I'm doing this if memory serves here. Maybe the next playthrough that I do might just be Revelations Lunatic Classic. Maybe it'd be Sacred Stones. Maybe. I could just go with the route of, like, let's play Path of Radiance before it releases on Switch 2 Online. But, like, it's already too late for Sacred Stones for that anyway, so it's like, do I really want to, like, commit to taking that approach still? Oh, you can't attack me, even. So I can just kind of form a wall of axe guys here is what I can do. So, yeah, I don't actually know what the next Fire Emblem playthrough is going to be around here. I'm not entirely certain. Playing your first actual playthrough of Revelations, have you started shoveling snow yet? Out of curiosity? Let's see. Here, press forward. I mean... do any of them have javelins? Axe Reaver? Oh, one of them has a javelin. Is it worth shoving the Lance's face in there? Also, out of curiosity, Eagle, have you ever played Fire Emblem 6 before? I know you like Fire Emblem 8 there, Sacred Stones. Can relate to Carvia on that one. Carvia also loves Sacred Stones. I don't know. Sure, but like you don't have an axe. I'm sure you can take some hits here if you need to. Go ahead and just slap that on or something or other. Yeah, I mean... Oh yeah, that mission, I'm near the end. I'm in the fucking Weird Kingdom and just did the mission where you make duplicates here. Yeah, okay. Don't think I have. I started with Sacred Stones. Okay, fair enough. So definitely some nostalgia there as first Fire Emblem as well. No one can reach that house, right? Not one person can reach that house. And around. Here, let's just put my refresher like here, and then I can do this, get a little bit of staff experience on who needs it. But yeah, as someone that is now most of the way through Binding Blade, realistically, I do not think I would recommend this game. I think it has its charm, it has its things I like about it. But overall, I don't necessarily think that this is a game that I would readily recommend to Fire Emblem fans. Definitely far from my favorite in the series, let's put it that way. Hey. But Roy, true. But Roy is our boy. He do be. I can't fault that, to be fair. Let's keep on pressing forward here. You don't need any more weapon experience. Also, that's the thing that I found out is the case in Binding Blade. You can max out however many weapons you want. 7. So the prequel game that released after this was the one that changed it, so you could only max out one thing. So I assume it's like that in Sacred Stones as well, where you can just max out like one thing, get to S. Binding Blade is like, however many things you can get them all to S. Screw it. I'm not gonna stop you. This is very much what that says. Let's just go for the one-shot so that I don't incur any risk of eating damage back on player phase. How about? Is what sounds like a plan to me. All right, and then we come here. You want to work at sword a bit more, and this might be the perfect opportunity to do so, so just go ahead and give it a go. Why not? Like that. Very nice. All right. Can't say that's a fine turn. Anyways, gonna lurk and sleep. Okie doke, enjoy the lurk and sleep there, Eagle. Oh, you can reach Saul. I was not paying enough attention, was I? That's fine. You deal with it. That's fine. My lightning broke. Just don't crit me. Okay. I'm still a little bit upset that you landed the 46, but like, as long as the javelin dude doesn't wreck Lance now, which I'm pretty sure we should be good about. Could be, I hope. Okay. Sweet. Okay, I guess the javelin person can still attack Lance after this, but like, we're still good. I forgot to mention, I actually used the work I did for you to potentially get some editing work for an old school PokeTuber I used to watch a lot in high school. We're in talks right now. Okay, nice. So able to cite some of the work from my channel as a, oh, there's a ballista. I have Delphi shield, it doesn't matter. But like, there's a ballista. That was pretty cool there. Okay. Well. Yeah, that person's gonna do their heal. That guy's thinking about doing some video essay vids. Okay, fair enough. Oh! Oh, my god. I forgot that there was the Berserk guy, I'm gonna be honest with you. Is it possible to assassinate him this turn? Oh. No. And also unhinged meme shit. Yeah, I know that the stuff that you've worked on for me here before. There's definitely been a fair amount of that. But yeah. Like I've done editing for video essays. Yeah, well, nice. Let's go ahead and, I can't even double. Dang. Here, just take a shot anyway, why not? Hey, but, wish I could get over there somehow. If I do kind of wish. Probably pick you off relatively easily with someone like this. More than relatively easily, I guess. Okay. Like that. Yeah, the one with the killer weapon gets critted. You see how it be. Huh? Here, go for this. Just crit this time. It's fine. Just crit this time. Damn. I'll figure it out in a second here. Like this, how about, is what I'll do. Go ahead and fire you. And then maybe I can try. Here, just give me the best odds. Yeah, I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to zoom over there, what with the force. Maybe I should have sent a flyer up this way too. Is what I'm suddenly starting to think here. No, I can't reach, man. Oh, so much pain. So much pain. Dang you. It's fine. There we go. We're looking okay. Please stay that way. I've already had it become filament spaghetti earlier today. So if it can please stay that way, that would be great. Not gonna double, but 16. I'm gonna be doing 24 minus. Yeah, I won't be able to right there like that anyway. Oh, you're actually. Wait, what? No, not that. Because I mean, weight 11. Yeah, affects rescues, and it affects like true speed as well, right? If memory serves. Whereas like true speed is your speed minus the weapon weight minus constitution. So like that'd be taking off like 6 speed or something like that. You have 5 constitution if memory serves. Could be wrong about this here. But yeah, so you've got a really heavy weapon. So yeah, you can just double. Who cares about the weapon triangle advantage against the Axe Reaver? Give Gwendolyn her axe experience. Look at that. Who even cares? Sweet. Hey, well, off we go, I guess. I guess I could have healed there. What I could have done. May as well. Fine to take the one round. Sure. Okay, so I mean, like, maybe we do this. Are you the Etrurian army? Burns army marched through here just the other day, too. When will we have peace again? Yeah, take this. Use it to end the war. Secret book. Cool. Now that my units are getting, like, pretty decently leveled in promoted classes, and I have an idea of what their stats are looking like, I can probably start popping all my stat boosters here pretty soon. I can probably do. Did I screw up because of the, yeah, I can take a hit if I really need to, I guess. I mean, I'm sure that guy is gonna be fine like that. I could probably just start moving in, honestly. Here. Let's go this way. I'll take out that ballista guy next round. That's what I think I'll do. The person that I'm most concerned about is that Berserk Staff guy. I'll be able to kill him on this next turn. He's probably gonna Berserk someone before that point is my concern. Is that someone's gonna get really mad. I do have the Restore Staff. So, not the end of the world or anything. Alright, here they come. Hey, well. Please miss. It's more likely to miss. Oh, okay. Thank you, game. He is trying to back off out of there. You can silence, but that's not as painful as Berserk. Just give me the highest odds. Just give me the highest odds here. I'm not taking any risks. Risks when it comes to this dude. None. How have I already been streaming for 45 minutes? It feels like I just started. I can deal with it. Don't worry about it. Get you out of here, please. That's what we do really quickly. Like that. And then you can delete one of these guys. How about? 82. 19% chance to hit with 6. 23% chance to hit with 6. Here, just use a sword. Ooh. 0 chance of receiving any damage then. Sweet. Yeah, the other one might be able to get Melody, but that's fine-ish. I can eat like a hit. Gotta eat some damage somehow. But yeah, I'm gonna have to get one of my flyers over that away. So I'm going to have to do things. Alright, Lou, go ahead and heal. Get that staff experience. As one does. Then, bunch moving here. And do you want to use your greater movement there? Sure, use your greater movement that I bestowed upon you with those desert boots. I'm pressing forward. Anybody else really need a heal? Saul, I guess. I can give him that. Never mind, I'm miscalculating the movement. The range of this, I guess I can't check it there. I can check next turn with Dorothy. What I can do. Okay, well. Off we go. Alright, yeah, so these are the Brigands. And they're probably gonna make a beeline for those villages. So I probably really need to be rushing in the way that I did with my flyers here. I can probably just run over and murderize that guy. Yeah, who cares? My Melody is so friggin' strong. It is insane. That's gonna be a little bit concerning if he lands it. But the odds are not particularly high. That's annoying, but not the end of the world if it lands, but it's probably gonna miss. Okay, so yeah, only bait out like the one there anyway. Let's see. So I can probably just get away with like doing this or something, right? What I can do. Rush to that village in a hot second if I need to. But the question is, do I want to take out that dark mage and be surrounded by these guys on the next turn? Oh, wow. That guy wouldn't even be able to reach. That's fine, I'm pretty sure. I'll take the odds of this guy, actually. Go ahead and kill this guy, and then there's, like, the only potential slight threat to Melody here dealt with. This is what I think I'm gonna do. That sounds great. Part of me fully expected that to land, honestly. Part of me was expecting it. Okay, well, time for Alan to shove his face in there. Maybe someone that can actually get EXP. I don't really need to rush in anymore. My flyers can get that village, so like the only rushing part I think is pretty sorted out. Ogier can actually get EXP while still working on axe stuff here. Here, he'll be at a weapon triangle disadvantage, but I don't think he particularly cares. Eh, it's not too bad. If I get hit a few times, I can just, like, back out. Just hold the fort over there. That's fine. That is a-okay. He'll get a level up in a sec here. What are they gonna do now? And silence. Physic. Silence a few of my guys. See if I care. Hey, as well. Why not? Phew! Why not? Alright, well, here. Now let's go ahead and heal up Saul. Like that. Touch him up a little bit. Get ready to head on to the right. Oh, well, I'm not getting that support. That ain't happening. Hey, well. This away. They're hopefully still a-okay there with the crit, because I am a bit worried. Like I said, I've been fighting that a decent bit today. Yeah, so those guys are probably going to go up to, like, the northwest village. But I'm sure I can get Thea there first. Or, wow. Whatever. Whatever, I guess. Miss. Nice. Yeah. That works out pretty good, I would say. Works out pretty darn well. Yeah, what are you guys gonna do? Wow, a whole 1 damage. You landed the 42. He is so strong, man. Yeah, that is, quite nice. Oh, I was gonna get a swig of water, but I'm... Oh, never mind. Never mind. Another time. I'll probably have to take a BRB break after this 1 chapter anyway. Because I need to go check on the charge of my truck. That's an update since the last time that I streamed. Is I got my truck taken into the shop. I got the transmission put back in. And I drove it home. It's driving amazingly. And it had an oil leak. Oh, you guys can still... Uh-oh. I'm sure that's fine. I'll super peace out here. I just need that 1 javelin guy to not land a stupid javelin. This is what I'm gonna need. It's leaking out of the bell housing, which is kind of between the transmission and the engine. So basically the stuff that was put on there while it was in the shop. And, like, there's worse places for it to leak from. It's, after doing some research, I found that it's coming from a place called the bell housing weep hole, which is a hole in the bell housing meant for, if there's a leak in oil getting in there, then it can pass out safely instead of accumulating, and then, you know, making things really, really bad. So oil is meant to come out of there if it's getting into the area. It's not necessarily meant to come out of there, as in, like, you know, you're not supposed to have oil pouring out. But that is definitely one of the better places for it to be coming out of, relatively speaking. You could argue, because that's what that hole is designed for. But, I am wondering if they put a bunch of fluid into the transmission, if, that's just, like, some overflow that is now coming out, or if, like, there's a seal between the engine and the transmission that isn't quite sealing. If that's the case, I'm probably gonna have to take it back in, and they're probably gonna have to remove the transmission again to get a new one in, and then put the transmission back in again, which I would not be looking forward to. So I put a small bucket under where it was dripping the other day after driving home, and then today I went out and I just ran it for a little bit. Nothing came out, and then I was gonna take it for a test drive later, but I tried to fire it up and it wasn't firing up. So I have it hooked onto, like, the battery charger right now. Long extension cable running from the house to the vehicle. So I figured I would do 1 chapter and then I would do a BRB break and go disconnect it from the charger. Then I'll probably just, like, test it again tomorrow. This is what I figured I might just do. It's an talent to go, like, block those guys off. Well, I could do. Sounds fine to me. Get back and deal with that guy in a sec. Just thinking. That's probably not a bad idea. Get some of these jerks out of here before disaster strikes. If I get that 7% crit, that'd be nice. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Cool. Pretty cool, man. Yeah, both of them would need to land their thing. Oh, you do a lot more damage there, huh? Maybe I should have just taken both of them out, huh? Only I could get terrain bonuses with flyers, but oh well. That's the trade-off. There isn't the negative terrain effects, but there isn't the positive ones either. That's how it goes. It all. It had to be in these tiles, huh? Well, I mean, But yeah, hello, Loastisaf. Back to Binding Blade, I see. I've been playing a run. I'm on to 16x next. Okay. Cat died because I got rid of her, literally optimal 2. And Hugh died because he wasn't worth paying to recruit when I already had a Blessed Lilina. That's fair. I always try to recruit people anyway, even when I have literally 0 use for them, just because my save file feels better that way. Like, that's why I friggin' brought Lance here, because he was level 20 unpromoted. I was like, if I bring him, then I can promote him this map and then probably never use him again. But then he's a level 1 paladin in my back pocket instead of a level 20 cavalier, and it just feels better. That's kind of the way that I play video games, because I'm a maniac. So, you know how it be. If this misses. Screwed everyone on first playthrough, but it's just for fun. Okay. For fun, a hard mode playthrough, because I haven't played on hard mode yet. Fair enough. Yeah, this is my first time playing the game, but I'm playing on a hard first time. Is the case. To do that, I had to, like, download a file online that had hard mode unlocked, because you, don't have it unlocked by default. Oh, yeah! That. Oh, you could even go for that village if you really wanted to. Whatever. Do I just do the thing? You're annoying. You'll go back to getting axe experience later. But axe against swords while he's in a forest? No thank you. I'm good. I can feel free to get Lilina in there. Even assuming that guy gets an attack off. He's using Light Brand, so like, Lilina's not gonna care. That was a pretty good level up. So, and these guys can't attack. Nah, they'll be able to go after Ogier for one, but like, whatever. Whatever. See how your forest cares about my magic. It doesn't. You're actually doing more damage to Lilina than I thought you would. The Light Brand. Okay, well. Yeah, cool. Well, away we go. We've got places to be and all that. Rushing on in this way. Whee! Get schmovin'. Yeah, most of my units aren't going to be doing anything this map. Oh, what's happening now? Is the spell ready, Nime? I warn you one more time. Can't guarantee the results will be what you want. Enough of your yammering. Cast the spell. Very well. What's going on? An enemy spellcaster? Watch out, soldiers. Oh. Oh. Okay. Alan can run to that one village then. What is this? It's frozen over. Well, I'll be. That's not what I expected. You did this on purpose. Don't be absurd. I gave you ample warning that I couldn't guarantee any results. Enough. You there. Toss her in the dungeon. Yes, sir. Well, maybe I can start using some more units after all. What happened? Lord Roy, we have a report. Rivers have apparently frozen over. What? The ice is so thick that even knights on horseback can cross them safely. Oh, good. You can advance more quickly now. If it was a river, you'd probably want to, like, test that first before you actually send anyone over. If it's a frozen lake and you fall through, whatever, who cares? If it's a frozen river and you fall through, you die. So, like, you know, you better have evidence to support that, Merlinus. Charge the castle gate. Okay. Also, ask the staff if, with this run that you're doing, do you know if you're going, like, Ilya or Sake for the route? Out of curiosity. Nosferatu. Going this game, I fully expected that to land. But yeah, really good shot of So Ilya. Okay, fair enough. Please miss. Hell yeah. Need the other one to miss now too. There's a big rock onto the river and didn't break, so it's fine. Surely, surely that's gonna be equivalent for our knights and stuff. Watch, I put Alan on there and he just falls through, and then permadeath, he's just gone forever. How's it going, Rodor Master? Here, look, cool. Sure, just start sending Alan that way. He can go nab the thing, I guess. They're all making a beeline for this one now. Let's say this person lands their attack, it still won't kill. So as long as I kill this person, we're good. Can I one-shot you? I can one-shot you, and then there's just no risk of any player phase damage. So you're just good now, despite the state that your health is in. Unless you get like a terrible level up, in which case I'm gonna be mad. Oh my god! Oh! I really think that if you have some stats max, you should still be guaranteed at least +1. +0s are just like freaking worst thing ever, man. Okay, you guys can't reach there anyway, so that's fine. I'll reach that village next time. Let's make sure that I'm on the sword now. Like that, I think. Spent my day trying to get DLC to work on my PSP. It eventually worked. Okay, that's good news. That's good. It would make sense to send Saul, but it's funnier to send Gonzalez. And it's pretty practical too, it looks like. So, I mean... yeah, what are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do? Nada. That's what. Alright. Blue, keep on figuring out how the hell a staff works. Gonna try to just be healing with my new healers where I can and get up in EXP. I don't need to do that anymore. Get some max experience. That is what you want to be getting here. Print is hopefully coming together pretty well. Any one of those bar pieces comes off, it fails. So, slight concerns still. He'll go after Ogier, but who cares? He's healed and stuff. Let's keep our guys together for when did the Pegasus Knight reinforcements start? It was going to be turn 10 to 17. They're going to be running. So I still have a couple turns. I can get my allies together before that happens. I'll probably crowd around in the center and send out like specialty dudes like Gonzalez to be dealing with it. Is what I think my most likely approach is going to be, honestly. Sure, why not? Just go for it here. Give it a go. It's so weird to see Lilina double. It feels wrong. Okay, well. Oh, I can do. Yeah, if you get attacked by that one spellcaster, whatever. Here, then I get into the advantage tile before you guys can sneak into the forest. Hell yeah, and then I just work up my axes on you. Is what I do here. And get so much axe experience on Ogier. It's amazing. Alright, well. Fun zooming over here. Sure. Go this away. Come on, Roy. Yeah, more dudes, but that's fine. Yeah, so you can still sneak into the forest. So we're at least on even playing field here. Doesn't matter too much, though. Not particularly. Maybe Ogier can be my other guy to deal with the Brigands. Oh, you can reach. Whatever. Like, send Ogier to one side, send Gonzalez to the other one. Deal with the Pegasus Knight reinforcements. Ogier can work on EXP plus axe experience. Gonzalez will just get normal EXP and he won't get any weapon experience, but it's kind of funny. 1% chance to hit for 1 damage. So, I mean... yeah, if I actually start using some of the stat boosts in my inventory, imagine how strong you could become here. Just imagine. Blast through the snow. Curse this useless woman. Everyone wants to go after her. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. What do you... Purge. Okay. I should have been paying more attention earlier, but, like, that's fine. That's fine. Look, we'll visit here. I was told that this goddess icon would bring me good luck. I have so many of those now, I think. I pray to it every day, and nothing happens. Piece of shit, that con man tricked me. Yeah, take it. Looking at it is making me angry. What a goddess icon. I'll send that to Merlinus. Use that another time here. Use them on a map where I'm bringing Merlinus. Because, like, I don't know if I can use them on the battle preparation screen. Well, I can send Gwendolyn away to deal with the guys as well. So apparently Pegasus Knights are going to start appearing from the top on turn 10 here. Yeah, start getting ready to go that way, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I should probably just get that. Probably schmooth they out. Yeah, I'm on the sword here. I have the other sword is back up there. All the villages are visited. I was playing outside and this ring fell from the sky. A gift from the gods? Someone on Pegasus or Wyvern probably dropped it. Here, take it. I prefer my dolls anyway. Oh, well. That would have been monumental if it wasn't for me stocking up at the secret shop. Here, go here. Go here. Then there's more chance of them attacking me from a tile where I'm more likely to hit them. This is the case. Like, I don't get the terrain bonuses, but here, now there's only 2 tiles where they can get terrain bonuses and 2 where they just don't. So, yeah. Anyway, Lilina, do you want to figure out how the heck this staff works, maybe? Because, yeah, they have put in some really good work over there, but is really feeling it now. This is the case. So, I mean... I don't know. Here, just do this. You work away at your axe stuff. This is what you do here. Yeah, the never-ending attack animation. I'm so glad they sped that up in FE7 and 8. It is so freaking long in this game. Imagine I'm losing my mind and it actually is the same speed across games. I'm just crazy. Sure, why not? Go for it, man. Give it a shot here. There's no chance this dude lives. It's a matter of if he gets extra wrecked. And he didn't get extra wrecked. But he is getting partially wrecked. I'm with Alan, I'm pretty sure. Alright, well, that music's playing. Yeah, we are looking pretty good here, I would say. I don't know. I don't know. I have to deal with some purges coming up here. Here, Ogre, you can start getting on down this way. What can happen? Sure. Yeah, so many of my units I didn't even use. I could bring 17 units this map. I used just a small handful, and that was pretty much it. Yeah, so this should be the last round of bandit reinforcements. Should be the case. Well, may as well ramble about some other stuff. So yeah, with the truck there, I am extremely, extremely happy that, like, it's working and drivable again. I was very confused earlier today when I tried to fire it up and it wasn't starting. Because when I was starting it yesterday, and even starting it up as a test earlier today, it's been starting great, like, better than it ever has. It starts just like that. But, yeah, earlier today when I tried, it wasn't exactly working. For whatever reason here. So, I got the battery charger on, because the battery might have been low. There might not have been enough oomph behind that. Let's see here. Here, you want to just deal with that first and foremost, and then Gwendolyn can get ready to deal with Pegasus Knights or something or other. They do appear from over here. But yeah, transmissions put in, the, you know, cost a decent bit with the work with the shop. Not as much as I thought it would be, thankfully, but you know, it's definitely adding stuff up the Fargo expenses. It's gonna take a little bit to, like, learn how to drive the vehicle again, just because, like, the shifting is different. I kept on thinking that I wasn't in first gear when I was, and it was throwing me off. Let's see here. Yeah, keep on working at sword here. I didn't quite feel the click into place. I kind of feel the click into place with second and third. I didn't really feel it with first. I just kind of get it generally into the right spot, and it's there. I just kind of have to trust. This is what it kind of feels like. I don't know. I mean, that might be fine anyway. Kind of form a semi-wall here. Something or other. Here, more staff experience for you. the clutch works a lot better now, but it's throwing me off because the clutch was not in the best position there before, where I needed to be pressing that freaking all the way to the floor to engage it. This is the way that was before, which is not very good. I needed to press it in further and further as the season went on to actually engage it and shift gears. I don't know, man. The semi-wall. Sure. Something like that-ish. Now, I only need to push it to about, like, the midway point. So, when I'm driving it, out of muscle memory, I'm still kind of, yeah, I figured you might do that. I'm still kind of pushing it to the floor just out of habit. But as I'm, like, slowly easing up, I'm like, huh, why aren't I going? Like, when I was first trying to leave the parking lot at the shop, I was like, why aren't I going anywhere? Am I actually in first? As I was trying to feel for where it actually catches. But that's, like, way up now, which is way, way better than it was before. But, yeah, my muscle memory keeps kicking in, and I keep on pushing that clutch to the floor. Is what keeps on happening here. 1% chance of hit. These hand axe guys I could farm. Like, this could be one of those situations. So yeah, it'll take some getting used to here. I called the shop after I got home, and I saw that there was the oil leak out the bottom. Be like, hey, what's up with that? Is it anything that I should be concerned about here? No, I'm really hoping that's just... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa! Whoa! What? Wow. Okay, well, that was scary. Yikes. I thought for sure you would just go after Larum again. You don't do any damage there anyway. Huh. Okay. But yeah, I'm hoping that's just like a little bit of overflow coming out from the hole that oil is supposed to come out of if there's like stuff getting in there that's not supposed to get in there. And I called the shop about, they had said that the guy that actually worked on my truck, he would call me back when he got the chance. And he didn't call me back today. Like, they had told me that yesterday, he'll call me back when he has the chance. He didn't call me back today. Like, so maybe I should call him again tomorrow. One of my neighbors is a heavy-duty mechanic and is quite familiar with pretty much anything mechanical. And, I texted him, and he thinks that there's probably, like, a seal that's not working right. Probably some gasket that needs to be replaced, which means transmission would probably need to come out and go back in again. And it also depends on, like, what kind of oil it is, he was saying, and that he would have a look this weekend when he's back in town again, because he's apparently off on work currently. Is apparently the case. Let's see here. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Which I greatly appreciate him doing that. If those neighbors want any tomato plants, they can have some as thanks. I'm giving tomato plants to a decent few neighbors already. Interestingly enough. That's just how it goes with me. Hey, did I mess up there? Yeah, I did anyway. Whatever. Whatever. Let's see here. Can I farm that? Are they going to stay with their targeting? So look, there's the reinforcements. Yeah, so dealing with them. I was about to say, why didn't I double you? That would be why I didn't double you. Okay, well. Maybe I should move Gwendolyn into the force and then I get a positive terrain bonus. Look, they're just chilling like that. I can max her out for fun. Okay, you've got to be almost out of these stupid purges, right? Okay, well. Because, yeah, that purge is getting on my nerves, honestly. Okay, one more to go, and then we're done. Here. Go ahead and keep on figuring out how the hell that works. You can reach so dang far anyway here. Well, you can get here. you get here, I guess. We have the weird line. So, I mean... Yeah, so the reinforcements are going to be coming for a while. Continuing to work at sword there. I'm going to be honest, I forgot I had Alan there. Okay, that's fine. Something get around. This will be the last turn that I have to worry about Purge. Sweet. Alright, no more Purge. Sweet. That's also just free experience for Ogier. Wow, okay. That works. Oh my god! Our reinforcements that act in the same turn that they spawn. You love to see it, man. Oh, this is a few turns ago. Well, whatever. I do kind of want to get my setup on the right side there. Hold on. Now, if I even move in a little bit to incentivize them to come further out, then great. If that's a thing that I can do here. Yeah, and then just, like, come in a little bit here. Something or other. Okay, we're still looking pretty good there. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, start bringing Alan over. Sure. He can run in there if he really needs to. What he can do. There's Iron Sword breaking. Hey, that's fine. Yeah, I was really excited about, like, my truck getting on the road and, like, finally actually being, like, a reliable vehicle and stuff. But if I get home and it's immediately leaking, that is not great. And they said that they took it for a test drive at the... My god! I pulled you over and I was gonna heal you, and then I forgot. I'm gonna be honest. Frankly, forgot all about that. Do the this. And then do the this. And I was really hoping to take it to Megaland next month. And actually tent in the back like I did at Fragapalooza 2023. It's been a while since I pitched up a tent in the back of that truck and slept in it. And it's just a really cool kind of fun thing to do at LAN events. Sure, just wait like that. But now I'm not so sure. So I haven't driven it since getting it home. Figured I was gonna take it for a test drive today, but then it wasn't starting for me. And to add to vehicle issues going on, there's my dad got a tire that got shredded on his way out to the lake cabin earlier today, and I had to come on a rescue mission to jack up the boat trailer, get on the spare. And like a couple months ago, I dealt with like my tire that blew. I talked about it during one of these streams. This wasn't just a tire blowing. The tire got completely shredded, like eviscerated. I've never seen anything like it. Where do I have my phone here? Here, send some photos to myself here in a sec. Yeah, things are probably gonna be pretty good there, I think. You're gonna have some of your annoying purges. At least one purge. Here, go here for like the terrain bonuses and stuff. Dip on out here, honestly. Here, let me do this really quickly. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, no one's coming on over or anything. We are pretty good. I just want to, keep people away from, like, supports that I don't want to build up. Pretty sure you guys can't support here anyway, so I'm pretty sure that's fine. Yep. This is A-okay. Sounds good to me. This will be the last turn of Purge. I'm pretty sure on that one website it said that they alternate between those spawn locations. But here they're spawning at both. Well, that's fine. Whatever, I guess. But yeah, with the, okay, Okay, well, someone's changing target there. Let's see here. If I send these photos to myself of this stuff here. So, yeah, that was an unexpected thing earlier today. Let's see here. So, if I find this stuff here. What about send these photos on over? Yeah, it'll give me a bunch of experience. Hell yeah. Sounds fantastic to me. Let's do this. I'll pull up display capture 2. So, I've never seen this happen to a tire before. Where the heck is display capture? Display capture 2. This. So it wasn't just that the tire got blown. The tire got completely eviscerated. It looks like Wolverine came up here and used like some ultimate attack kind of thing, just slashing across the whole thing. And what most likely happened is you look down the road, there is this section of tire there. Not from this tire. What is very likely to have happened is my dad probably drove over this. It probably got caught up in this tire, which then got it caught in like the fender here. Pulling the fender in, because like when I got there, the fender was like very much in there. We took like a wooden block and like pried it out and bashed it with a hammer to like get it far away from the tire. The fender was like in there, and the fender, as the tire spun around, got completely shredded. So you can see how the edge of this fender is no longer like a nice kind of flat edge. It's kind of sharp and all messed up and stuff here. Yeah, that bit of tire probably pulled it in there and just started eviscerating this tire as it went around. So yeah, there's a lesson of don't drive over things you see on the road. If they can be avoided, try to go around them. So yeah, that is probably what happened there. So my dad had called AMA, but it was like a little bit over an hour ETA, and I had asked him if he wanted me to come out and come on a rescue mission for him, because it wasn't that long ago that he came on a rescue mission for me when my winter tire blew on my car. So I came on a rescue mission for him for that absolute insanity. So there's no repairing that. I'm gonna have to get the tire completely replaced. So I came out there, parked on the side there, unload like all the materials and stuff. I grabbed out, one of the things I grabbed there was a sawzall, and he literally like took off the bottom of the fender here. Took off the sharp bits so that there wasn't any risk there. Bashed it out of place with the wooden board and a hammer that I brought. And then I just got down there and I took those off, jacked up the side of that, and we got the spare tire on there. It looked a little bit low, but he was able to fill up on the way. And then the boat was a-okay, and he was able to get out to the lake safely. So he's out there now. Everything is a-okay. But yeah, so not too long after one of my tires blew, there's that story of earlier today. Because if there's one thing this household clearly didn't have enough of, it's vehicle issues. So, that's what the universe decided for some reason. It's, this household needs more vehicle issues. Do I just like, here, just do this. So yeah, I went on a rescue mission earlier today. Wait a second. I could have moved Alan in a position where I could have refreshed and gone over there. Sometimes I'm glad I can't drive. It can be really handy to drive, but, you know, owning a vehicle is very much a responsibility. It is something that you have to maintain. Are there other people that I can put there that you're not going to aggro to? Probably not, right? I don't know. If I have to kill some of them, I have to kill some of them. It's fine. Just do that. I don't know. This is fine. Something like this. Form a tactical square. It'll limit how many can attack us at once. Yeah, they have javelins. We'll see where they want to go, I guess. Yeah, so here come a whole slew of reinforcements. Oh, well. Go for that if you want, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. I'm kind of surprised you're not going after Gwendolyn. Yeah, free EXP. So yeah, new Fargo issues that I'm dealing with that maybe we'll troubleshoot this weekend. I really hope the transmission doesn't have to come out and freaking back in again after all this. There's the stuff with the boat, so at some point we're gonna have to go and just like buy a new tire for that. Very much a case where you become very, very grateful to own a spare. Like, if we didn't own a spare, then very much yikes. So, thank goodness for that. But yeah, let's see here. I don't know, man. Just, like, do that, I guess. Sure. Maybe Dorothy can get some stuff. Go ahead and go for that. There are lots of vehicle issues right now. And there's also other vehicle issues in a different way around here now. Here, go ahead and take out this guy. Sometimes it's hard to, like, play strategy games and ramble about things at the same time. Let's see here. So, a couple days ago, my dad and I were out of town, going out to my grandparents' place. So, my grandma is currently in a home. My grandpa is still living at home. But now that's been a couple of years, it seems like he's finally willing to, like, move into a home as well, because he's pretty tired of being, being lonely at home there. I don't know, sure, go here or something. Yeah, still working at Axe. Sounds good to me. Sure, try that out. And my grandparents are definitely getting there in age. Both of them are 93 now, and my grandpa had his license revoked last December, which is good, because he shouldn't be driving anymore when he has very serious memory issues, and from times that he was driving last year, I had family members say that he'd be pulling into, like, the wrong lane in the road and stuff like that. Just very scary stuff to hear, so he had his license revoked, he can't drive anymore, and now he has to get rides from point A to point B from family and friends and stuff like that. Like, if he's going to the bowling alley, then other people that are going there will come pick him up on the way for the weekly kind of thing that they do. And he still has a couple vehicles at home. He has his antique 1951 Pontiac that at some point will be going to my aunt's place. And his vehicle to just generally get around from point A to point B is a 2009, I believe, Ford Escape, it's called. So a sport utility vehicle. And my dad had figured that he kind of wanted that as a more fuel-efficient option than his truck. Like, I just showed his truck a second ago with, like, hauling the boat there. It's a 2019 Dodge Ram, I guess. I don't know frickin' vehicle models. I'm an antique vehicle person, but I don't really know modern vehicle models. Oh, wow! What an amazing level up on a character I'm gonna barely use. Here, I don't know. Dorothy, frickin' snipe that guy. My dad wanted to have, like, a secondary vehicle as, like, his regular getting around kind of thing that doesn't guzzle gas as much as that massive-ass truck. But, I mean, before, when he's wanted that, he just borrows my car and then, like, usually just fills it up, and that works great. I drive a 2005 Pontiac Vibe, and it's kind of hard to find a vehicle more fuel-efficient than that. It, is incredibly, incredibly fuel-efficient. So, like, he needs to get around far. He just borrows that vehicle, and that system has worked fine. And I don't really know why he wanted to get another vehicle. So, my mom doesn't understand it either. So my mom's not too impressed about it. I'm not too impressed about it. My spot in the garage is kind of revoked now. So now I kind of need to figure out where on the street to park. I asked the neighbors earlier today, hey, can I park on this spot that's, like, 30% our yard, but, like, 70% your yard? And they said, yeah, that's A-okay. Like, we don't need that spot in front of the house anyway, so that's good at least. But yeah, I can't park in the garage anymore, is the case, because now there is a 2009 Ford Escape in there. So, I don't know what was wrong with, borrowing my car before. Like, that system seemed to work fine. But he really wanted another vehicle. But yeah, I'm not particularly impressed, neither is my mom, because I don't think I have ever once thought, when it comes to this household, we really need more vehicles. Because across this place and the lake, I'm pretty sure we have 10 insured vehicles. There's my car, my mom's car, my dad's truck, so we each had like a vehicle for getting around, and if we didn't want to use one particular vehicle for one reason or another, we could just borrow the other family members' vehicles. That worked great. Apparently we needed more. Now there's that Ford Escape, so my dad has like 2 regular driving vehicles. There's my 1953 Fargo. There's my dad's 1949 Mercury. At the lake we have a quad. We have a side-by-side. We have a pontoon boat. We have a little metal fishing boat. Yeah, that is 10 insured vehicles. I don't know if the ride-around lawnmower counts as another one. The boat trailer would be insured as well. My dad also wants to get a car hauling trailer for my grandpa in the near future, which is a fully enclosed trailer, and it was designed with a elevated roof to specifically hold like the Fargo and the Mercury better. From when my grandpa was going around, like taking them to shows and stuff like that all around. So like it makes sense for like the utility that it would give us, but like all these vehicles we have, where the heck is the space for them? So yeah. Yeah, there's way too many vehicles in this family. It is ludicrous is what it is, honestly. It is quite the bit of insanity. So yeah, there's a ton of vehicles in this house now. And so now there's vehicle issues in figuring out like, where is everything going now? And with that Escape, apparently, I heard after the fact here, my grandpa apparently would put trash in the back and not really bother to take it out for a long time. So the vehicle actually reeks pretty badly. So my dad's out of town now, out at the lake, but in the in the garage, it smells completely like Febreze now, as there's all sorts of like air freshener stuff in there. There's a massive ass fan that's blaring on the inside of the vehicle now to try and get it to air out. All the windows are open. When we went to go pick up my Fargo the other day from the shop, my dad wanted me to drive that Escape and get a bit of a feel for it and stuff. So I was driving it. And I'm a little bit taller than my dad, but my dad likes having like the seat farther back and reaching for the pedals. I don't. And the power seat movement isn't working right now. It was apparently working for him like the previous day to adjust it to that amount, but it wasn't working for me. The buttons just don't do anything right now. So I was stuck like reaching for the pedals so far driving this thing. So those don't work right now. There is no rear windshield wiper at all on that vehicle. There's a whole issue with it reeking, and yeah, it's gonna take some work. My dad's been spending some time yesterday trying to like clean the thing out and stuff, and it's yeah, it's a bit of craziness. And yesterday was a bit of a difficult day with going and picking up that vehicle. And we just do this. Give that a go. And then like get over here. These guys have so much movement, so just take them out. Honestly. Yeah, do that. So, going and picking it up the other day. My dad had completed this bill of sale for my grandpa to sign and was going to pay him for the car there. What my parents always told me about my grandparents was my Opa, so like my mom's side of the family, my German side of the family, he's the kind of person that would give you the shirt off his back. My grandpa, so my grandpa on my dad's side of the family, is the kind of guy that would give you the shirt off his back for the price he paid for it. That's how it goes. So, he can't use that car anymore, but, you know, my dad knew that he would have to pay for it. There was no way that, like, his dad would just be giving it away or anything. So, he had completed the bill of sale and filled out a check to give to my grandpa. My grandpa was very, very reluctant 2 days ago when this happened about selling that car. And I think that some of the memory issues kind of played into that because he was just continuing to ask, well, how am I going to get around now? But he already has his license revoked, is the thing. Like, he can't drive it anyway. But that's the question that he kept on asking us is, how am I going to get around now? I won't be able to drive. And it's like, well, you can't anyway, though. So, you know, it seemed really hard on my grandpa. He, like, really didn't want to part with it, but he also can't be using it anyway, and he can't insure it either because he doesn't have a license anymore. So if you can't insure it, it doesn't, and if he's moving into a home as well, like, it doesn't make sense to be keeping it there. So, like, I get it, but it was definitely kind of hard there. So, but I also don't necessarily agree with my dad wanting to get another vehicle in this household when we really, really do not need more vehicles in this friggin' household. So yeah, just kind of a crazy situation overall. My grandpa was very much not impressed with selling that off there. And my dad wants to purchase that car hauling trailer as well, but he was like, yeah, let's wait for another day for that. And yeah, it's a little bit of craziness there. my dad was asking me over Easter dinner, so about that car hauling trailer, why don't we like split the price of it and then we can both be using it for like my truck, the Mercury, and then your truck, the Fargo, he was saying to me. So he was like, if we get it for like 10 grand, how about we go 5 and 5? And I was like, I wasn't actually planning on buying that car hauling trailer anytime soon. And if I pay 5 grand to split that car hauling trailer, I won't be able to get a new vehicle myself, because I'm trying to get like a new vehicle myself. Not for the sake of adding more vehicles in this household, but just for something a bit more long-term for me. Like my current car, like, it gets from point A to point B well. It's super fuel efficient. I quite like that about it. Really comfortable, a good turning radius. I do really quite like my car. The biggest issue is that it's just front-wheel drive instead of all-wheel drive. And it's very, very light. So in the winter time, to get grip, I literally pile sandbags into the thing just so that I'm not like slipping and sliding as I drive. So it would be nice to get something with all-wheel drive that I can just use for like the next decade or two here. Ideally for a long time. Maybe something with heated seats, maybe something with Bluetooth that connects to my phone. So, like, currently in my car, I just like pull up something on YouTube to listen to, and I just put my phone in my cup holder, so the cup holder kind of like echoes it around, but I can't really use the speakers in my car. Like, I can't even plug in like an aux cable or anything. So yeah, I would like something that I can kind of like settle on and be happy with. And my parents had told me before that they're willing to chip in for a new vehicle for me as like a graduation present a while back. But I figured like, hey, I'll keep an eye out here and there for a vehicle, but you know, it's not really any major rush. I'm pretty comfortable with my car. But now there's all the stuff with like stuff that's going on with the states and the auto sector and how new cars are going to get very, very expensive very soon. I'm not gonna get a new car. I'm not Mr. Moneybags. That is freaking not happening. I'll get a used car. But if the price of new cars is going up, then that means that more people are going to be going for used cars rather than new cars. And if there's more demand for used cars, that means that the prices are going to go up. So this whole, yeah, I'll get around to getting a new vehicle at some point, has now turned into a, oh my god, I need to figure out getting a new vehicle now before all the stuff with the states completely screws up the vehicle market. And before winter is right around the corner and people are scrambling for all-wheel drive vehicles to get those. May as well try to get it now while demand is a little bit lower. And, you know, as many people are looking for all-wheel drive because it's not that important in the summertime. And, yeah, get on something while the prices are still kind of okay. So I'm kind of more frantically looking for a vehicle now. I am still also frantically looking for a job. I am still unemployed, is the case here. So me being incomeless and looking to get a new vehicle before the new to me, not a new vehicle per se, before the prices suddenly jump up. I had to tell my dad, like, yeah, I mean, like, I'd like to have like a cool dual ownership thing going on with the car hauling trailer and be sharing it. But I cannot afford to spend 5 grand on this and like still be able to afford getting this car at a time that it's not gonna be like stupid expensive. So yeah, I kind of really didn't want to do that. And later he came to me with another plan of like, okay, I'll figure out like what I can get with like my accounts from the States and, you know, maybe go on credit here and, you know, you can just cover the maintenance that has to go to it, like the new tires and refurbishments and stuff we have to do. I was like, okay, yeah, maybe. I'll feel a lot more confident when I'm working. will definitely be the case. It's been a hot second since I save stayed here. So yeah, there's weirdness going on when it comes to like the car hauling trailer as well, and me figuring out like getting a vehicle here and stuff. Once I do get a new vehicle, I don't think I'll be selling my old one. That's not saying I'm gonna keep it here in this household. I'll probably go store it at my Oma's place. And then when either of my cousin's kids are old enough, like it can be one of their starter vehicles. Cause like it still works great. Whenever I talk about it, I think I say that it had like 450,000 kilometers on the odometer. It's actually 250,000. I don't know where I got the number mixed up with. So in case I need to correct any previous streams about that. I don't know, man. I can just pull back here and get more people to go after Melody or something. Maybe I just like start super pulling back. I don't know. Wee. Yeah. There's that. Yeah, it's fine if you go after someone in here. Let's see here. Sure, do that. But yeah, so it still works fine. It's just not necessarily the thing that I want to be using for like the next decade plus, the next kind of stage of my life here. So yeah, if it can help out the next generation, then great. But yeah, I would like to get something new here. And stuff is gonna get expensive, especially as I keep on putting more money into the Fargo as well. And, that adds up. That one is a bit of an expensive vehicle. Okay, well. Maybe they'd have to go through the forest, which is going to take extra movement. So maybe this is my chance to, like, super dip and get them all be incentivized to go after Melody. Is what I can potentially do here. That sounds like a great idea. So yeah, there's all sorts of vehicle mayhem stuff going on right now. It is, a little bit of insanity. Everyone pull back here. What turn is it anyway? Turn 20. The reinforcement should be letting up, I think. It says that it should end on 17, but I don't know if it accounts for hard mode, because I swear more reinforcements just appeared like a second ago there. Here, do that. So yeah, when it comes to all the vehicle and expense kind of stuff going on around here, I am kind of slowly losing my mind. I know what's going on here. So, yeah. That's a whole bunch of the stuff that's happening here. So, much craziness. So you'll come over. You guys should dip back this way. Could be the case. Yeah, sure, chill there. Yeah. Yeah, you're the only one I haven't moved. Look, there's still more reinforcements. How long does it freaking go on? But yeah, when it comes to job stuff, it sounds like my old boss would very much like to put me into a position of working with databases like I have experience in, and a new role that they're looking to fill of getting someone to work on Python scripts, and I'm very, very quite familiar with Python. It is probably the programming language I would have used the most in my university years. It is not my favorite programming language. It has a lot of issues that I take with it, but it's probably the programming language I'm the most adept at. So it sounds like there is definite interest with getting me working there in that role, but getting that figured out for how things would work, like, budget-wise is, like, pretty slow going, and anything HR related would be very slow going. So it sounds like there might be an opportunity for me to keep on working at the university that I am currently working at. Maybe I'd even, like, stay at my own desk then. Since, the few times a year, it feels like, honestly, that my old boss is in. He works in, like, the same kind of office space, and I go over and I chat with him sometimes when I see him in the office. So, since I already have a desk in that same space, I could probably even keep my same old desk there. There was a family friend out at the Lake Village where we have the cabin at that works with AGLC, the Alberta Gaming and Liquor Commission? whatever the heck the thing is. Stuff that is in charge of, like, casinos and liquor and all those kinds of stuff that Alberta wants to monitor stuff. Looks like there might potentially be some opportunities with IT. And it sounds like while my dad is at the lake, he might be following up about that, seeing if there's stuff going on there. Because, yeah, if one of those opportunities works out, then great. I would love to continue working for the university and keep my old desk and stuff like that. It'd be super convenient getting from point A to point B. An AGLC position would be a little bit more difficult to reach. It'd be a little bit more out of the way. But it'd be a government position, and that's the kind of thing where it's like, you stay working in that for a long time, and life is good. Have some good benefits there and stuff. All right, time to start grinding up supports, I think. So you're done. You can start working with Alan here. You were gonna work with Laram. So let's see here. And yeah, like 5 guys. That's gonna be great, honestly. Let's see here. Just want to make sure I'm not accidentally stepping into the range of the those guys. Saul will be my marker here for how far I can go. Don't be accidentally building support with Roy. Oh god, I've been doing that by accident, haven't I? Alina, you're done. Ray, that's as good as things are gonna get here. You're done. You're done. You don't worry about it. You were gonna A with Rutger, so don't worry about it. Lou with Melody, but like you're not getting that right now. So do my weird thing here that I like to do. And you're done actually. Okay, cool. So you guys can, here, go like there or something. Time to grind up some support. But yeah, so I would very much like to get these next things that I want to get in life that are kind of important. Like new vehicle and stuff. Please, not a +0, please give me something. Start saving up to be able to move out one day. God damn it! Make a down payment on a house and all that. Good stuff to be saving up for. Alright, well. Probably get, like, my script going in a second here. Move Gwendolyn, like, one more tile. Look, I'm getting 5 EXP every turn. How many more levels can I even get? 4. I swear, the game should have been programmed in such a way that it gives you minimum +1. +0s over and over again. Frickin' suck, man. Alright, so in terms of my script that I have, if I pull that out, do I still have it open in a notepad here? Yeah, I do. Grind.hk right there. So it's currently set for 2.5 seconds. Let's maybe set 5 seconds. Save. Can you save notepad, please? Okay, let's mute this right now before things get carried away here. Go into my Fire Emblem 6 forward, open up grinding.ahk. So what does 5 seconds look like? Let's test this first and foremost. I'll get some custom music going in a second here. Not quite right then. So let's see here, because yeah, that's a lot of guys. So let's set it to like 6 seconds. Let's try that out. And let's, whoops. Forgot it's not Nintendo buttons, it's Xbox buttons here. What kind of playlist do I have set up here? Sure, how about this one? The good old DVD stream playlist. One I haven't streamed Dead by Daylight in like forever. Here, starting out with the Sylvalum piano arrangement from Xenoblade X. Oh, that's something I could be playing in the meantime is Xenoblade X, technically. Alright, so now if I hit B. Oh, I didn't open up the grind.hk, did I? Then I hit B. Yeah, if they want me on there, programming is something that I can do. Okay, I could probably optimize this a little bit better. But I can do, right? So probably about 5.5 seconds. I mean, it was pretty close with 5 as well. So 5.5 is probably pretty optimal. So if I set my script to be 5.5 seconds instead, and then I keep losing the folder. Here we go. And then I run it again. And then bam, we're good. Look at this. She's gonna get all maxed out. It's gonna be great. I'm sore. Taekwondo stance training will do that to me, I guess. As we did yesterday. Very quite sore after that. speaking of Taekwondo stuff, one fun thing during a different recent class. At the end of class, the instructor had us doing what's called a hollow position. So, like, you lay on the ground and only your butt stays on the ground. Like, you lift up your legs a little bit, you lift up your upper body a little bit, and are really working out like your core there because of you lifting stuff up a little bit. Not lifting up so much that it becomes like easier with how much you're lifting, but just like a little bit. So it's like, having my arms straight out like this over time is gonna be more painful than like straight up, I would imagine, since like you have like all this weight forming kind of like a lever, essentially. That's kind of what's going on with like lifting up your legs, keeping them straight in your upper body and stuff like that. And in the hollow position, we did something that we hadn't done for a little while here. The instructor got out some of the weights. They're these little weight balls about that big, and gave them to a bunch of us senior belts first and foremost to put on our legs and make it even harder. Have more weight that is pressing down. Come on, not a plus 0, not a plus 0. Oh, not a plus 0, hell yeah! All right, now that throws it a little bit out of whack, but it looks like it's gonna reset cleanly this time. Nice. So we did that, and then like, drop pass the weights to the next line over, and they get to try it out, so that a lot of people in the class get the chance to try it out with the weights. And then towards the end, he gathered up a couple of the weights for like the final round, and the thought crossed my mind of like, what if he gave me specifically multiple? No, surely he wouldn't do that. He did that. He grabbed multiple weights, and he came over to me and he said, "Mr. my last name, not trying to dox myself here, multiple weights." I was like, oh no, answering yes sir and stuff like that. And so I had multiple weights put on my legs as I was doing a hollow position. So when he told us to go up, I'm pretty sure the entire class just heard me go, ah, like up like that. But meanwhile, my little cousin that's in like the 9 next to me is laughing about it. And the instructor is like, oh, but he's actually holding it pretty well. Like, he's actually doing pretty good. I was holding it steady. Because they're like balls and they can roll, I was kind of struggling to make sure that I wasn't like tilting or anything like that, but I managed to hold it steady and did it. But freaking man, my legs hurt. My core, my legs. That was kind of fun there. That was certainly something. With Taekwondo stuff, we have a couple events coming up here soon for the first time since before COVID. So last time we would have done these events is 2019. The 2 events in question are called Taekwondo Festival and the Breakathon. Festival is next month, early May, and then the Breakathon is June, later on in June, I think. I think it's around the end of the month. That's one that actually concerns this channel directly because it'll tie into the 24-hour cherry stream. Come on, not plus 0, not plus 0, not plus 0, not plus 0. Ooh, HP defense. Hell yeah. All right, I think I got like 2 more level ups. Sweet. Sounds pretty good to me. And for the festival, the way that I describe that is essentially like Taekwondo track and field. So there's different competitions that people compete in, like Pumse, which are these patterns of movement that is basically like a fight with invisible opponents where you're doing like this pattern of movements to usually for testing and such, but this is for a competition format of trying to like, oh, I guess they ran out of javelins. I was about to say what the heck happened there. Oh, that threw things out of whack. So there's things like Pumse, there's sparring, because of course there'd be sparring. There's some fun events like a jump front snap kick for height or a flying side kick for distance, where, and it's just meant to be like a for fun kind of thing. It's with our school and one other master's set of schools. Our master only has like 1 school, but the master that we do this with has multiple schools, so way more students with their schools, and you get to meet like all sorts of other Taekwondo students. And it's meant to just be like pretty friendly for fun competition. It's not meant to be like the most competitive thing ever. Like, people are competing for medals and stuff there, but the groups that you're competing in are usually about like 4 people large, and then they'll just give like first place gold, second place silver, third place bronze, and they'll give like fourth place bronze too as well. So that, like, everyone's going home with something, especially like the kiddos and stuff like that would really like that. But it's not like you're competing against like 20, 30 other people in a category or something like that. Like, no, it's just like a very small group. And it's really fun in some of these events, especially some of the fun ones like jump front snap kick for height or flying side kick for distance, where you just keep going until like no one can reach it anymore, and you're like tapping one another on the shoulder, encouraging one another, like, oh, come on, we can do that height surely, and just seeing like how much you can do. And it should be a fun kind of time. There's 2 hours of my life in line trying to secure a pre-order of Switch 2. I'm sure that's the case for a lot of people nowadays. I had some tabs open online for like online queues. That didn't help me at all. But it sounds like my cousin might have 2 secured. He managed to get a pre-order through Walmart a couple days ago. And he was in line physically at GameStop earlier today. Like, just in case, because he doesn't trust Walmart. He seemed to get one secured there, so like if he gets an extra, then I might just be able to buy one off of him, worst case scenario. Hey, at least it wasn't +0. So there's that. You're boycotting Nintendo? Why? Take a loose hair off the pop filter of the microphone. But yeah, so I'll be going to festival coming up here. And when I was talking with until they drop prices, you do realize that in the past 13 years that it's been $60 USD, the US dollar has lost 30% of its value, and that $60 USD in 2017 for a new Switch game is like $78 USD in today's prices by inflation alone. So the prices have actually stayed the same for the past 13 years. It's just the number looks different. What it actually is, as I've been finding out as I've been doing research into this very subject. So that's certainly something there. Like, if we account for inflation, prices have been about the same since the Wii. Is the case. If you're converting $50 USD for a Wii game in 2006, or a $60 Wii U game in 2012, or a $60 Switch 1 game in 2017, it's actually always hovered around, like, the $80 USD modern, like, today's equivalent value mark since then. And before that point, it was actually more expensive than that when you account for inflation. So games are the cheapest that they've ever been in that kind of sense, especially with like $70 USD games. So if $70 is the new baseline and $80 is the premium, that is actually, when you account for inflation, the cheapest a new like full price Nintendo game has ever been at the launch of a console, like ever, interestingly enough. Like, of course, if you buy, like, a $60 Switch game last year, 2024, and then buy an $80 Switch 2 game this year, 2025, obviously that is going to be a big difference. But that $60 Switch 1 game you bought in 2017, and that $80 Switch 2 game you buy in 2025, is actually about the same. Like, it's about the same there. As far as I could find, it has not actually been the case there. Across the NES and SNES, there actually was variable pricing like they're practicing with the Switch 2, with prices ranging from $30 USD to $50 USD typically. They shouldn't have been hitting $60 USD in the States there, because that was a whole big thing with the era of the Wii, where as the competition was increasing the price to $60 on the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3, Nintendo under Iwata was very firm about keeping their prices $50 even when the competition was increasing it. It was as of the Wii U that games started to become $60 standard with Nintendo consoles. But yeah, it's completely up to you, but in terms of like prices compared to what they were before, it's the same. They're the same picture, that kind of meme. So I don't really understand it with everybody saying like the prices are super unreasonable when you account for inflation. It's literally the price that Switch 1 games were. And if you're paying $70 for a Switch 2 game in 2025, whoops, my Switch's still running, I just took off the speed. It's actually way cheaper. It's just the number looks bigger, so it's a bit deceptive. Is all it really is. Let's figure out how the heck I'm going to do this. So I might bring you in here in a second. It looks like we can support, which is going to be nice. Can we support here? Yeah, we can. That's very nice. Let me just confirm with those. Let's see here. So Alan was, going to get A there. And Laram was going to get B with Ogier. So this is going to finish both of them off as they get their B. So let's see here. Oh, Laram. Huh? Oh, you're that guy who was spying on me. Not exactly. Well, you praised my dancing, so I'll forgive you. Really like to dance, don't you? I guess. It's fun. I meet a lot of people when I travel around. And they all love my dancing. That's what I like. I can understand that. Hey, I know. You want me to show you the rest of my dance from before? Really? You want to see it? You do, don't you? Tell me you want to see it. I want to see it. And sure, I guess I can show it to you. This is the 6th of the 7 dances I've mastered so far. And it's called... Yes? Dance number 6. Oh, that's kind of boring. Hey, is that an insult? No, by no means. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Yeah, whatever. Sorry, I changed my mind. I won't show you my dance anymore. Oh, man. And they can never talk ever again because that's the way this game is designed and stuff like that. But yeah. Let's see here. Biggest problem with the $80 isn't that full price is $80. It's that in the past generation, Nintendo released anything much less than full price. At most, it's usually $20 less. Yeah, there is definitely, like, the comparison to, like, the industry there. And you can definitely make the argument about how this is, like, definitely a bit of a jump compared to the competition. But I do also feel like it's probably not too unexpected. This is the very first of the big three's consoles that have released in a post-COVID world. And COVID had, like, major effects on inflation and just, like, logistical network stuff. Is that the right term for it? Just a whole bunch of stuff there in general. Plus with all the tariffs with Trump and stuff like that that are going to add on to things as well. Especially if, like, things are coming from the States and you have stuff going, like, to and from, like, as far as I could tell in terms of, like, the games themselves. It seems like they were probably made in, like, Japan or Vietnam. It's not clear. This isn't public information. But for the Americas, they're packaged in the States. So you're doing stuff with, like, all this in and out and shipping around and dealing with, like, tariffs and stuff along the way. And it's a little bit of a mess. As I've been looking into things here, there's, Vietnam is public info for them producing consoles there. If you can give me a definitive source that says where they're producing the cartridges, I would love to see that, because that is not something that I could find. I could not find a definitive answer on where they actually produce the cartridges. The closest thing I could find was a Reddit post from some random user that was like, oh, they probably make the chips in Japan. That's not really known. It's known that Nintendo has a... No, like, the consoles, yes, are for sure being made in Vietnam. But the cartridges themselves, it's not really clear where they're being made. Yeah, I've heard that that might be the case. I've heard some say that, like, the cartridges may be made in Japan, or the chips for the cartridges might be made in Japan, and then the actual cartridges might be assembled elsewhere, like Vietnam. But then the actual packaging for the cartridges are assembled in, like, key processing facilities and, like, distribution centers around the world, like Washington for the Americas, Washington State, that is. So I've been doing a whole bunch of research into this field, and like, of course I obviously don't like prices going up, but the more I look into it, the more it's like, it's really not that surprising. Like, if I look at my thingamabob that I made here, let's see, where's my thingamabob? Like, if we look at the prices over time for inflation alone, let's see here. I've been working on, like, a bit of a script for a video essay on this. You're going to see, like, a little bit of extra fluff around it. But if we're actually looking at, like, the prices that Nintendo games have been at launch historically across the years, we've been hovering around, like, the $80 USD equivalent value today mark since 2006 with the Wii. Before that point, it has been significantly more expensive. And it seems very much like 70 is probably going to be the new standard, and 80 is probably going to be, like, the premium price for things like Mario Kart, Smash Bros., Pokemon, because they totally would with Pokemon, let's face it. The 70 is going to be significantly cheaper, and the 80 is actually about the same price that we've been playing at launch for new games since 2006. So, like, looking at that, it's not too surprising. Plus, there's also the devaluation of the yen. Like, lots and lots of countries have been experiencing inflation. Japan has been experiencing it extra bad. It is losing buying power compared to the US dollar. It has been losing buying power compared to the Vietnamese dong. It has been losing buying power compared to the Chinese yuan. So the same amount of Japanese yen is needing to be used to purchase the same amount of like USD or dong or won or whatever the heck. So their currency is both losing value, and they, on top of that, they need to spend more of their currency to get the equivalent amount of the other countries' currencies. So when they're producing things like the packaging in the States and the consoles in Vietnam and stuff like that, even not accounting for inflation, it is getting more expensive, is the case here. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised with Game Freak. Yeah, I mean, they were kind of leaning that way when it came to BDSP, with essential parts of the game, including literally all of post-game being behind the day one patch. I can see it. I can honestly see it. Like, I kind of have a hard time seeing Nintendo, like, hurting their reputation even more by putting their own first-party games onto game key cards. But considering what Game Freak did with Game Freak / Pokemon Company / Nintendo, whoever you want to blame for it, they all have like a third of the company there. Whoever the heck is responsible for that, a conglomerate of all three of them, I guess, they clearly wanted to lean that way with BDSP, but by handling it that way with BDSP, it's not in your face. In fact, I'm pretty sure that my my video essay on the topic was the only source that I really saw, like, really bringing that up. The whole fact that essential parts of the game, including all of post-game, were behind the day one patch. I didn't really see people talking about that. Because, like, who's gonna notice that? They're just like, oh, a day one patch. I'll install that before I play too much, and then you just assume that you're getting, like, a normal experience. No one digs into it. If you have, a game case that says a game key card, then you're gonna be like, oh, wow, it's a game key card, and everyone's gonna be talking about it online. But because of what they did with the day one patch, it's kind of hidden in that way. People aren't gonna dig and figure this out. And YouTubers like me aren't going to be big enough to be able to get, like, the word out about that. So, I honestly still have a little bit of a hard time envisioning them doing game key cards for Pokemon games. I could see them more leaning towards the route of, let's just put essential things behind the day one patch. Because then people aren't going to notice. It's not like it's set on, like, the front of the game case. And then people aren't going to complain about that. And then they're just like, oh, it's just fine. And no one notices that they're putting essential parts of the game behind it. But yeah, in terms of raw prices, it's actually, comparatively speaking, better than it's ever been in terms of, like, $70 games. It's the cheapest that it's ever been. $80, it's the same that it's been since 2006. Interestingly enough, there's the devaluation of the yen that is increasing production costs. Producing cartridges is significantly more expensive than producing discs, which are super cheap since Blu-ray technology is, like, nothing new, and you can mass produce a shit ton of big Blu-ray discs for, like, nothing at all nowadays. So, you know, much cheaper production cost there. And you did see with some Switch games, like L.A. Noire is a good example, where the Switch version was significantly more expensive. I think it was $10 more expensive, significantly, than the other console versions. If you got on PlayStation or Xbox, it was a certain price, and if you got on the Nintendo Switch, it was like $10 more expensive. And there were some companies that were charging more for their Switch releases, or they were charging more for physical copies of their Switch games than they were for digital copies of their Switch games, for example. So we already saw that with the Switch 1 about how there is increased production costs that some companies want to, like, put on the consumer there. Another interesting thing that I calculated with inflation was if we were buying, like, a new $60, I think that this sound familiar here. One of the things that I calculated in that script was if we bought a new game for $60 last year on the Switch 1 for $60 USD, the equivalent value that would be in 2012, so when Nintendo started adopting $60 as their standard in the States, would have been like $40-something. So if you bought, like, New Super Mario Bros. U in 2012 on your Wii U, you would have been able to buy that for the equivalent value of $40 USD today, is the case, even though you're paying $60 USD back then. And it's kind of crazy. So even by inflation alone, it checks out as about the same with $80, and it's cheaper than ever with $70. And then there's also, like, the other factors, like devaluation of the yen, the friggin' stuff getting a little bit more difficult after COVID in terms of shipping stuff around and getting materials. Like, we're still recovering after that. The crazy stuff that Trump is doing with his tariffs and throwing the whole world economy into disorder. So, like, I'm not necessarily coming out here to, like, defend the multi-billion-dollar company and be like, buy their games anyway, or higher prices are good. Like, no, I want prices to be cheaper. I'm just saying I get it, and I don't think it's that absurd and unexpected the more that I look into it. It actually, the more I look into it, the less surprising it seems. Like, that does mean that I am going to have to be more, like, careful about what games I buy. I probably won't be able to buy, like, random shit like Princess Peach Showtime or Mario vs. Donkey Kong anymore, just so that I can submit it to speedrun.com. And, well, it's not just for that reason. But, you know, random games that I submit to speedrun.com so I can be it's freaking something like let's see here, what the heck, you know, why does it go to level runs first? There's my Snoopy versus the Red Baron time. I probably won't be able to do random shit like this anymore. Look at this. I'm the 24th fastest in the world at Princess Peach Showtime. The 23rd fastest is like 2.5 hours faster than me. What's my Mario versus Donkey Kong time look like? Yeah, hell yeah, 18th faster than the world. I'm in the top 20 of fastest players in the world at Mario versus Donkey Kong. So like, I probably won't be able to buy random shit like this anymore. And look, I'm supporting my own stream and stuff here. I would have to be like more careful about what games I buy. I won't just be able to go around buying whatever random shit like that and submitting to speedrun.com and making like joke short playthroughs. I don't see as much of that happening anymore. So like, I as a consumer won't be able to play as many games if they're like that. So it's not like I like that, but I get it. I do very much get it. Like, you can argue that it's unnecessary, but at the same time, it's not really realistic to expect a company to say, huh, our bottom line is taking this massive hit. Should we just leave it like that and, like, essentially pass on that bottom line hit onto the consumer as savings? That's not really a thing that big businesses do. No super major business that, like, very much defines the industry got to that status by offloading their savings onto the consumer. Steam offloads its savings onto the consumer. They take 30% off of every game. What? I'm confused. Here, let's go ahead and get this support conversation. Wait. Yeah, something wrong? Please, tell me. Why do you fight like that? Your lance play leaves you open. Well, he's mostly using axes right now. Why do you rely on brute strength to attack? Because he's using axes now. You won't be able to retaliate properly that way. Been watching me, haven't you? Huh? No, not you in particular. It's just that I can't ignore you when you fight like that. That's all, really. What? Anyway, the point is, you should fight more cautiously. I understand your concern, but I can't hold back. Keep fighting like that, you'll battle. First to match blades with the enemy are us, the knights. The enemy will judge the entire army by looking at how we fight. That's why I have to show them my full power. Slightest recoil will signal to the enemy that we can be defeated. And what's more, my fellow knights will see and may hesitate. That's why I charge ahead. I have to keep pushing forward, for the army, for victory. That makes sense. Here I thought you were just a careless idiot. Say something just now. But didn't you hear that part when I said that? Steam is a company who would take a hit to their bottom line for the sake of the consumer. But Steam is also a company that's like, hey, we don't have to make games anymore. We used to make games, and then we made our platform with Steam and made them exclusive on our platform. But now, like, we're just making so much bank off of everybody else's games that we just don't have to worry about, like, making games anymore, even though that there's games that people would very much love to see a follow-up on. So they make platformers to make other people's games, whether that be Steam or consoles, like with the Steam Deck that it seems like was pretty successful. And I have heard that they still do drip out like some games from time to time, but they don't really do much in the way of making games anymore. They mostly just kind of like support their game store and make it like the best option that people can go to and keep having like essentially the PC game monopoly, because like what do the other platforms have that Steam doesn't? Like, it is the easiest, best platform to use pretty much. And they just kind of sit nice and pretty with like supporting their platform and just taking 30% off of everybody else's games. 30% plus $100 for every listing of a game. So that's a lot that they make, I would imagine. Like, I don't know what their overhead costs come out to with like maintaining their platform and their cloud service and, you know, their store and all that. But, you know, when you're taking about 30% off of most PC game sales, because most people are going through Steam, that is a tiny profit. Like, in my opinion, way too much. I don't think that they should be taking as much of a cut. And there are platforms that do offer more generous cuts to game producers. Like, take Epic Games, for example, where they only take 12% of the commission of people purchasing games from their store, as opposed to Steam's 30%. And 30% is also, like, pretty standard for a lot of platforms. Like, if you're getting something on the Apple Store or the Google Store. I'm pretty sure that's 30% for Apple or Google. I think it might be the same for Nintendo with their eShop. It might be 30% with them as well. I'd have to double check that, but 30% is a pretty standard number, which is absurd in my opinion. No, nothing. Sorry, but I have to fight like this. Still, respect your advice. Tell me more when you have a chance. Very well, I suppose. There we go. So yeah, there are absolutely some, like, really shitty anti-consumer things that I do really despise Nintendo for. Like, the whole stance towards their classic games where it's like, we're not gonna make these available unless we make it available through a subscription service where you can never truly own it, and our library is at our discretion here. Or you have to pay full price for some garbage remaster we put, like, no effort into. And is arguably worse than the original games for some of them, like BDSP, like Skyward Sword HD. And what choice do you have? Shell out hundreds online otherwise if you want to play on the original hardware, or play it on emulator and hope that Nintendo doesn't come after you for that. Like, that whole situation. They're charging for their Nintendo Switch 2 welcome tour. Like, what the hell is that even about? Them shutting down tournaments when they think, like, hey, you're not playing in the way that we want you to play. Like, I, as someone that hosts tournaments at Fragapalooza, that is, like, a genuine concern for me as a tournament organizer, that Nintendo might just feel like it on a certain day, and so they shut down my tournaments that I host. Like, I'm genuinely concerned about that as a tournament organizer. So there are absolutely things that I do truly despise Nintendo for, and think that they are, like, a terrible anti-consumer company that only wants people to experience their games in, like, the most restrictive possible way on their own terms, and I kind of despise it. But in terms of the prices, like, I don't necessarily like the prices going up, but I get it. And I don't think that it's, like, some super terrible, awful, like, anti-consumer thing that they're doing, like I think is the case with things like how they handle their classic games. I think that there are things like that to easily point the finger at and say, like, this is a terrible way to be handling, like, just this format in general for your titles. But in terms of just the prices going up, it's like, I don't like it, but I get it, you know? But yeah, let's see here. I was theory crafting if I could warp skip chapter 16x in my run during all of that. Should be able to, though it'll take a couple turns to set up. But I know what should work. 16x being the one with, like, all the beams of light coming down from the top right. Like, on that tower, if I recall. Could definitely be a handy one to be warp skipping. Nintendo has said that we don't want to detract from the new games, which is just stupid. Don't want to detract from the new games? Meaning, like, was this like an interview with them or something like that? Or what exactly does this mean? Is this in regards to, like, them not releasing very much in the way of their old games? Not wanting to detract from it? Because if so, if that is in reference to that, then I agree. That is just stupid. Wait a second. My setup isn't actually set up here. Did you get a hit there? Hold on. What am I on? The lance. Let's do this and then there won't be that much. Gosh dang it! What am I doing? I'm such a... No. Stop. My script is still running here. Oh my god. My script just did that. Hold on. Let's see here. Ooh. But yeah, I'm such a blessed fur that if I give her the Durandal, she should be able to be the one to defeat the boss. Even while weighted down, she's perfectly on speed to double the boss. Nice. That's like my Rooker that I just don't even use because he doesn't have anything to gain from me bringing him into maps anymore. They don't want to re-release the old games because they want to focus on new stuff. Yeah, that sounds like Nintendo, and that is absolutely something that I will despise them for. No doubt. We'll just release our old games from time to time when we can get away with charging full price for it, or incentivizing you to shell out for our overpriced subscription service expansion where you can never truly own these old games. You can only be playing around with them as long as we feel like you should be playing around with them. Let's see here. May as well, if there's any more support points that I can get this map. Do that really quickly. And then, yeah, Luke can just, get that. So yeah, there are things that I do, like, definitely despise Nintendo for. But things that I'm like, I get it. I mean, in regards to, like, the big three nowadays, definitely all of them have their fair share of issues, no doubt. Like, Sony just axing studios when when stuff didn't turn out as successful as they hoped, and just like not really making enough games for their platform, and just like, what the hell do you play on a PS5 anymore? What the hell is exclusive on a PS5? Xbox just axing a whole bunch of studios themselves and like not really supporting the developers that people want them to support. And then Nintendo with like their classic game, like the over control and just their over control of their products in general, that people kind of despise. Let's see here. But yeah. Yeah, and that's, yeah, it's definitely the same thing with Xbox there. Yeah, fair enough. That's your own preference. Like, I can't tell you no, that's your own choice to make. But like, I very much get it when it comes to that. Not saying I like it, but I get it. I don't think that this is them stepping over a line or anything like that. Like, Nintendo's greed has just gone too far. Like, freaking every YouTuber on the planet seems to be parroting right now. Like, I really don't think it's that. Wah. Wah. I will argue that about how they handle their classic games and stuff like that. But yeah. The retro, those are also fair game for what now? For you what? There's 3 guys. I can adjust my script here. Oh, I was counting the seconds. I had clicked off the game because I was looking at the script there. I was like, how much should I shave off? I was waiting for it to, like, proc there. I'm at 5.5 seconds. Let's go to 3 seconds. Let's see what that's like. But yeah. Yeah, like for that video essay that I've been putting together, I'm trying to not rush it out. I would think I'll probably try to get it out, like, for the day that the Switch 2 comes out. So it comes out at a relevant time, and also gives me lots of time to work on it. So, like, I calculated with inflation, prices are getting cheaper or staying the same. I calculated with, according to the US Bureau of Statistics, I believe it was, I calculate as of, like, percentages of annual median income. So, like, the price of games going up is the percentage of the income that you're receiving per year, like, is the percentage getting higher? And calculating it with that, the percentage of that is getting lower as well. But I want to look into more statistics, and it's also not exactly the most fair comparison, because that doesn't account for, like, the actual costs that you're spending, like the cost of living. Like, it doesn't matter if you're making more money if your cost of living is getting more expensive and you have less disposable income. So I've started looking into stats for, like, what is the stat called? I've been learning a whole bunch about, like, economics and stats and stuff like that. A certain stat that's meant to be all about, like, disposable income in the States. I found a page of statistics by, like, the Federal Bank of some state in the States, to see about, like, what the annual median disposable income was. So, like, here's, like, the income that people have after, like, having to pay for, like, their living expenses and, like, basic day-to-day kind of stuff. And I was looking at the numbers, and the numbers are almost exactly the same as the US Bureau of Statistics for income. So, not too bad. So why does this one source say that income is this number, and there's other sources saying disposable income is this number, and they're almost exactly the same? So something fishy is going on here. So I was about to, like, plug those numbers in and do some math, but I was like, wait, these numbers are, like, the same. That doesn't make any sense. How the hell is, like, living expenses free? How is all your income disposable? It doesn't make any sense. So now I'm trying to figure out, like, which of these sources is, like, inaccurate. Is it the US Bureau of Statistics, or is it the Federal Bank of whatever state I'm forgetting now? So that's where I left off in terms of my calculations for this script. I got to that, like, stumping point, and I was like, fuck, I'm getting this another night. I was tired. I didn't want to start looking into, like, whose statistics are off, or, like, what thing I'm missing here. Because, yes, to be, like, the most fair, I do need to account for, like, actual disposable income. So, like, the income that you're making after, like, your living expenses. How much income do you actually have to spare? Because, like, my own home country of Canada, for example, I know there's a lot of people around my age that are genuinely concerned about, like, the odds of them actually being able to even afford their own house one day. It is no exaggeration that we are very much going through a housing crisis here in Canada, and young people are, like, what the heck, can I ever even own a house? So even off of that notion alone, it makes sense. You can't be affording to spend a massive ton on video games, never mind like video games that are getting more expensive, you know? So even just from that, it's like, you know, clearly more expensive in that sense. So like, I'm trying to like gather relevant statistics that like help me actually better understand this. But I'm struggling here. Because, like, I want to do my due diligence. I don't just want to be like all those other freaking YouTubers on the planet that are just like, Nintendo's greed has gone too far. Oh my god, they're so unbelievably evil. They think they can get away with these prices. They're just trying to squeeze everything they can out of the consumer. Their greed is unreal. I'm not trying to be like every other freaking person with a camera in an echo chamber. I'm trying to, like, do my due diligence and truly understand it. But it's freaking hard, you know? There's a reason why people typically don't really look deeper into this stuff. It's a lot to unpack. I am learning more about economics than I've ever learned about, and it is insanity. I had to learn how the heck tariffs actually worked. And even then, I'm now realizing that there's even more, like, nuance to tariffs, and there's even more that I have to, like, find out about them. Because, like, the more complex explanation that, like, has now corrected, like, my previous incorrect notion. Turns out itself is kind of incorrect, and now there's more stuff that I need to unpack about, like, the nuances of tariffs, and my god, I am, but yeah. Harmonia becoming radicalized into a fellow comrade socialist? We'll see here. I know that things economically are pretty tough. I get paid roughly twice the minimum wage, but only work part-time, so it basically means my per-week payment compared to a full-time employee making minimum wage is almost the same. Fair enough there. You know, owning a house ages ago? A house in this economy? Yeah, I know, right? Man. Earlier today, my uncle showed up to partake in some wine with my mom, so, you know, his sister. And as he was coming up and we were talking about, like, this stuff with the Ford Escape, and I mentioned me being evicted from the garage. He had a son that lived at home for a long time, until his 40s, you know, way longer than I ever will. I'm currently 26, and I mentioned being evicted from the garage, and he took a bit of a jab at me about, like, that's what happens when you're living at home at your age. I was like, yeah, I'm working on it. I'm trying so hard to find a freaking job, man. Man. So yeah. For now, I can afford this lifestyle with the channel and stuff like that. I have my PayPal account that is solely the funds that I get from, like, Twitch and YouTube. That any stuff that I get for the channel, I pay for from that account. I can probably make the script better here, man. Shave off like a second or something here. So that PayPal account, that is just like my revenue from Twitch and YouTube that I pay for things like new equipment, new games, stuff like that. Let's go 2.2 seconds. How about? Let's see what that's like. I was checking it earlier today to be like, do I have enough for like Switch 2 and stuff coming up here for the next while? I do. I have about $1,500 in that account. So my little Twitch YouTube revenue of spending funds for more things for these channels, I'm good for the next while. I haven't made any significant, like, massive income off of either Twitch or YouTube in a long time, considering I haven't exactly had, like, a video essay that's popped off in a long time, so, you know, the amount in that account isn't exactly going up particularly fast, but there's enough in savings there to keep things going in terms of my channel stuff I'm doing around here for a while. Though sometimes, I usually try to invest, like, all that stuff, all the revenue from the channel back into the channel is what I usually try to do. Sometimes I pull from that account to afford stuff with my Fargo truck because it adds up. So sometimes some of that goes in my truck. But yeah, let's see. Hello, GMK. How's it going? What have I missed this past month or so? There's all the controversy with the Switch 2 that I've discussed, like, on and off with, like, different streams. We were just in the middle of talking about that and, like, prices and be freaking finding out more about economics than I ever had. And the more I dig into it, like, the more I realize I don't know and how it's a stupidly complex system that I'm probably never going to be able to fully understand, but I'm trying to understand as best I can. I've been working on a bunch of stuff with my antique 1953 truck. I finally got it home a couple days ago. It is driving great, but now there's an oil leak, and now I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on with that. So I'm not driving it around too much now, and I'm trying to troubleshoot that. I finally got the transmission in after 7 months. And if it's the kind of leak that I think it might be, the chances are the transmission's gonna have to come out again to put a new gasket in, and then the transmission goes back in again. So I'm not very impressed about that. My dad got another vehicle here recently, so he has something more fuel efficient than his truck to drive around regularly, which means I don't have a garage space to be putting my vehicle into anymore, and now I have to figure out where I'm putting my vehicle. Luckily, the neighbors seem okay with me parking in front of theirs. So there's that. I've been getting it actively into Taekwondo again over the past several months, and I've been actively training along with my younger little cousin. She's been getting into it pretty well. She was training for a long time before COVID, and so, like, getting back into it again, the instructor was like, hey, you got up to red belt before. Anywhere from white belt to red belt, you can potentially start at, but, like, come for a while, we'll get an idea of what your skill level is at and what you want to start at. And she's starting at blue belt, which is a really generous start. It's not too far away from red belt, just 2 belts away. That was really nice of him to let her start there, and we've been actively training together for a little while here. Come on! Hey, that's not too bad, a +2. At least it's not a +0. Yeah, I do not like their death by 1,000 gachas approach to this, and I was against this console, but my best friend against all odds somehow managed to get 2 pre-orders secured and offered me 1 of said pre-orders, and I accepted it. Nice. Yeah, I might end up having to get one of my cousin's pre-orders. I did sign up for notifications on, like, the official Nintendo page, where it says that they prioritize those that have had, like, an active online membership for the past 12 months and have at least, like, 50 hours on their Switch in the last 12 months. I have over 50 hours in, like, the first launch week of Xenoblade Chronicles X alone. So I definitely meet the qualifications. And my cousin, who shares a family plan with me, reached out to me and said, I don't know if I qualify for that, because it's probably only, like, the adult of the family plan that qualifies. So he was trying to get other pre-orders. He secured one at Walmart a few days ago, and he secured one at GameStop earlier today. So it sounds like worst case scenario, I might be able to snag one of those. Like, he said that I was #1 on his priority list for someone to give, like, an extra Switch to. So that's nice of him there. I appreciate my family. And but it is possible that I might have, like, pretty good odds in that, like, official Nintendo page lottery thing. But yeah, $470 USD with tax. So just as a heads up, yeah, I think it's $630 Canadian here, which I don't know if that's actually cheaper or more expensive when you translate from USD. I'm not entirely certain. Probably pretty close to exact if I had to guess. Most likely. So yeah, I can pay for it with, like, my channel funds account and, like, the next good while of games and stuff. But, you know, if I don't make another video essay that pops off, that account is gonna dry up. I'm gonna stop being able to pay for stuff for this channel with my channel funds account, because yeah, that's gonna be a big bite out of it when I take a Switch 2. It's definitely gonna be the case. But yeah, we'll see here. We'll see what happens. Hey, maybe I'll make that video essay on the Switch 2, and maybe that'll really pop off. It probably won't. Knowing the algorithm and stuff. But yeah. That's nice. Good to see my on and off viewing of random gameplay video parts helped out. What? Oh, of, like, the contribution of, like, ad revenue and stuff like that. I getcha. I was like, wait, what? I thought this was referring to, like, watching the stuff with the stream here, which I guess does technically still count if you're seeing, like, an ad here and they're giving me a penny or two. Which I greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate everybody tuning in that's helping finance my terrible financial decisions. But yeah, let's see here. They pushed out a huge number of consoles. Is definitely going to be the best-selling launch day console, as every console is sold out immediately. But this one actually kept up for a time, depending on the area with the amount of pre-orders they put out. It's actually really easy to get one depending on your area. Okay. A bit better than the Switch 1, it's sounding like. So I meant watching random videos from your channel so I get notifications. I got you there. And I greatly appreciate that. Come on, come on, come on. Oh my god, the final level up was a +0. You've got to be kidding me, man. Alright, well, I can probably level up someone else with the sword. What I can probably do here, because why not? Like, this is such a great opportunity. At this point, should I just run my script and go take the charger off of my truck? It's probably at 100% now. Probably. And then I just BRB without actually having to BRB, like, just leave the game and music going and stuff. That's what I do. I might also adjust the music volume just slightly here. Oh, something like that-ish. Let's see. Much better than any console in the past, outside of something like the NES for obvious reasons, yeah. Yeah, enjoyed the new sound effects. That's something else new around here since last time. But yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it eases up or what we get there. I could max out Ogier. This is what we could do. Yeah, so there's a new use for channel points. Why not? Why don't I go max out Ogier? Oh, that one lagged out a little bit. So, I mean, like... Yeah, no conversation there or anything.
Oh, no!
Yeah, enjoy the new sound effects. Because there wasn't really much in the way of, like, things to be using channel points for. Like, pretty much just, you know, naming a Pokemon when that opportunity rolled around, or sometimes some things with, charity events. But for the most part, there wasn't really much to do with channel points. So I thought about, like, what are things that people can spend their channel points on that, is gonna be meaningful? And I thought about sound effects for a long time, but part of me didn't want to add them because I was like, what if I'm trying to like really experience the story of like a certain game and I don't want like the sound effects to be interrupting certain cutscenes? If it's a game story I don't care about, like Assassin's Creed Valhalla right now, then whatever, leave them on. But if it's something where I'm actually trying to like pay attention to the story, then it's like I don't want them playing there. Which is why I rigged up something special. I have a button on my Stream Deck. It turns them off completely. Try to redeem a sound effect now. You can't. So, and I didn't want it to be disabling them as in, like, it just doesn't play a sound effect, because then people would redeem it thinking that they're gonna get a sound effect, and then just nothing plays, and then people get scammed. And that's not what I wanted. So, I rigged together a new, like, bot that runs on my computer that handles these sound effects, that has a custom script that, through plugins to my Stream Deck, has a toggle. I can show you how I set it up. Are you sure I'll pick at random? Oh, it'd be cool. I could rig up one that just like picks a sound effect at random. Let's see here. No, I don't need the that. So I'm only starting out with 10 sound effects just to try it out and see what people think and stuff. But yeah, I did this. I have this that's set up to like toggle sound effect redemptions on and off. So it literally like toggles these on and off the thingamabob here. And I have this set up with my Stream Deck, so I hit this button. Like, I really need to set it up on my Stream Deck so it shows whether it's on or off on there. That's the next thing that I need to figure out. For now, I just have a tab pulled up there that shows whether they're on or off. So I click this button, and then they all just kind of, like, flip on. And then I click this button, and they all just, like, flip off. Which is kind of cool. I'll leave them on for now. Oh, it looks like it doesn't say that I have unread Twitch whispers. I guess I just never opened it on this platform. That's the person working on some emotes for the channel. That was probably just like whispering me about like, hey, there's an update about the about some new emotes and stuff. So yeah, that's the thing that I rigged up. So that's like I have them there, but what does this mean? Partially connected 3 out of 4? Maybe it's just not connected to like one of those or something like, I don't know, whatever. It's not important. The toggle is working. That's what's important. And then it runs the sound effects from here. And the reason why I have these sound effects already is because of my Assassin's Creed Odyssey playthrough. So if I go to that, when I rigged up that script that played the sound effects, at first I was like, why did that sound effect not play? That's because it's absolutely nothing. The custom scripting thing. I already had like a folder full of sound effects here. So I was like, wait, I already have all these sound effects on my computer. Why don't I just rig them up here? And the cool thing about this bot as well is I can toggle the volume like individually. So I have this at like 80%, and if something seems too loud, I can like adjust it accordingly in here, which is really nice. That's more than I can do with my script for Assassin's Creed Odyssey / Valhalla. Actually, it probably isn't. I can probably like code that, I would imagine, if I just learn how to play audio at different volume levels in I forget, did I program it in Python? No, it was an auto hotkey script that I programmed it on, along with Anti-Micro was the name of the software that reads my inputs. It was just an auto hotkey software. Maybe there's a way to play things at different volume in auto hotkey, but it's a functionality that I haven't bothered to learn yet. But this can do it, which is really quite cool. So I can like make it crazy there. So we're trying out just 10 sound effects for now as a new thing around here. But if it's something people like, I can continue to add more sound effects and you know, take suggestions for what sound effects people want to see and stuff. So that's my idea. I got everything. Gonna time myself out now. May as well double it from the redeem I did. Okie doke. Enjoy the 10-minute time out there, GMK. Here, let's rig this up, and then maybe I'll go take the battery off of my truck. So I might just do. Because, yeah, you're done. Let's see what your final stats are looking like. 3 potential stat boosters. Because this is the perfect map for doing this. Well, you max your strength, skill, and speed. That's pretty nice. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad on a final HP of 55. That's a pretty satisfying number. Let's see here. So, like, I come here. I sword. And then, yeah, so now they're going after Ogier. And Ogier's gonna want to move, like, more in there. There we go. Where did Lou go? You guys were gonna work on your support and stuff there. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. There we go. Now he can get mexed out. But yeah, I've never heard of a game store having close to 70 copies for a console on pre-order outside maybe something like Best Buy, which is a lot more large scale compared to something like GameStop. Yeah, that's fair there. I don't remember how much my local GameStop, EB Games at the time, had for pre-orders. But I remember in terms of non-pre-order units on day one, I'm pretty sure they had 30 some. I could probably ask my cousin, maybe he would remember. He was in line with me that day. All I remember is when they handed out tickets of if you don't have a pre-order, take a ticket. And if you have a ticket, that means you're guaranteed to, like, get a console coming in. You know, like 8 hours before the midnight launch. I remember that they had exactly the right amount of tickets for, like, every single person in line that didn't have a pre-order. So that worked out fantastically. But there were so many people showing up at midnight without pre-orders hoping to get one, which they just were not getting. Like 8 hours before the midnight launch, they had just the right amount. It was an amazing sight. I will never forget that. And I think it was 30 some. I probably have photos on, like, my camera roll on, like, my old phone, which is probably on my computer here somewhere, of the lines there and how much it checks out. It was either in the 30s or 40s. Like, the manager was very surprised at how many units they got, actually. Let's see here. Can I just leave this running? Maybe I'll get, like, 1 level up, and then I'll, yeah, it's not quite perfectly optimized. Like, there's a little bit of time there. I could probably bring down the timing between runs a little bit. But that just makes it safer, I guess. Less likely to miss input. But yeah. The 30... For Switch or Switch 2? Like, for units there? This is for the Switch 1 launch in 2017. The Switch 2 launch hasn't happened yet. Like, I'm not entirely sure what the question is here for 30S, what that refers to here. 30-ish tickets. If that's what that's referring to there. I remember the exact day, March 3rd, 2017. Well, technically, the day was actually March 2nd, 2017. Going up to, like, midnight of March 3rd, 2017. If you want to be accurate here. Why did the tracking on my camera break? No, it broke the thing. Here, normal tracking. There we go. Click back on the game. Now that's going again. Where for the Switch 1, I was surprised, but Switch 2 seems to be having like 40 minimum, maybe 30. Interesting. Here, I'll get a level up, and then I think I'm going to go take the battery charger off my truck. And then I don't have to put up my BRB screen. Just leave things going here. Because I should be at 100% now. Should be the case. And then I think I'll just, like, try to test fire it up tomorrow. Yeah, I couldn't fire it up today. I wanted to take it for a test spin and see if it kept on leaking. Or if it did ease up, if it was just a little bit of overflow. They put a bit much fluid in it, and it's just leaking that out through the weep hole. I had to learn what the heck a weep hole was the other day. I've never heard of it before. Okay, well, HP defense. Alright, I'm gonna go take the battery charger off my truck. Oh, it's making the cross-section on the thing now. It looks like it has been for a while. I'm probably good on that 3D print now. Sweet. I can go grab the plant that it's for and show it for funsies. Here, enjoy this for a few minutes. I'm gonna go unplug my truck from the house. You tried to follow me, camera. You failed. Hi, camera. You can track me again. Wow, my script didn't break in that time. I'm honestly surprised. I thought for sure it would miss input and like back out to the main menu like it does sometimes. Wow, that actually worked out great. I looked at the battery charger. It read 100%, so I'll try it out tomorrow, I guess. I unplugged it for now. I don't want it to be trying to give juice there all night. I don't think it can stop at 100%, and I'll try it out tomorrow. No point trying it out tonight. It's so pitch black. There's probably people trying to sleep. They probably don't want to hear a 1953 super loud engine going brum, 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 brum. You know. What level were you at there? That was looking at the stream manager. Level 13. I still got 7 more levels. Cool. Ogre's gonna start really wrecking things here. But yeah, so the same amount they were putting out to previous consoles seemed to be double the amount. Okay, so yeah, they're a bit more prepared this time. So that makes sense why the rumors were circulating for so long, as they clearly stockpile a ton. Yeah, would seem so then. What? Camera! The freaking... Yeah. Hi. Follow me down here, please. I thought it tracked me as I sat down, and I was wrong. I was wrong about that. Wah. But yeah, is dark out. So it doesn't really matter if I take this plant in now. Well, I guess hardens it off to more nighttime temperatures. Maybe I'll put it back outside again later. I wanted to show my cucamelon so that you know what the heck I'm printing that for. So, oh, now it breaks. I've never tried out cucamelons before. My mom got a cucamelon plant from a nursery last year to try them out, but it got like super tattered by the wind and it kind of died, was the case. So this year I got cucamelon seeds. I'm growing them. I'm not entirely sure what they taste like because I've never tried cucamelons before, but they're these tiny little berries that look like little miniature watermelons, and I'm really looking forward to trying them out. So I got these seeds. Apparently they don't like their roots being disturbed, so I got a biodegradable pot so I can just plant it straight in the ground. And I planted 4. So I'm getting ready to like put it in the ground here at some point. I'm getting ready to like stake them up and stuff like that. So we're all leaning to one side for a long time, but I've since taken them and moved them to like to 4 corners like this. So it's like one starts here, goes that way. Next one starts here, goes that way. Next one starts here, goes that way. And around like that is what I've essentially done. Yeah. Cucamelon I've written. And the reason why I'm 3D printing a thing for them is because they are a grabby kind of viney plant. They grow these tendrils, and the tendrils grab onto things. So they don't really develop sturdy stalks of their own. They'll just grab onto like a fence or a tree or whatever they can find, and they just wrap around and they keep climbing up. It's one of those kinds of plants. And they kind of started growing them very suddenly here. Like they were starting to grow their true leaves for a while, these things. But I was surprised that they weren't growing any tendrils. These tendrils were not here yesterday. This is a new thing as of today. They must have grown them overnight. So they're clearly like growing really, really fast. So I all of a sudden was like, oh shit, I gotta give them something to climb on, because they want to start climbing. They want to start going up. They can't go up if they don't have something to climb on, if they don't have something to grab onto. There might well be some jokes to be said here. So I'm 3D printing a pagoda, whatever the heck they're called there. So the top of it is the bottom that's printing there, just because it makes more sense to print that way. And then as it's printing up more and more, that direction is more and more of the bottom, essentially. So I'm gonna get another level up here. What's it gonna be? Okay, well, something there. +3. So it's going to finish off like the roof bit there with like the alternating what looks like wood stakes there, or like wooden planks essentially. I'm using a wood grain looking filament. What should look like it's made of wood, but in reality it's made of plant-based plastic, as a matter of fact. So my plan is to stick it in here. I'll probably top up the soil and bury like a bunch of the stems here, just so that they're out of the way and, you know, it doesn't get like really loose sticking tall and hanging from the sides. Like, just keep it sturdy, secured. I'll probably bury them up until like their seed leaves that they still have, just so that whole, I don't know why they got so tall and scraggly initially. Probably just bury all that tall scraggliness and just start the base at right around where they're growing their tendrils. And then they can wrap around, like, it's gonna have like 4 legs, that 3D print. They can go up all the 4 legs, and then that whole like mesh of, gosh dang it, that whole mesh of planks can be something that they completely cover, like a flat surface. Dang it. Here we go. Yeah, tentacle plant, sorta. There's all sorts of plants that that grab onto things with their tendrils, their tentacles, whatever you want to call them. And they grab. If I hold my finger under one for long enough, it will grab onto it. Like, they wrap around pretty quickly for plants. Like, I'm sure if I held it there for just a few minutes, you would see it starting to loop around, because there's, like, nerves in it that's like, oh, I'm touching something. Time to start wrapping around. I don't care what it is. Which is why I need to give it something immediately, because if it starts touching itself, it doesn't... Before you start making jokes, it doesn't know that it's itself, and it will start wrapping around itself, and then it's not climbing, it's not going anywhere, because it's just grabbed onto itself at multiple locations, and once it's grabbed onto itself, it's not gonna be letting go again. Like, you might be able to cut off part of it, and then have, like, the remaining part of the tendril grab onto something else, maybe, but, like, you really don't want it to be grabbing onto itself. So I don't want them grabbing onto themselves, I don't want them grabbing onto the pot or something here that isn't gonna help it go up. So I was fighting my 3D printer earlier today, frantically trying to print this thing, because it's hard, man. I'll show here in a second. Glad they learned to switch once, same here. I got a Switch that I will continue my Pokemon game quest of 100% disc completion for all the Nintendo Switch Pokemon games as best I can before Legends EA comes out. That sounds painful. I wish you the best of luck with that. Will it grab on me, though? I know that this is joking, but realistically, yes. Realistically, the answer is indeed yes. Yeah, I can show here my pain with this. Here. Let's see. I still have the project open, yeah. So, the problem with this print... So, it looks like this. Here, let's just do the 3D view. So, it looks like this. It's a... whatever the heck it's called. Pergola, whatever the heck. Pergola. I guess my camera's thing blocking it. It's a pergola. That's what it's called. And it makes sense to print, like, that side at the bottom rather than at the top, so I don't have to, you know, print a whole bunch of support material. So, it prints upside down. It's gonna look kind of like wood, since wood grain filament and stuff. It looks like we're right about at this point here is what it looks like in terms of the printing, which is kind of nice. And then we're gonna have like these 4 stakes, and then there's gonna be one for each plant, and they can start climbing up it. And then they can just like make a whole surface of leaves all across this or something. And then I can just plant this whole thing in the ground with the pergola. And then as they want to go higher, I can get like a bigger thing for them to climb on that I can put right behind her to the sides of the pergola. And then I can keep on climbing up and become like a viney bush and stuff. But this will be like a really nice starter kind of thing, and just having like a big flat surface that they can spread across and grab onto and just form like a big leaf mass across. And it'll probably look really nice. So this is what I'm trying to print here. About 150 hours in the span of 3 months on Legends ZA alone. Keep in mind I work full time, so it's gonna be slow AF progress, but I completed Legends Arceus from scratch and got my Pokemon Home Reward Legendary, now currently doing the Let's Go games. When you say you completed Legends Arceus, do you mean like catching all the Pokemon, or like 100%ing all of the dex, like, things, the assignments in there? Both sound like pain, but one sounds like so much more pain. But yeah, the trouble here is when you start printing, like, the first layer, it just starts, well, that's not the first layer, that's 0 layers. What, this is the second layer, but whatever, you get the idea. It just starts like this. It's just a whole bunch of long rectangles. And I was having issues with, like, the corners peeling. Because, like, you know, ideally you want it to just work like that, like it shows in the diagram. But realistically, as the nozzle's moving across, maybe this corner peels a little bit, and I was having adhesion issues when the nozzle was first touching the plate. It wasn't adhering properly, it was lifting up a little bit. And then as the nozzle keeps going across, that bit that's lifted up is gonna just get worse and worse and peel up more and more until one of these pieces goes flying off, and then it's printing in midair, and then you've got like filament spaghetti everywhere, as already happened to me once earlier today. So I've been trying a lot of things to get this working. I swapped out the filament that I was using, thinking like this one seems to adhere a little bit better. My other wood grain one looks a little bit iffy. This one seems to work a little bit better, but this one is also the one that spaghettied earlier. I did that. I decreased the print speed. It is printing slower than it normally would. Like, this is far from full speed, just so that there's less chance of it going so fast that it like drags something off. Like, let's see here. If I go to a thingamabob here. Another problem is that as plastic cools, it contracts. Yes, that's another one of the things I actually did, is adding temporary support. But supports are usually meant to cover something printing in midair. Like, take this Dragon Witch hat, for example. on the corners, it would be printing in midair, and therefore the plastic would sag. So I would have like supports be printed underneath here that you just tear off with like your fingers otherwise. That's usually what supports are meant for. I added on supports here to, like, this doesn't need supports. Like, this is printing in midair, these bits here, but there's enough bridging going on that it's not really gonna droop that much. If it does, it'll be like an unnoticeable amount. I put some supports on there anyway. So I marked them with support, and then if I turn supports to for support enforcers only, so only the ones I marked, I did that. So those have supports now. And not because they need supports, but because I want more surface area. I want more stuff touching the plate, so there's less chance of something peeling off when it's like more. And now that we're on like the bit that's up here, meaning that this is all like one big piece now, and there's all this surface area, I think we're pretty in the clear now that it's just a big piece that is connected with all this surface area. So we're probably pretty good from this point. I'm still gonna be a little bit concerned when we get to here, and okay. Because like the higher you get, like the greater the force of the nozzle moving across. If anyone prints like a really tall print, it'll get more and more finicky as it gets to the top, because like it's just science, it's physics. It's like creating a lever. If you're applying force from down here, it's not going to be applying anywhere near as much force on this as applying it from up here. So like there's going to be a little bit of slight concern, but if it does break off somewhere around the top, then I'll still use it. I'll just shove it in the ground without having like the spike tips. It's whatever. But with that much surface area across that wide surface, I should be good. It was mostly this kind of bit that I was mostly concerned about. So across like the stuff struggling to adhere, there was also the issue of, even if it did adhere, plastic contracts as it cools. So you have it like super heated up to melt, but then it's cooling down. So if it's this shape as it's hot, as it cools down, it might start to contract a little bit. In the case of these, it'll start to peel up. So as this contracts, it might not be perfectly flat anymore. It might start to go up. And then like as it cools, like maybe more and more of it goes up. And then as the nozzle's going across it, you have like this bit where now that's pointed up, it's a little bit higher than the nozzle moving across. The nozzle presses it down, and then it goes up again. And then the nozzle presses it down, and it goes up again. And then it wiggles more and more, and until it eventually comes off. And then just one of these pieces come off, and now you're printing in midair because it thinks that the thing is still there. It doesn't know that it came off. And now you're getting all this loose filament that's going everywhere, and then that's making other things come off, and it's just crazy. I was kind of disappointed earlier today when I came down earlier today, and I saw just filament spaghetti. So I've been losing my mind over this stupid pergola for my cucamelon plants here that I've been desperately trying to make now that they clearly want something to grab onto as of this morning. Be careful not to move them too close so they don't start grabbing onto my controllers and stuff there. I want to make sure that the tendrils are hanging in the air. Well, in the air, don't touch the pot, so I don't start grabbing onto something I don't want them to. I want them to grab onto that. So I increased the temperature of the bed from 60 degrees Celsius to 65 degrees Celsius. So like if it's hotter, then it's cooling less, and like less peeling was the idea. I told it to print slower, and I added supports for more surface area, are the things that I did. So if this comes up here really quickly. So this has been one of my, okay. Go get some cucamelon seeds and plant some cucamelons. And you can do that. We're at layer 102 out of 719. 71% done. Reason why is because there's so much more work that goes into the bottom layers when you're printing all of, all of this stuff. As opposed to the top layers where it's just like, yeah, each layer is just 4 little squares. So that's why it looks a little bit deceptive when it says 71% done, but only 102 out of 719 layers. That's the reason why. All the rest of the layers aren't going to take that much work. But I have it printing at 60% speed. So the printer could be going 40% faster. It could be going 140% faster. I have bumped this thing up to 200% before, but you know, I don't want to hurt the build quality by forcing it to print faster than it was made to do. But I have printed things like sped up before, and they actually turned out not too bad. But I did worry with like the super speed of going around that it might make some stuff peel, so I brought it down to 60. At this point, I could probably bump it up, honestly. It'll finish during the stream anyway, and I'm in no rush to print something else after. Let's just go slow and steady for now, I think. Yep, it's like ogres and onions. It has layers. So, yeah, that increased temperature, supports for more surface area, and using a different filament. Those have been my solutions. So that's been what I've been fighting earlier today. And what this little project is, if I go and turn on this one. So that's what this has amounted to. And the reason for its existence, wow. If I turn off display capture again and go back to this here. Here, I can even get my script going again as I continue to ramble now that I don't have anything to show on PC anymore. That is the wrong scripting. That's for Assassin's Creed now. Open that up. Boopity bop. So that was another thing that I've been fighting earlier today. And the reason why is for these little guys here. Because I saw them this morning and I was like, oh crap, they want something to grab onto now. I should find something for them to grab onto. So of course, me being me, I looked for the solution in 3D printing. And I found that design. I was like, oh, that's sick. That would look so cool. So I couldn't help myself. And then it started touching a leaf. Here, just hang in the air. I'll give you something cool to grab onto. Literally tonight. Just wait a few hours. And then you're gonna have something so cool. Ooh, that was a good level up. So that should make for a very happy plant there. Yeah, it's when it lags a little bit that it starts getting potential for misinputs like that. But yeah, garden stream 1. I technically have that one video on my gardening channel of the tomatoes and stuff. I've never done an IRL stream before. I've seen some people do it before when I'm getting ready for when I'm in line for like midnight releases for games and consoles, and streamers come by that are frankly really cringy in my opinion, that are like, hey, we're in line for like the Nintendo Switch, or for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was probably the most recent one I saw. Like, hey, say hi to the stream and stuff like that as they go around the line. Is there anything you'd like to say to my stream? I'm just like, not really. Like, I just find that kind of thing really cringy. But I know IRL, at least God, no. I think IRL streams like that are super cringy. So I've seen them at my local GameStop for midnight releases. I've never done an IRL stream before. I could do an IRL stream in my garden or something like that, probably. Like, I have a nice stand for my phone that I can even hook onto tree branches if I want. I lost my old tripod that could, like, change its height, but I do have one where it's, like, the 3 legs for it. You can bend them in whatever shape. So you can, like, clamp it onto a tree branch and, like, hang your phone camera from a tree, something like that. But yeah, I've never tried streaming from a phone. I don't know how it actually works. I could do, like, a Fargo stream at some point, but if I was driving that around and streaming it, I'd get freaking doxxed so easily. I mean, if people really want to find me, they can just come to any of the LAN events that I come to, like, that's public information and stuff. But, you know, I'd rather not be driving around the proximity of my home address and be streaming that. Do a Fargo stream after Fragapalooza or something like that. So it's like I'm far away from home. And then, you just see some general area driving. Yeah, garden stream, maybe. People that are really determined could dox me anyway with that. But yeah, IRL streams are fine, but that, no, just no. Yeah, I'm, you know what the worst thing about it was? The last time that I saw that going on, I forget what it was that he was giving out. I think it was codes for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, because I guess, like, maybe he just, like, had a friend that worked at a GameStop or something like that. I think it was Pokemon Scarlet and Violet codes for, like, download this and get, like, this one very basic Pokemon, not even something super special, like just a, was it a Mimikyu or something? I don't remember. But they were giving out some sort of codes. They were like, you get one if you, no, I'm misremembering here. It was the GameStop employees that were giving out the codes for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Whatever game was coming out, I think it was Tears of the Kingdom was the last one. He was doing a raffle giveaway where he's like, I'm buying, like, an extra copy, and, I'm doing a giveaway of it. Oh, level up. Oh my god, a +0. Where he was going around to everyone in line and giving them all out a ticket to win, like, an extra copy of the game that everyone was already in line to buy, so would already be getting a copy of anyway. And he was telling everyone that he was giving a ticket to, like, I'll give you, I think it was 2 more extra tickets if you follow me on Twitch. What he did to everyone in line is what it was. That's it. I was getting mixed up because a GameStop employee was going around at about the same time giving out, like, codes for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I think it was for Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe it was for No, it wasn't for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It was sometime after. I'm pretty sure it was for Tears of the Kingdom when I think about it. But yeah, he was going out handing out raffle tickets and letting everyone know that he was willing to give them more raffle tickets to win a free copy of the game that everyone was already there to buy if they followed him on Twitch. I did not follow him on Twitch. Yeah, I mean... But yeah, don't you need to dox yourself when I already know where you live? Do you now? I just live at the LAN events that I'm doing here. Yeah, anyone wants to come say hi, it's easy to come around to Megaland that's in less than a month now. Come say hi. If anyone ever, like, from the stream that tunes into my content lets me know that they're coming to a LAN event that I'm gonna be at, let me know and I'll 3D print you a dragon. You can let me know what your favorite colors are and stuff. Because, like, if I know that someone that's tuning into my streams and stuff like that is coming to an event anyway, I like showing my appreciation for that kind of thing. And these... I was about to say are easy to print. They're easy to print when I'm not fighting my printer. I'm encountering some issues right now. Well, with earlier today with me having to fight that with me having peeling issues. But once it's all sorted, I can go back to printing fine things like dragons again. If anyone comes to any of those LAN events, just let me know and I'll print you a dragon. Or if you come to Fragapalooza and I have extra dragons as like prizes afterwards, like come and pick one from the prize table after all my tournaments are through. I want the tournament winners to have like first pick and stuff like that. But you know, come grab a dragon. I've been starting to take dragons to the Mega FPS events just for like the they just do raffle giveaways at the Mega FPS events rather than tournament giveaways. And at Janlan, I brought a dragon that I 3D printed. I'll probably bring one for Megaland next month, and then someone can take a dragon home. The one someone got at Janland was one of these kinds. One of these kinds that like stands up in the front. That's really cool. Wow. So it's like you place it flat on a table and it can stand up in the front, or just go like flat along a table like the other ones. Like, it's kind of cool. I quite like this design. So I've been printing a whole bunch of these lately. So I'll probably give like one of my myriad ones I have here on the side to Megaland, and then someone can take it home. For Janland, I printed a half black, half green one. But, like the filament itself was like 2 colors, so it's like, you know, one side of the face is black, the other side of the face is green, and you have like a cool mishmash thing here. Favorite color is every color. Well, I have some rainbow filaments, but it's not going to cover every color in the filament unless it's a really big print. Just won't cover that much plastic otherwise. Hey, a whole bunch of things went up that time. Still pretty upset about the +0. But I remember at Janland, I looked over when you win like the raffle, you just go up and you pick a prize from the prize table from like the remaining things. I won my current mouse at Janland this year. This thing. It's the plates are custom. Someone bought this mouse and then like took the buttons off and like custom did them and put them back on. So I have a custom one-of-a-kind mouse now from last year's Janland. So you just go up there and like choose a prize. And the person that like chose the dragon prize was like this little kid that picked it up and was playing around with it and looked like really liked it. So I was like, oh, that really makes my day, seeing that it was a kid that seemed to really like it that took it home. So now has very much helped me and helped inspire me to want to bring more dragons like this for future LAN events, for future Mega FPS LAN events with the raffle giveaways. Because I mean, what if there is a kid that doesn't see something on the table that they really like and they just want the freaking really cool dragon or something like that? So that kiddo seemed to really like it. And I don't know for sure, because I didn't exactly go and ask or anything, but judging from like who was talking to who and who was sitting by who, the person that won the dragon, I'm pretty sure is probably like a kid or a family member of the person that custom did my mouse. Interestingly enough. So yeah, it's kind of funny about what goes around comes around sometimes. Probably took a lot more effort to work on that mouse than it did for me to make this dragon. And also just expensive to buy that mouse in the first place. It's the fanciest mouse I've ever had. Won it at Janlan. Guess you gotta give me one of every filament you have. Technically possible in a dragon, but it would be a big pain in the butt. It'd just be like this color for a few layers, color change. This color for the next few layers, color change. This color for the next few layers. It would probably look kind of cursed. It might look kind of cool, but it'd also be a lot of work because I can't just let it print and forget about it like I can with most prints. I would have to be actively supervising it to keep on color changing it all the time. Yeah, if anyone comes to a LAN event and wants me to print them a dragon, I don't think I'd be doing a request like that. That I'd be like, yeah, that's a bit much. Give me like 1 to 3 colors or one of my multicolor filaments, and I'll print it. Is what I would say. Yeah, I like my dragons. They're fun. I haven't used that machine in like probably about a month now. Last time was when I was printing a whole bunch of stuff for that seed sale event, which was that about a month ago now? I don't know, time is flying. I still have a bunch of unsold product from that event. I have so many pots around now. But I haven't really touched my 3D printer much since that event until this came up with the cucamelons, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta print something for them. Well, I don't have to print something for them. I could give each of them like a little stick. But why would I give each of them like a little stick for them to climb straight up when I can give them a freaking pagoda that they can kind of like spread and bush across, you know? So much better than a stick. I'm sure they'll like that a lot better. And it'll look visually awesome in the garden. So if I ever do a garden stream, you'll see those cucamelons with my 3D printed supports. And then eventually, like, metal supports that I have around somewhere that they can just, like, whoom across. A fence-like kind of amalgamation. But this will be a really nice starting point for them. It thinks. Should make for some happy plants, me hopes. Yeah, this works great, doesn't it? Works pretty great. I have no idea what level Ogier is at this point. In terms of other stuff, well, I was talking to the head instructor of the school the other day about, like, if you needed, like, some more sparring referees, because in the past, I've refereed sparring at these events, and it's been a great many years, you know, 6 years ago, 2019, since the last one of these, so I don't remember exactly, but I do know that there was a dress code for those that were, like, the official black belt, like, referees, coordinators, helpers of the event kind of thing. And if memory serves, I believe it was white shirt, black tie. I don't remember what color pants. Might have just been like dress pants in general. I don't remember. So I have videos of me like doing some of the events, like flying sidekick for distance with like a tie flying behind me while all the other students are in uniform and I'm just in something very, very different is the case. The IRL streams are fine stuff, like cooking streams or even just plan streams. When I watch myself, I can at least see the appeal, or at least I wouldn't watch them for the content. Be watching them for the kinky tendrils? No, watch it for the person. Yeah, fair enough there. Yeah, and something I could potentially consider doing. Maybe. I don't think that there's a lot of, like, prospective interested gardeners in the community or anything like that, and it's pretty disconnected from gaming. It is something that I'm passionate about, though. I do enjoy doing. And I can apply, like, other fields that I'm nerdy about, like 3D printing here, where I'm making, like, a really cool contraption that I hope my cucamelons will really like. I hope I really like the cucamelons. I don't know what a cucamelon tastes like. This year will be the first time. Assuming the wind doesn't destroy them, but with a setup like that, they should be pretty happy. But God, please don't be doing cringe IRL streams where you're like, yo, look at these random fucking people on this line who probably don't want to be involved with this shit, who just want their damn game. Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. I've seen from time to time, like, a couple IRL streams around, like, Fragapalooza, where, like, or would it be IRL streams? Or maybe just, like, fellow streamers that let me know that they're going on. Like, their cringe is all fuck. Yep. Yeah, when I see that happen for midnight releases, I just don't really want to be involved. Well, at least it wasn't a +0. At least there's that. Dang it, I missed what level that was. On both here and on the stream manager, whatever. I remember at Fragapalooza, I'm pretty sure it was this last year, there was somebody who, since then, I think I now could recognize, like, the username of. I've seen him around, like, the Fragapalooza Discord and stuff like that. But a guy I didn't really know at the time that came up to me, saw that I was streaming. I'm, like, one of the main Fragapalooza streamer dudos nowadays. And he came up to me to, like, get on my camera and on the stream. And he was like, hey, I'm going to be starting my stream up, like, right here soon. And I forget what all he said. But he was there to, like, chat with me briefly. I didn't even know his name or, like, his tag or anything like that. I don't remember if he had his lanyard on for me to read it. But I didn't really know who he was. But he was briefly chatting with me. And he was like, I'm going to go start my stream here shortly. like, you can tune in if you'd like, or something like that. And then he wandered off. And then, you know, I kind of waited until he was out of the distance where he'd be able to hear me. I just kind of said into the microphone, I don't know who that is. I didn't know who that was. I think I have an idea who he is nowadays, but at the time at Frag last year while I'm there streaming on my own and he comes up to just let me know that he's going to be starting his stream soon in case anyone, like, in case me or anyone from my stream wants to tune in. When I didn't even really know who he was, it felt very awkward and weird, honestly. I was a little weirded out. So, yeah, there was that. Not quite IRL stream, but IRL stream adjacent kind of moment there. Definitely one of my more, that's kind of weird moments from Fragapalooza last year. There was a couple moments that I had of that from Fragapalooza last year, but that's neither here nor there. That was certainly something. Anyway, Taekwondo Festival stuff. I was asking the instructor if I was expected to referee sparring, or even just like participate in sparring. And because nowadays I'm a 3rd degree black belt, he was telling me that if I was participating in sparring, that I would be matched together with like other 3rd degree black belts that have been continuing their training. You know, telling me that he was essentially telling me that because my training has been so on and off, and I've been just trying to get into training like regularly recently again, that I might not be quite cut out for some of the other 3rd degrees that I might be competing against from some of the other schools. And honestly, I think he's right about that. Like, I might be a little bit out of my league. I might need to get back into it a little bit again there. You know, you should all stop watching Harmonia streams so I can start up mine. Who likes the nerd anyways? I'm a lot more cool. Yeah, it kind of felt like a little bit rude to be coming up and saying that. Like, coming to someone else's stream just to let them and their viewers know that you're starting stream and that they can find you on your stream. It is a pretty rude thing to do, so I wasn't super impressed by that. Oh, look, I'm done. Ogier's done. What do his final stats look like? I'll keep talking about Festival in a second here. Okay, well, he maxed out his strength and speed. That's great. He has a much higher skill cap, but he didn't get that up there. That's unfortunate. Those +0s kind of annoyed me. But hey, that, let's see here. So you can get up to there. I can get ready for like some rescue plays in a sec here. Is there anyone else that I can put in to cheese this? Like, is that a thing that I could do? What would their hit rate on Gonzalez be? I don't think that there's any more sword guys I can put in there, apart from Lance. Do I want to max out Lance purely for fun? But I was taking him into this map as a meme. Alan's maxed. I don't know what their hit rate would be on Gwendolyn, per se. Yeah, you guys are already maxed. I already did that. It could be kind of funny, but like, I'm not really gonna be using him realistically, so I mean, here, maybe I'll try with Gonzalez or something. Is maybe what I'll try going for here. Here, and then sure, go for that. Take these maps for all they're worth. Wait, I should have had that be the turn that I could have rushed Gonzalez in there. I'm a little bit silly. Oops, I clicked off the game. Here, so like, make sure you're in force and stuff. Because they might just have really bad accuracy on him too. But yeah, I mean, I can somewhat see it being fine if you do it more tactfully and you aren't just doing it to pull from the person's stream and it's obvious you aren't. Yeah. Or it's like there is like very clear reason for doing that. Like you're gonna start streaming something together and you're letting the other person know like your schedule. Like, hey, I'm starting up my stream soon. Like, just so you know. No, 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 no. You better not. Yeah, I can't support. I've definitely exhausted like the support points that I can get this map. Yeah, definitely a very different situation. Get back over here, darn you. No! Dang it, hold on. Give it a second. I screwed up here. Bear with me. Yoink! Whoops, I'm getting a little bit overexcited there. iron axe that you can't counter. Here we go. Go down around this way. Whoops, I did not mean to go into super speed. It's pretty hard to do that accidentally since it's shift and tab together, but like, you know, I have it in the back of my mind that I do these inputs fast, so I'm getting a little overexcited. Yeah, these reinforcements that just kind of solely exist to raid these villages, they kind of suck. Their strength is high, but for the most part, they're pretty sucky. So, like, maybe this is the map where I just become, like, ultra maxed out, and then I just, like, freaking fly through the game easy peasy for, like, the whole rest of this game now or something. Maybe what I do. Let's start that script going again. What we'll do. What? Oh, I just clicked off the game. Here, super speed, script. Run it. I am so glad I know how to do stuff here. 5 hours of this is what you are saying? Like, what? I'm not sure what the question is. If I am interpreting it correctly, I can say that it's going to help us, like, breeze through the game from here. Here, look, I'm taking a while with this. Let's make it more efficient. I can cut down the time. Let's see. That's 2.2. Let's do 1.8 seconds. Is what we'll do. Shave off 0.4 of a second. I can probably get away with that. Whoops, not the sound effects script. The grinding script. Or is that too greedy? Oh, well. I feel like, hold on, that is realistically longer than 1.8 seconds, meaning it's probably going through those inputs right on enemy phase, and then it's like only the second time around that's actually doing the real input. So it's probably not that I need to make it faster, it's probably that I need to make it slower to make it faster. It's just like in cars where they're like, turn right to go left. This is what this is an instance of. Oh, the speed went up. Hold on. I'm also curious. Okay. Let's see here. So maybe I should instead make it like 3 seconds. Let's see what that's like. And then boot it up. Get it going. Maybe like 4 seconds. Yeah, I think it's still... Come on, darn you. Exit the script running in the background. And then, let's see here. Is that the 4? I was running like 5.5 or something here before with like 4 or 5 guys. Whoops. That's gonna break it because I wasn't at super speed immediately. Okay, but now we'll see here. So with 4 seconds, about 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's like perfect. 4 seconds. Close. I think that first time was with a little bit of a hiccup. It's probably fine like this then, I would imagine. This is probably better in terms of speed, but it means it can break. Yeah. I think even with a little bit of a hiccup, it's okay. I can bring it down to like 3.9. Is it worth it to go like 3.9? I'm going 3.9. 3.9 seconds before it does like the inputs over again. So it feels tight, hopefully. Yeah, so there's a little bit of extra time still. But I kind of like having that there just in case, like, the game lags a hiccup, which it does sometimes. So, that's okay. Oh, it's making the, it's making the sticks now. The actual legs, the whatever the heck. Not the sticks, you know what I mean. It's doing that. It's going around to, like, the 4 corners, and it's slowly going up now. I can probably speed it up. Like, I can always slow it down when it gets towards the top, because, again, like, the whole lever thing. And I assume it'll be easier on if it's slower. But again, I have all those supports there solely for surface area. Here, my computer's busy with the script. Let's open up my printer thing on my phone. I'm gonna bump it up to 100%. Because you can see it really slowly going around right now. Bump up the speed. Yucca melons would like something here. Like they are desperately reaching out to grab onto something. I've got nothing to grab onto right now. I'm working on something for you guys. Let's see here, initializing, here we go. It always takes a little bit longer on my phone. Speed factor, 100, boop. Should get that command in a second. About to go faster. Going pretty slow. There we go. Like, it's still not, like, super zooming, because it's mostly just doing, like, perimeters, walls. And it tends to go slower at those. My printer tends to go, like, really fast at infill, the insides. But, the outsides, do that nice and slow. That's the wall, the exterior they were seeing, and the thing that, like, gives a lot of structural integrity. There's probably other reasons behind it. I'm not a pro, but I'm learning. Come on, come on, come on. Well, more speed. I can double guys more. I know his strength and speed growths are really high. I'd really like to see his skill go up, because his skill growth is shit. So, if his skill levels up, then I'll be hype. Yeah. Is that the next sound effect we're gonna have to add? Is the splish? No, 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 no. Man, that do you want to quit? It's been a while since my script has accidentally brought that up. It's the first time this stream. Pretty sure. Anyway, I guess now I can finish talking about the stuff that I was talking about with the Taekwondo Festival. So, my instructor had told me that, like, I can spar if I want to, but, you know, there's a lot of the other master's students that are probably gonna be, like, very, very on top of their game, whereas I'm, maybe not so much. Like, he didn't say that exactly, but, you know, by saying that I'd be going up against third degrees who have been continuing their training, it's like, yeah, I'm picking up what he's putting down and stuff. And in terms of asking about refereeing for sparring, he said, like, you know, the refereeing is already covered. Have a bunch of, like, the junior black belts and junior instructors that he's asked to handle a lot of the refereeing at the event, so that's good. He said I can spar if I want. But he also told me that he had in mind a role for me at the head table this year. I was like, oh, okay. That's certainly something. So the head table has like the masters of both the dojangs that have students coming together for this event, and then like several of the instructors and just like higher ranked important people of like the different dojangs to be there and look official, and probably do a whole bunch of behind the scenes stuff that I am not aware of because I've never been there before. So I was quite surprised and flattered that he asked about that, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'd be down to do that. So, but I guess it makes sense if I'm one of the third degrees of the school. When, in terms of students that are actively training, we currently have 3 third degrees, myself included. And in terms of fourth degrees that are actively training, we have 1. So there is not a massive ton of us. We have a whole bunch of second degrees. We have a whole shit ton of first degrees. You know, there's lots of first and second degree black belts. There's a lot of first degrees, a pretty good amount of second. And then third, that's when you're down to like 3, and then fourth with 1. So there's not a massive ton of us. So I guess it sort of makes sense, but I'm still kind of surprised to hear that. I'm like, oh, I can feel all official and stuff. Well, it's something. He's hitting harder. There's worse things to get a +1 in. Then I looked over at the stream manager to see the replay on that, and it looked like it was strength luck. Was I seeing things here? Whatever. I leveled up whatever I leveled up. It's whatever. I'm not resetting for level ups. If I was playing casually on my own, I totally would and just, like, super abuse it. But, like, you know, let's not. I wonder how many hours it's going to say are on my save file after this. Because it doesn't count, like, the actual amount of hours I have in. It counts how much in-game time has passed. And the game is running at 4 times speed here. So if I do this for 2 hours, the game is going to count it as 8. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours already, so I mean, you know, this save file is going to be over 100 hours. I have no doubt of that. I think it's already in like the 70s or 80s or something like that. Memory serves. It was 60s or 70s. I don't know. But yeah, so I might, like, I'll still compete in some of the events at Festival this year, but it sounds like I'll be doing whatever we're doing behind head table and helping out with stuff there, which will be certainly pretty interesting. It'll be kind of interesting. And since he asked that of me, like, I know I said at the beginning of this stream that, that I have been meaning to keep on taking off this beard. Like, I was like, oh, I'll take it into the new year, and then I'll take it off sometime shortly after. Oh, I'll start these new playthroughs, and then I'll have, like, part of the playthrough that has the beard on, and then part of the playthrough with the beard off. Oh, I'll just, I'll just do this event coming up here first, and then I'll take the beard off just to have it on during that. And during the last stream, it was either the last Assassin's Creed Valhalla stream or the last stream of this, I was like, okay, I'm finally gonna do it. there was a time that I tried to do it, and my razor was broken. And it looks like I can just borrow my dad's, though, so I'll probably end up using that. But then the thing with my truck came up, and I was like, you know, I think once I take this off, there's a chance I might want to grow it back out again, but I probably won't. It's a bit scraggly, it's a bit itchy. Like, I could trim it down a bit and have it be nicer, but it's, like, really annoying me when I'm trying to sleep, and this is getting, like, all pressed up against pillows or the inside my scarf or something like that. It's just going crazy and stuff like that. And it's been so long since I've been clean-shaven that I think I do want to go, like, clean-shaven and stuff. And then if I decide I don't like that, I want to go back to this, I can go back to this. I can grow it out again. Like, no problemo. But just, like, re-experience clean-shaven again. But, like, I didn't for a long time because, like, sunk cost fallacy. Like, it'll take a little bit of time. I know some people definitely like it. It'll take a little bit of time to get it back if I decide I want it back. But things kept coming up that made me feel like I want to keep it for at least that. So, with getting my truck back, I was like, okay, I want to keep it for a little bit after getting my truck back so I can get some photos, like, with my truck with this beard. Like, get, like, maybe... Because I don't have that many photos with me with my truck outside of, like, shows and stuff. I'd like to get, like, some photos where it's like I'm in the driver's seat or something like that in the yard or about to be driving around or something like that. Like, actually get some good photos. And then with the beard, I can be like, all right, now it's fair game to take off. I have those now saved to the camera roll. That's one to show to grandkids one day about how I once had, like, a crazy beard and I was driving that truck around. Oh, memories, you know? So, I want to get, like, some... I want to get some nice photos made with my truck and my beard. But now that the head instructor has said that he had a role in mind for me at the head table at this Taekwondo event, I was like, oh, well, this is, you know, oh, it's really coming together. The really big event with both our school and the other masters, multiple schools that he has going on. It's at this, like, large indoor track. There's so many stations going on at all times. There's hundreds of people there. It is a pretty significant event. It's like, huh, if I'm behind this head table and looking all official, do I want to look all babyface, or do I want, like, a voluptuous beard and stuff there as people look over and are like, oh, that's one of that school, like, senior belts. I was looking for the word there for a hot second. And I'm rocking, like, a sick beard and stuff like that. And that event is May 10th. So I've been saying for months, I'm going to take it off soon. I'm going to take it off soon. But now I kind of want to keep it on until, like, May 10th. That's what I kind of want to do. And then I can be one of the senior belts at this head table at this major Taekwondo event and have, like, a sick beard that I'm rocking. And then take it off, like, the next day or something. I don't know. We'll see. I think the new time that I want to for sure take it off before is Mega LAN, the 23rd to 25th. Next LAN event that we're going to. And then anyone tuning into, like, the Jan LAN event and then the Mega LAN event, like, back-to-back as hey, cool. Strength, speed, defense, that's pretty good. I know his strength and speed growths are really high. Anyone tuning into those LAN events will see, like, a stark contrast as I had, like, the major beard with Jan LAN and then not with Mega LAN and stuff. Plus, it's also getting really warm really fast. It is starting to heat up. You can say that about, like, my hair as well, but I'm not really cutting down the hair here. It doesn't heat up too bad, but, like, it gets a bit warm, it gets a bit itchy, it gets a little bit all over the place, especially when I'm pressing up my face against, like, a pillow or something. It's just kind of annoying me. There have been some nights where, like, it just really annoys me, and I was like, man, if my razor was working, I would get up right now in the middle of the night at, like, 2 in the morning and just go shave it off. Is what I would do that I would contemplate doing sometimes if it was an option on the table, but yeah, so there's that. But yeah, it's coarse and rough and gets everywhere. That's right, Anakin. You know what's gonna be really sad, potentially here? So, I didn't print that at exact default size. I think I printed it at, like, 90% length and 92% width or something like that. Like, I shrunk it down a little bit. So I brought out my tape measure. And I did measure the diameter of this pot, since this is what I'm putting right in the ground. This is the way the cucamelons are staying. I'm not transplanting them. Biodegradable pot right in the ground. It is 5 inches in diameter across the length. The actual legs of that pargoda, whatever the heck it's called, pargoda, something or other, are not on the extreme ends. So I can't exactly use the measurements of the entire 3D object as my frame of reference for if it's gonna fit in my pot or not. And there probably is a way in like 3D modeling software to measure like what would the real distance be from like this to this. I'm not good enough at 3D modeling stuff yet to figure that out and know what that is. So I just kind of put it into like my 3D modeling software where it told me like the total height, the total length, the total width, which is, you know, the bottom bit there, like the overhanging roof and stuff like that. I just kind of eyeballed it for like, are these legs probably going to fit in there? And then make the whole thing a little bit smaller on top of that, just for a little bit more margin of error. But it is possible that when that print finishes, there does exist a chance, if I was being big dumb earlier today when I was measuring that out, figuring out what size of model I wanted to print it at, it might just not fit in this pot, is the case. I try to do my best to adjust it to size, because I think full size, the default size, probably would not have fit in there. I had to shrink it down a little bit. But if it turns out it's still too big, that'll be a bit of a bra moment there. That will not be good. So if that finishes on stream here, and I try to put it in this pot, and it turns out it's too big, I am not going to be happy. I was about to say, do I even have enough filament to do another go at it? If it is, it looks like I probably do on the roll. Do have enough to do like one more go if I really wanted, but yeah, that'd be really bad. I can disable the script here for a hot second. And no, I did not mean to. Gosh dang it, what have I done? I went to like turn off the script in the little pop-up thing here, and then a little button came up that I guess moved over like the microphone thing, and it adjusted the thing for, gosh dang, I clicked on the microphone thing. Whoops, come on. Do that. I shrunk this down. 96% and 90% is what it is. So it's 5.3 inches one way, and it's 4.9 another way. So like, that way, this should for sure fit. Like, this total length is less than the diameter of the pot, so the legs should for sure fit. This is a little bit more than the diameter of the pot, but like the legs are in a bit, so like maybe it's okay. But if I'm being big dumb here, and this doesn't work, which is very possible. Yeah, this is the one that I shrunk down to 90%. I don't know why it does like micro adjustments the moment I click on that. Undo, undo, undo. There we go. Yeah, it's just, it's weird like that. So yeah, I'm kind of hoping that this 0.3 inches, like surely this length plus this length has to be more than 0.3 inches. Plus what you have to account for the fact that I'm putting it into a circle rather than a square. Right? Probably. Probably. Worst case scenario, maybe I tape two legs to like the outside of the pot. And then by the time that it goes into the ground, you won't be able to tell the difference anyway. I guess. It'll just be in the ground either way. So like, maybe I can still use it as is, but like, I do have some slight concerns. In hindsight, maybe I should have shrunk that side down a little bit more. Just for extra safety. Because yeah, I am going to be a little bit embarrassed if that finishes and it's not the right size. Man, I gotta get better at like the whole messing around with like 3D model stuff in general, so that when I actually go to print, I'm printing like the exact thing I know I want to print, instead of just, oh, this is maybe close, like I'm kind of doing now when I'm trying to do functional prints like that, you know. So yeah, I still have a lot of room for improvement in the 3D printing field, no doubt. No doubt about that. As we'll ramble about other stuff here in the meanwhile. I've begun grafting for the year. So it is currently the 24th of April. And in terms of grafting these sticks, these scions that I got from this event, they usually just stay in my fridge so that they stay dormant, they stay asleep until I put them on a tree that's waking up, and then heal together and the stick is like, oh, it's time to wake up, let's vigorously grow. And when a tree is waking up for the season and getting leaves out and stuff like that, that's when sap is actively flowing. That's when it's like time to grow vigorously. You try to graft something on later in the season, and maybe it'll take, but later in the season is usually like, it's pretty much done growing. It's just kind of persisting now and kind of hanging out. Like, spring is during the active growth when it's like, all right, all this stuff that we saved up the previous year, let's start spending it and just grow really rapidly. So it's more likely for things that you put on to heal during that time. So spring is the time to graft. And, oh, his res went up! And specifically, I've heard that the best time to do it is when leaves just start poking out. So there's a lot of trees that will flower first, and then the leaves will come out. And it sounds like you do want to wait for the leaves. So even if it's actively flowering, don't do it then, wait for the leaves to start poking out. So that's still a little bit early for most plants. Like, our plum tree in the backyard is getting ready to flower on some branches. Others, I haven't noticed any life from yet, since it's a multi-grafted tree, so some varieties wake up sooner than others. But I'm gonna wait until, like, leaves start poking out. And most of the trees that I plan on grafting to, like, my neighbor's apple tree is behind me, my neighbor's apple tree beside me, 2 neighbors I'm grafting to the apple trees of this year, want to wait until, like, leaves are poking out. So it's still gonna be, like, a week or 2 before that happens. You can see the buds swelling as they're getting ready for that. But my Oma's crabapple tree already had leaves poking out last week. Like, it is, I guess, just a variety that really wakes up early and really has at it, like, very soon. Whatever variety it is. It's probably a unique variety. My Oma grew up from seed, which means its genetics are whatever it happened to be from its parents. Like, it could have had 2 different parents, it could have had just one of the same parent. But, you know, still genetics shuffled around in some way. So, you could argue it's still the same variety if it's just a true to type thing where it only had 1 parent, but if it had 2 different parents, then it's definitely a different variety. Point is, may as well call it a different variety. Whatever that variety is, I could probably name it whatever you want. I'll just call it my Oma's crabapple for now. I guess it just gets up really, really early. So already by last week, it already had leaves poking out. The buds are swelling up. There was leaves coming out, and I was like, holy crap, I guess it's time to start grafting now. So I started grafting a couple days ago. So already I can see, like, really tiny leaves on the side. Like, it might have been even better to do it last week, but I didn't have any time last week. So I started doing it this week. I started 2 days ago. And then I was gonna do it today as well. But then I had to go on that whole emergency trip to go save my dad's freaking Wolverine shredded tire. So I didn't get around to that. And then dicking around with a whole bunch of plant stuff today at home here. Didn't get the chance to. But I started a couple days ago. And last year I put on many grafts onto that tree. I did what's called a cleft graft for all my grafts on that tree. And most of them failed. I put on like 10 or 11-ish. Main ones, and then a whole bunch of ones on little branches that didn't take, and ooh, that's the best +1 he could have gotten! And a bunch of little ones, like here's a little twig coming out from the tree, and I put on a little thing, just 'cause I had so many sticks that somebody offloaded on me that I didn't want. But I should have figured that those ones wouldn't take anyway, because, you know, you replace a tiny little twig on a tree, and it'll be like, whatever, I don't care, I could grow other stuff, why would I regrow out that? You take off like a whole branch and put something on there, and it's like, holy shit, I lost a massive branch. I need to, like, heal the wound that's there. Like, it'll have a lot more priority on that, but there's not a whole lot of energy flowing to, you know, tiny little twig that's sticking out, so my little extra attempts there, I shouldn't have expected those to work, but, you know, some of my semi-decent branches I did there. I'm kind of surprised that more of them didn't work, but I did what's called a wedge graft. So I cut off the branch, and then I would cut horizontally into it, making like a V. So if this is like the solid branch, take the knife, cut into there, and it makes, you know, a little bit of an opening that you can slide something into. I take one of these 3D printed tomato sticks, pretend it's a stick that I want to graft on, cut it down to a point on either side, so it's pointy, and then literally shove it in like that. And the idea is you have like a whole bunch of contact of living tissue here, and you have a whole bunch of contact of living tissue here. But my cuts were not super clean. Like, one cut on either side of the stick would not be enough to do it, and then I would cut like multiple times to try and get it. And yeah, pointy sticks are nice. But in my multiple cuts, I would sometimes end up having like a concave or convex surface, I think. So if this isn't completely flat here, if it's a little bit more like that, then if I'm putting in something that's completely flat, then it's only really contacting. Like, let's say it's like that. it might only contact at like this one point now, instead of like the whole surface like that. It might only contact at like a point, and then there's like less living tissue contact, and then there's less healing. So I only had like 2 major successes last year, one of which was on like a tiny stick, so it barely grew any, but it did heal on, like it's a living part of the tree now. It's called a September Ruby Apple. It's just like a tiny little twig on the side of the tree that, like, I don't know if it's ever going to grow properly. It's not like a twig coming out of a branch, it's a twig coming out of the side of the tree. So I put it on there thinking, hey, this might become like a full big branch one day. Maybe it will. It made 1 leaf last year and that was it, which tells me it's not high on the tree's priority list. But that was technically a success. And the other success is a Red Wonder Apple. Which is an apple about yay big, and it has red flesh. So instead of the inside being yellow or white, it's red. And if you, like, bake with it, it'll turn things red, which is kind of really cool. And they taste good. I like the taste of them. And I grafted on a stick about that long. It grew about this much this year. So it didn't quite grow as much as, like, the stick that I put on there, but it grew a decent bit. It has, like, 5 or so buds on the new growth, and I'm sure it'll keep growing this year. It's not waking up yet, like the rest of the tree, but I guess that's because it does so at a more normal time, unlike the roots that it's on, the tree that it's on there. It lived okay last year, and I'm sure it'll be okay this year. I took a thing of it in this, hold on, where'd I put it? This year. I was kind of proud of, like, some of the things I did, and then I took, like, you know how in, like, grade school kind of thing, they would, have you take, like, a leaf or something like that, put it under a page, and then, like, pencil with it. And then you get like the outline of it. When my Red Wonder leaves were falling off on my graft, I decided that I would put that on a page like this. Red Wonder Apple 2024, my first graft success. And then like one of my seed grown Haskaps there that I had on the side there. And maybe I'll just like add more interesting leaves that are like cool achievements of mine to this page or something like that. I don't know. But that was a leaf that was done by like one of my grafts on that apple tree. A Red Wonder leaf off of a crab apple tree for one of my graft successes. So it did all right. These leaves just, you know, popped off because it was fall time. It was time for them to come off. And we'll see how much it grows this year. But yeah, with only a couple successes, it didn't turn out really well. I do wonder if it's because my cleft grafts were kind of shit and there was not too much contact across the different things. So I went to a grafting workshop a couple weeks ago and was able to get some advice on some different grafting techniques, and they just had like a shit ton of sticks there where it's just like, yep, these are just like random trees and stuff like that. Just have at it grafting, not expecting it to actually grow because like these are sticks that aren't attached to anything. They don't have any roots, and they're probably not even related things. But just for the sake of practicing grafting and, you know, being able to ask like, hey, does this graft look okay, and get advice and stuff like that. I have not heard of the High Elves. And also, before you ask, I would like to play Oblivion Remastered one day, but I gotta get through some of the other stuff around here. Like, Oblivion is one of the games I know, like, some of the most about in terms of, like, the AI systems without ever having played it. Like, it's come up in multiple video essays at this point. I would very much like to, but so much stuff going on around here right now. I gotta get through some things, and then I'll probably get around to it. Gosh dang, I got a +0. But yeah, I was gonna pester on it. I know your schedule. Fair enough there. But if you wanted to ask if I'd like to play it one day, very much yes. But gosh dang it, I know I gotta be ready to invest. Is the case. But I talk about Oblivion a shit ton in my essays with the AI. And when I'm talking to people that aren't super familiar with games that want to know about things like AI, I always tell them about Oblivion. Is the case. It always comes up in conversation with people in my real life. So I do want to get first-hand experience in this game and be able to talk like more accurately on it. So in terms of like old releases I want to get to eventually, I think it's one of the higher ones on my priority list, I will definitely say. Yeah. Does it run like doo-doo anyway? Somehow it even makes your computer like, oh geez, so wait for a few patches, it might be better anyway. I experience any performance issues at all, huh? Interesting. But God, if the remaster isn't better than the original in every way in my experience, well, that's good. That's good to hear. Anyway, in terms of this grafting event, really quickly as I'm rambling here, I can did I ever send it in a Discord-y thing here? Let's see. Looks like I took some pictures of this grafting event. I did not send a picture of my I might have, wait, in the Discord server, Did I ever send a picture of, like, my bandaged up tree from that event there? No, it doesn't look like I did. There's pictures of grapes and stuff like that. Here. Here's my, bandaged tree. At least the most recent picture I took of it, which is not at all updated because it has grown since then, but, like, let's see here. Where's my bandaged tree? Let's just send a whole bunch of photos here, and I'll figure it out on the other side. Alright, max 2 attributes by level 9. I haven't done any quests outside of the tutorial. Oh, jeez. So really on that. Here. Let's do this. I'll just pull Discord up on this screen over here. So, at this grafting event, after you practiced a whole bunch, you were given an apple rootstock, which is literally just a long stick with a bunch of roots at the bottom. So I stuck it in a pot when I got home to let it grow. And at the grafting event, I did what's called a whip and tongue graft up here. I put on what's called a Norkant apple on this rootstock of the name of the rootstock is Bud 118, and it's a type of red-fleshed crab apple, so it's red inside like a red wonder, so it might be cool to let it grow some of its own stuff too. But this is what I did at the grafting event, was I just put a Norkant apple on the top. And a whip and tongue graft is essentially like, you cut down one side of like the rootstock like that, expose the surface, cut a side of the scion, slap them together like that. But in the whip and tongue, you also cut like another cut in here, so you make like a little flap, and then you do the same with the scion, and then it forms more of like, here's a sideways V, here's a sideways V, and then they kind of clamp together like that is the idea. And it's kind of like a self-holding graft, but then I put it together, so that was my first time trying a whip and tongue graft, which is similar to a cleft, and we'll see if that grows. But I also want to try bud grafting, which is literally when you cut off a single bud and replace it with the bud of another type of variety. Because even if all there is just a single bud worth of a different type, that can grow into a full-on branch, and it'll just be the type of bud that you put on, not the type that this tree is, which is crazy that just a single bud is literally all you need. I never tried bud grafting, so I want to try it out. So I took off part of the parts of the sides here, and the bark was slipping really well. I tried to like cut into here, I accidentally cut off like way too much, and I had to like tape this back on. And a really interesting thing about this type of apple, this layer in here is the living tissue, like this bit of red. That is green on most plants. It's called the cambium layer. That is green on most plants that you'll find in like trees and stuff like that. This is going to be a little green layer. But on this kind that makes little red fleshed apples, it's red. I've never seen a red cambium before. I thought it was interesting. So I was matching the green of my buds to the red of this. It's the equivalent layer in very different colors. And then I literally would slot in to these different slots. I guess this was a different one. A bud from a different thing. So I'd go into my fridge, pull out my sticks and be like, what seems like an interesting variety? That seems interesting. And I'd cut off a single bud, just one, and then I'd slap it right in there, just held on by this little lip, trying to line up the cambiums as best I can so the living tissue contacts, and then they heal together, hopefully. And then I would, yeah, so I guess this was kind of the order of things. So there was like the original bud. I would wrap it in parafilm, and I just put one layer over the actual bud. Like, this stuff you can stretch, you can break it pretty easily. So if the bud grows, it should break this on its own. I shouldn't need to remove the bandage. It should be good. Like, I heavily bandaged the areas where there wasn't any bud, but just one layer over the bud itself, just to keep it secure, and it can break that. So I put on 3 things. So this tree is now super heavily bandaged, my little project here. Here's some other plants. Look at my little Christmas cactus that's growing well. So if it is successful all over, this will be a 5 variety apple tree. Because Norkant at the top here, 1, 2, 3 different bud types, and then this whole length here of like its own apples. And I might let it grow some of its own, because red flesh crab apples, I could totally use that in baking. I would make red jelly, just like I did last year. So I have this in the room over there, right next to like the Wi-Fi router and stuff like that. It's in the next room. I could go grab it even, but and it's been like this for a couple weeks, and it started to grow these 2 buds here. So like its own buds, the ones that it already has easy access to. It was starting to grow like the first top one that I cut off here. So now it's growing these ones. When I first got this rootstock, it already had a leaf at the top before I cut it off and replaced it with that all. So it is clearly alive. It's growing. It's growing and stuff like that. It's alive. It'll be okay. I figure I'll let it grow its own stuff just in case this stuff fails, so that it's like I have other stuff to graft to in the future, and I have like another chance. But I'm gonna have to give it a few weeks before I find out what any of this stuff takes. I don't see anything from any of these things yet. The tree itself is very clearly alive and growing vigorously, but I'm really hoping that this stuff grows, because if any of these buds break open, it'll be for a completely different type of apple, which will hopefully happen. We'll see. We'll see. Time will tell with that. But I took that home after that workshop, and then over here, there's my meme for today. I wanted to try something that wasn't cleft grafting this time. So these are the cleft grafts that I did before. You can see here that here's one that failed, and the tree was like, I still want to grow that way, so it woke up a whole bunch of dormant buds that were hidden under the bark, and it kept on growing this way with all these other shoots after I cut off this branch. It didn't heal this on, but it still wanted to go that way. This one just failed. It looked like it kind of rotted out here, and it just didn't really work out. Most of my grafts on there ended up failing. You can see a whole bunch of little ones I did here because I had spare sticks and I just wanted to practice, but yeah, none of those worked. And I was inspecting my old grafts, and this looked like good contact. I'm kind of surprised that this didn't work. You can see all those shoots that it sent out this way as replacements. But yeah, you could just pull them out of there. There was no healing. This stick was now completely dead. So what I decided to do, you can see the whole step-by-step instructions I gave here in the Discord server. I cut off all the shoots that were going that way because I want to put a new thing on there. And if these things are here, the tree would just ask, why would I heal on the thing here when I have this stuff that's I don't need to heal, that I can just keep growing that way, like, instead. So, I cut off all those. I cut off all those dormant bud shoots. I cut further into the branch, because this is all clearly dead here. You don't see any green. It's, or red if you were going to judge by, like, the other kind of tree there. You don't see any green. That's dead there. So I cut further in. You can see I cut off the other shoots, and there's lots of green. It's alive. I'm trying out what's called bark grafting this year. So if you know how fruit trees, you can kind of slip the bark off of them, like you can see here, peeling with my knife. The bark just comes straight off of the wood. Or, like in springtime, if you're playing with like a stick or something like that and rubbing against the bark, how it just kind of slips off the wood. That is literally called the bark slipping, and that's what I try to use to my advantage for a bark graft. So, I cut in, and instead of cutting across and making a wedge, this time I make a cut along the side of the bark, and then I peel it open, like I'm peeling open a container or something like that. And then I cut to a point, kind of like I did with a wedge graft, and then I shove it in the bark flap, essentially. I leave just a little bit of living tissue exposed here, so that if it does heal, it can use that living tissue to form like a callus over this wound, and like clean it up sometime later, which would be nice, assuming it takes. So it has a whole bunch of like exposed living tissue here. A little bit on the other side, just to make it more of a point. And I, just kind of wedge it into the bark. So I've never tried this before. And some of these thicker ones, I was like, let's just go twofer. Like, why would I have one chance when I can have two chances for this branch to grow? Maybe both of them will grow, and then great. These are two different types of apples. Maybe I'll get two different types of apples over here. Or if only one of them takes, that's just fine. Then this branch will keep growing this way with a different apple type. So as you can see here, I literally just slice in here, open the flap, shove it in there. So that's what I'm trying this year. That's my new experiment. So I went around to a bunch of my old grafts like that. You know, of course, wrapping them in like grafting tape to seal in the moisture, because until these guys heal, they're separated from their roots. They don't have any roots and their living tissue is exposed. They'll dry out and die otherwise. So seal in the moisture, plus keep them in place a little bit better. And then a little bit of electrical tape just to keep the grafting tape on there. Whoops. And that's what I did. Here's my 1 September ruby that succeeded. This one around the base of the tree. So this failed. These ones failed. This one succeeded. It grew 1 leaf last year. It didn't really grow out from what I grafted on, but like, I don't know, maybe it will become a full branch like this one day and I'll get a bunch of September ruby apples. I don't know. That was my one tiny success. But yeah, here is another instance of just cutting off deep into it, taking an end. It looks like this one was already starting to wake up rather than being dormant. You can see the buds swelling, so success rate might not be high, but I was like, I may as well put it on somewhere. It's better to put it on the tree that's already waking up as opposed to one of the other trees in a week or two, and then these are even more awake, and then my success rate is going to be even lower. More of a point on one side than the other. I had to make this a little bit concave because I was dealing with a little bit of a, weird shape here and probably not thick enough of a branch, but I tried to do what I could. I don't know if there's enough contact here. You can see, like, this side, for example, is not contacting at the ends, but it'll be contacting along the middle there, so maybe it'll be okay. I don't know. There should be at least some contact guaranteed along, like, a length somewhere, as opposed to a cleft graft where there might only be contact at one point, and that's it. So maybe it'll still work, and I wrap that around, but I don't have my hopes up for it. So it's just a bunch of experimenting. Here's one of my failures from last year. Here's another one where you can see this failed, so it sent out this shoot, and this shoot, and these shoots, and this shoot to try and keep growing that branch that way. I pulled that out. It looked like maybe there was some rot or something. It was not at all in there. I cut into the bark. Here's one of the shoots that I cut off. Make a flap. I shoved it in there. The new variety. Well, the same variety I tried to graft onto there before. This is an orange pumpkin apple. Apparently it's orange. And just literally shoving it into the flap, wrapping it around, and hoping for the best while the tree is vigorously growing here. So this is my experiment here this year. Here's one of my failures from last year. You can see how I try to, like, cut it in there, and you can see it calloused over to cover the wound, but it just came out really easily. There was no healing. So I cut really far in there. I figured I don't really want a branch going super far vertical anyway. Here's another graft fail. That wasn't me. That was someone else that tried to graft to it years ago, I guess. And look, you can see leaves already on this tree. So this is, like, the perfect time for grafting, because it's like that all over. So I cut a little bit further into this to kind of course correct the direction a little bit, so it's a bit more straight out. I cut into the sides. This one's pointed a little up, this one's pointed a little down, just by, like, the nature of, like, the direction of this branch. And then it looks a little bit funny with the up and down, but hey, 2 chances. This is a 5 of diamonds apple is what this one is called, and maybe this will work. And this branch is where my one big success was last year. So we'll see. There was Anima applauding and stuff. Meanwhile, there was, like, the whole talk about, like, Oblivion going on there in the meanwhile, while I gave a whole TED talk about apple grafting, because I want stuff to ramble about in the meantime here. Let's run my script again. Super speed. So I'm going to have to give it, the next month plus here to see if those succeed, because cleft graft didn't work out super well last year. So this year I'm trying bark graft. Maybe next year I'll try a whole bunch of whip and tongue graft. Whip and tongue I think is easier with, like, a thinner branch. Really thick branches like that I think is really good for cleft or bark graft. And some of the trees that I'm grafting onto with the neighbors are a lot younger. The branch I'll be grafting onto are a lot thinner. So I don't think, well, there's something. I don't think I'll be able to do bark grafts with those, just because I'll be putting on, sticks that might be like a pencil thickness, grafting onto branches that are like 2 pencil thicknesses, something like that. So I don't think a bark graft is going to be realistic for branches that aren't really that much thicker than the things I'm putting on. Like my almost crabapple tree. It's a pretty decently aged tree. It's a pretty good size. It's probably pretty close to full size. Like, it's got big branches that I can play around with. But my neighbor's young trees, I don't know if I'll be able to do a bark graft on, depending on what I take off. So, I was over there chatting with them earlier today. I was having snacks over at the neighbor's place earlier today. They're Lebanese, so they're just like, yeah, come on in, have a food and drink and stuff like that. So they were treating me to milk and cookies earlier today, and I was chatting with them about the plans for grafting with their trees. Until I got a text from my dad, and I had to go on that emergency run after his tire got shredded. So I was hanging out with the neighbors until that point earlier today. But I'm probably going to have to go back to trying like cleft grafts or maybe whip and tongue grafts now that I feel more confident about doing those, now that I've done it a whole one time onto their tree, since their tree's younger. Maybe on the other neighbor's tree that has a bit of an older tree, I might be able to do some more bark grafts, because I'm feeling pretty good about the bark graft. I mean, I felt pretty good about the cleft graft last year, but on looking at my grafts now, I'm like, wow, that was pretty shit. They're not the great contact. My cuts were not the best here. I kind of get why it didn't heal. But I'm feeling better about the bark grafts. I'm feeling better about my technique, and, get some better success here. Keep on practicing and have my success rate go up and up. I don't have that many massive tomato plants this year to be playing around with making tomato plants of grafting, you know, potato roots, tomato stalks, plants together. I do still want to do that, and I do want to add eggplants onto it too. I want to have a plant that gives me potatoes under the ground and gives me tomatoes over here and gives me eggplants over here. Because they're all highly related. You can do that. You can graft them together, and they'll become one plant. So I want to do that. But I don't have a massive ton of big tomato plants to be doing that with yet. A lot of my tomato plants need to get bigger. I have some that I can take some branches off, but not a lot. So last year I had planted 4 potato plants just because I had so many tomato plants. I started way too many, and then I had so many excess, and I figured I can cut some down anyway before I give them out. I started 4 potato plants in pots last year. This year I only started 1. And it's a type of purple potato. It's something at least. I've never grown purple potatoes before. They taste a little bit different to yellow or red potatoes. Not too much. Like, maybe it depends on the purple potato variety. I've seen online them being described as a bit more earthy kind of tasting. Apparently they have some different nutrients in them that contributes to the purple color, but are still like plenty healthy for you and stuff. Just in different ways. So I planted a purple one into a pot, and it's just started coming up with shoots recently. And its leaves are purple. I've never seen a potato plant with purple leaves. I don't know if they're going to stay purple, or now that I have it outside in the sunroom and it's being exposed to natural sunlight and can photosynthesize, if it'll start slowly turning from purple to green. I've seen plants with purple leaves before, like there's purple basil, for example. There's green basil and there's purple basil. But I've never seen a potato plant with purple leaves before. Like, the potato tuber that I planted was purple. It had purple stalks growing out of it. But yeah, now it's got purple stalks coming up from the ground with purple leaves. I'm very intrigued. Yeah, so it's interesting. Kind of a shame that I'm going to be cutting them off and replacing them with tomatoes, but I have lots of other purple potatoes in the storage room that I will just be planting as potatoes. That's it, no grafting involved. So it has me kind of excited to have, like, potentially a patch of potatoes that are just all purple. And then I don't even need to label them differently. Or just have it be a surprise for when I dig them up again after. They'll be color-coded by their leaves. Like, oh yeah, those are the purple ones over there because they have purple leaves. So that might be kind of fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing that guy continue to grow and stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get 3 different species on one plant. Maybe 4 if I'm feeling spicy. If I'm feeling really spicy, I might try to get peppers on there too. And then this potato plant, this plant that makes me potatoes under the earth, makes tomatoes, eggplant, and peppers. I can maybe do that. The odds of success aren't as high, but it is possible. I've seen cases of people grafting, like, potatoes and peppers together. Or, actually, I've seen cases of people grafting tomatoes and peppers together. I don't know if I ever actually looked up people grafting potatoes and peppers together. But it would probably maybe work. In terms of, like, genetics, family relation, hold on, I'm gonna see what the heck this level up is first. What are we getting here? Well, defense. He's probably maxed out his strength and speed by now, if I had to guess. Most likely, considering his growths in those. In terms of, like, family relation, you have, like, the different levels. You have, at the lowest level, variety. If things are the same variety, then they're just the same thing. So if I have, like, a purple bumblebee tomato and another purple bumblebee tomato, they're the same. Above variety, you have species, so the species is tomato. I'm gonna have a purple bumblebee tomato and a starfire tomato, something like that. They're gonna look pretty decently different, but they're the same species. They can cross-pollinate, stuff like that. Above species, you have genus, and then above genus, you have family. If it's in the same family, there's probably a good chance that you can get away with grafting it together. Tomatoes, potatoes, and eggplants are not only in the same plant family, but they're in the same genus. So they're in, like, the same part of the family. So the odds of success with grafting them together is very high. They are actually very, very closely related, despite how different they look. Peppers are not in the same genus. They're in the same family. They're in the nightshade family, the Solsanae or whatever it's called there. So, like, they are somewhat closely related, but their genus is different. So, you know, you might have the cells of both going like, okay, you're kind of similar, but you're a bit different. I don't know if I want to heal to you. Like, it might depend on the variety of potato and the variety of pepper that I use. Like, that can be dependent. Like, I've heard of people grafting apples and pears together before, but only with a very specific type of apple with a very specific type of pear that meet, like, certain genetic requirements. It's not like you can just do that with any apple and pear, but it is possible. So I would assume maybe there's something similar going on there where it's like, you know, it can succeed with peppers with the other ones, but, you know, if they're a little bit too different in the family tree, then maybe it might not work. So might depend on the type of peppers that I use. Like, some might be more closely related than us. I don't know. I'm not an expert at this stuff. I'm trying to learn. But yeah, if I'm feeling spicy, I do have some pepper plants around. I'm growing some cayenne peppers and some jalapeno peppers. I have some stalks to spare. I might just be tempted if I have, like, some spare potato stalks to go, I successfully got tomatoes here, eggplants there. Can I get peppers too? What a crazy plant that'd be. You can pick tomatoes from it. You can pick... Ooh, whoa, his skill went up too. Pick nice tomatoes on it for snacking. Pick eggplants on it for, like, preparing with meals. And then it was just, like, super hot cayenne peppers over here on the same plant. And then you pull it up from the ground and there's just, like, all these purple potatoes. So I might just be able to get 4 species on one. Maybe even more than 4. I'm actually growing other niche nightshades that nobody knows about. The big commercialized nightshades are like tomatoes, potatoes, eggplants, and peppers. I don't know if there's any other nightshades that I'm missing, but those are like the big 4 that are commercialized. I'm growing weird niche nightshades that nobody's ever heard of before, like purple hell tomato or golden pearl. I recently had some amber pearls come up as well. And I'm trying to grow kangaroo apples and Symbolo, they're called. You know, other weird niche plants in the same family that no one's never heard of before. But I haven't had any of those 2 germinate yet. I've historically had some trouble germinating those 2, and I'm continuing to have trouble germinating those 2, but those other 3 I have up. And I think they're in the same genus as, like, those other ones as well. Which means it is, in theory, possible to have, on the same plant, potatoes underground, tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, and then, like, weird berries that you've never heard of, and then, like, another set of weird berries you've never heard of, and you just get, like, so much on one plant. It probably wouldn't produce a massive ton of any one of those things, because, you know, instead of it being different plants making all these things, it's one plant making every single one of these. It's not like it gets any more resources than it would otherwise if it was making just one, so it has to split its resources across making all, so you might not get a lot of any one of them, maybe just like a few, but I kind of want to try it. It might be an especially worthwhile experiment with the eggplants, considering one of the advantages I found with the tomatoes last year is it made the tomato grow way faster. The potatoes have a much more vigorous root system than tomatoes do, so tomatoes grow pretty slowly compared to potatoes that grow like super speed. And last year I took off just tiny little shoots, maybe about that long, of tomatoes and put them on potatoes, which I took off of like that big tomato plants. After about a month of putting on those tiny shoots onto the potato plants, they were already about like the same size as the tomato plants that I took the branches off of. Like, they grew so dang fast. And eggplants are a type of plant that does grow pretty slow, which can be really sucky in short growing climates like this one. Ooh, he got skill again on his final level up, sweet. Like, that's one of the problems with this climate, is you have a short growing season. Because, like, you only have, like, a few months of summer, and then guess what? It's gonna be winter again for the next 7 months of the year. That's just the way that it is here in Alberta, in the land of Canada. We have short growing seasons. We make do with what we have. But we only have, like, a good solid few months, and that's really it. So, you have to start eggplants pretty early, and sometimes tomatoes, too. And I've never tried growing eggplants before, but I've heard they grow pretty slowly, and so you might only get a few before frost comes in, and then, like, the frost and the snow kills them. So that can be a problem with trying to grow eggplants in this climate. So if putting them onto potatoes is a workaround to make them grow faster, because all of a sudden, here's a vigorous root system that's putting so much nutrients up that's like, grow fast, grow fast, grow fast, we are ready to kick it into overdrive here. That could potentially be a way to more reliably grow eggplants in this climate. Yeah, like I thought, his strength and speed are maxed out. Holy shit, his skill stat. As a reminder, his skill growth rate is 15%. It is terrible. How did he get 20 skill? What are his average stats? Hold on, I'm going to Serenus Forest. There's no freaking way. Serenus Forest, Binding Blade. What are his average stats? Characters, average stats. Gonzalez, let's see here. Normal mode. Oh, what route did I take? The A route? I took the route where his base stats were higher. Was that the A route? I don't remember which one I did. I think it was A. Let's see, if I look at B. Yeah, the average stats look a little bit lower on B. Let's just look at the defense. On B, average defense 16.8. 18.3. Yeah, I definitely went the A route, because I know I went the one where his stats are a little bit higher. Let's see. So yeah, by average, he will max out his HP, strength, and speed like he did with me. 17.5 skill on average. Honestly, higher than I thought it would be for the growth rate. I guess, I don't know. I mean, if it's only going up like 15% of the time. So I guess just like 2.5 above the average isn't like the most absurd thing ever. The average max Gonzalez skill is actually higher than I thought it would be. Luck 18. All right, his luck is way under average. His defense is a few points above average. And yeah, his res is like right on average. It could have been 3 or something like that. Okay, but honestly, that's a pretty good Gonzalez. Like, his defense is higher than average. His skill is higher than average. His luck is below average. That's fine. That's pretty good, I would say. That is pretty good. Also, out of curiosity here again, the growth rates remind me. Gonzalez. Yep, 15. Yeah, his res is even lower. Like, you're not going to be gaining res really with him. But yeah, in terms of your offensive stats, 15 skill. That's the potential reason why you might want to use Geese over Gonzalez, is his skill is a little bit more patched up if you're worrying about, like, missing and stuff like that with Gonzalez, because I think skill plays into that. If memory serves here, I'm not a super pro or anything. Yeah, this is a pretty good Gonzalez I got. Is there anyone else that wants to go in there? Can I get away with getting other people in there, really? Is that a thing that I could do? Like, hold on. Man, this whole stream is gonna be this one stupid map. And I'm just gonna fly through the rest of this game. I mean, like, you have lots of speed. You might be able to get away with it. I need you to not counterattack, though, which is why you're trading your inventory with Laram. So look, you just can't attack now. I might be able to get away with this. This might be the map that cheeses me through the entire rest of the game. Is what this might just be. Oh, his constitution is super high. I didn't even notice that. That's fine. They're probably going to target Lou anyway, right? Probably. Yeah, look, they're targeting him. If they can. Yeah, you can't reach a Laram or anything. Look, so you should just be able to dip out. Yeah, they want to go after him. And look, they're missing him too. Look, Gonzalez can just, like, dip on out of here. I can go in here. This is so dumb, man. Yeah, he doesn't even need to attack at range anymore. No reason to. Yeah, if they can't hit. Alright. This might be the cheese stream to end all cheese streams. Like, I might not need to be doing stuff like this ever again, because this one might have me sort. I brought most of my main dudos this time. I wasn't super speed initially, so that might break things. No, it'll wrap around perfectly. Seems like. Oh, pretty nice. Could be better, but +3 with magic and skill. Not too bad. All right. script maxing, Oblivion performance conversation, and Harmonia the Grafted. Yeah, that's a whole bunch of stuff. And a whole bunch of other stuff that was going on earlier this stream. I've been rambling about a shit ton of stuff for the past 4 hours here. This map. This is gonna make one really long part on YouTube. You know, it's crazy with my Fire Emblem series here. Most of my series I try to cut up into like roughly 25 to half an hour parts, just for like more easily adjustable parts. But for something like Fire Emblem, I wouldn't cut a single run of a map into multiple parts. So this is just gonna end up being like freaking 5 hours on YouTube. Just like with the stream format. So I do some of these Fire Emblem playthroughs, and there's some of my longer series in terms of hours, but there's some of my shorter series in terms of like the actual parts. They're just so freaking long. Because I do shit like this all the time. Even when I'm not doing stuff like this, if I'm just playing something like a Fire Emblem Engage, for example, there's still maps that are gonna take me like an hour or two. So, yeah, that's the way it goes. I cannot wait to see how many hours my save file says that it has after this. It's coming along. We're at 70. That reads 72%. The percentage that it reads on that is different than it reads on like my computer interface. I don't know why. Like, I don't know if they determine it in a different way. Because I swear it was 72% when I was checking on my computer earlier. If I look on my phone, because like my computer's busy with the script right now. Let's see. Gonna take a little bit to initialize on my phone. My phone says 85%. Apparently it is currently on layer 305 out of 719. It is currently 11:34 p.m. and its estimated time of arrival, according to like the software here, is going to be like 12:21. So it's estimated to finish in about 50 minutes. So it still has a lot of like, it still has over half the total layers to go across, but you know, these layers take nowhere near as much time as the whole bottom section, so it'll zoom through them relatively fast. The stream is gonna be this one stupid 3D print. Man. But yeah. Yeah, 4070 would definitely help there. Computer's way beefier than you thought. Oh, what did I just all get there? Was that a +4 or was that a +3? Looking at the stream manager. Oh, that was a +3. Okay. I got speed, luck, and res, it looked like. This is the way it appeared. Yeah, this might be the one of these grinds to end all of these grinds. Of cheesing things over. I might literally just be able to bum rush the game from here. Which might be perfect. I mean, if at all possible, I would like to beat this game before Megaland, and then I can do like the trial maps at Megaland. Because I always like doing at LAN events, like parts of all my ongoing games. But if it can be parts of ongoing games that are like standalone, then great. Then anyone tuning into just the LAN event can like follow what's going on better and not have to be like so involved in the story. And this game does have a sort of post-game content with the trial maps. So I want to, so if I can beat this game before Megaland and unlock the trial maps, then I can just do like some of these challenge maps that have like zero story connection at Megaland. And then anyone just tuning in can see like, hey, here's just some Fire Emblem gameplay. They don't need to have followed the whole story up to this point or anything. You know, a little bit more entry-friendly kind of stuff there at the LAN event. So I would like to do the trial maps of this game at Megaland. I'm currently in the middle of the playthrough of freaking The Last of Us Part 2, and that game I can probably beat before Megaland. I just started the Abby section, so I mean I probably have a good like 20-25 hours left on grounded mode here. I can probably get through that before Megaland, and then I can do the exclusive mode that they added into The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, the no return mode, where it's like a roguelike thing where you go in as different characters and like the equipment and maps that you go to will be different every time, and they're just like these challenge roguelike maps. I've never tried it before, and I do quite like the gameplay of Last of Us Part 2 when it isn't breaking with the PC version, especially with the long guns where I have to click the fire button twice before it actually fires. I hope they patch that because that is absurd. I figure I may as well do the no return stuff at Megaland. Is what I may as well do. So the trial maps of this, the roguelike stuff of Last of Us at the event, which is like standalone. You don't have to have followed any of the story up until this point. I always do some of my ongoing Assassin's Creed stuff since that takes a long time. Ooh, that seemed pretty good. It went by pretty fast, but it seemed pretty good. Yeah, that was the +4 of HP, Magic, Defense, Res. Sweet. That's a good one, man. Yeah, Night Rain is right after. I really wish Night Rain released the weekend before Megaland or the weekend of. That would totally be a game that lots of people would be playing around the venue. That's too bad. That is too bad. Why couldn't you have prepped me, Todd? If only there. Why Shao drop now that you're busy with Oblivion there? But yeah, and I've been doing DLC stories of Assassin's Creed Odyssey at different LAN events last year. That's what I want to do with Valhalla for the rest of this year. So, I'm gonna need to look it up again. Whatever the first DLC that released for Assassin's Creed Valhalla was, I think it's called Wrath of the Druids. I figure I'll do that at Megaland. And then that's part of my Assassin's Creed adventure being like a sub-story start to finish where you don't need to know any of the story before that point. I mean, you can argue that for literally the entire game of Assassin's Creed Valhalla anyway, it feels like, but you know, even more so with the DLC. So I figure I'll do like the first DLC of AC Valhalla start to finish at Megaland. I like to do some trial maps of this game. I like to showcase the no return stuff of The Last of Us Part 2, since I can do that without needing to be in the middle of like my story playthrough. What other stuff is going on here that could have like a subset of stuff? I don't think that there would be a subset of stuff that I could do for like Dark Deity. I don't think that there would be for Final Fantasy VII. I was like, I'll do some, unless I actually go ham on the Chocobo races like some people, but I think I'll pass on that. So games like that, I'll probably just do a section of my normal playthrough. But games like this, where there's like a whole completely different side mode that I can showcase there, may as well do that. And I do like the idea of every LAN event nowadays having like a main game that I do, like a game that really defines it, instead of it just being like, and same with like my 24-hour Cherry streams. For a long time, they were just kind of a mishmash of whatever I was playing at the time. There wasn't really any definition to it. It was just, here's a whole bunch of random games. I do like having a main game for different events, so that you think of that event and it's like, yo, that's the one that game took place start to finish. Have like a game that goes start to finish, or at least most of the way through. Like last year, Janland, it was Metroid Prime Hunters. And then last year, Megaland, it was Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door. Last year, Fragapalooza, it was Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Last year, Extra Life, it was Metroid Prime Pinball and the whole pinball madness. Oh, that's pretty good. Pretty good for a +3 there. Could have been something pretty crap of a +3, but that was a pretty good +3. Last year, HalloLAN, it was Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. This year, Janlan, it was Metroid Prime Federation Force. Now I'm all caught up on Metroid, and I can start doing other things as my main thing. And I want to kind of get caught up on, like, the Mario RPG series. So, like, don't quote me on this. I'm not making any guarantees yet, since I have, like, nothing set up. It could be subject to change. But I was leaning towards maybe doing, like, Super Paper Mario start to finish at this year's Megaland. Because I just did, like, the Mario and Luigi games of Partners in Time into the friggin' Brothership, that one there. And then it would make sense for me to do, like, a Paper Mario thing next, so I want to do Super Paper Mario next anyway. Plus, I did Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door at last year's Megaland, so if I'm doing the next Paper Mario game at this year's Megaland, that would be really cool, you know? And be really fitting if I did, like, this Paper Mario game there last year and then this Paper Mario game there this year. So I kind of really want to do Super Paper Mario start to finish at this year's Megaland. I've never played that game before, and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what it's like. But yeah, and hello, Snow Penguin, got your frag ticket. Nice, nice. I technically got mine, but, like, not really. I have not bought a ticket. My cousin just always buys a clan pack, is a thing. And he's part of, like, the staff head table. I'm, like, sort of staff, but not. So I wouldn't be behind head table or anything like that. I'm in a weird position. But the clan pack is 4 tickets, and he just figures, like, I'll find someone that wants them. So he's already covered as, like, one of the much more main staff than me. There's 2 for his kids, 1 for me, and then 1 for my friend from Germany, Finn, that's coming back for this year's Fragapalooza. He was at Fragapalooza 2023, and he's coming back this year. So that's, like, my whole group covered. So I'm not buying any tickets because he's got that covered. And I offered to pay him back, and he was like, meh, you can if you want to. It's like, okay, well, if you don't care all that much, then I'll just, you know, keep on doing stuff with your kids that keeps them happy and stuff. Maybe I'll get his older kid a copy of Elden Ring Night Rain and play it together, and that'll be my contribution. We shall see here. As for what's printing, it's a Pargoda, whatever the heck they're called. I haven't actually used my printer in about a month, and I was kind of frantically fighting it earlier today to get this to print because of my cucamelons. I've been growing cucamelon plants from seed. I was showing this earlier in the stream. And cucamelons are a type of plant that sends out tendrils to grab onto things. They are a climbing plant. So they didn't have these yesterday. They grew these overnight. And I was wondering when they were going to make these and when they were getting ready to climb on something. It's just in a biodegradable pot, so I can put it right in the ground. So whatever supports I want on here, it's going to be something that goes in the ground with them. I don't want to give them all like a stick, and then that all goes there, and then they all have to climb off their own stick. I'd rather have them all have something collective that they can share. So they used to all be going one way. I kind of turn them around, so it's like this one starts here, goes this way. This one starts here, goes this way. This one starts here, goes this way. So it's 4 around. 2 of them have long tendrils. This one's starting to develop one. This one, there's a tiny little one peeking out right now. They need something to grab onto. And I need to give them something to grab onto before they start grabbing onto themselves. Because if they start grabbing onto themselves, then they'll just stay stuck along the ground and not going anywhere when they want to grab and climb. So I figured I would 3D print this pagoda thingamabob here. So it's printing upside down because it wouldn't make sense to print it right side up and have so much support material. It just makes sense to print the flatter side, the top, face down. So that's the bottom. Like, it's upside down there. It's printing the legs now, essentially. So there's 4 cucamelons. So each of them can have 1 leg that they climb up. And then I figure they can just bush out across that whole surface at the top, currently the bottom, and just, like, cover it in leaves and make, like, a nice leaf cover. And it'll probably look really nice, too. So they can have that while they're still just little baby plants in the pot before they go in the ground. And then when they eventually go in the ground, hopefully they'll just be like this whole roof here full of leaves and tendrils, and I can just put like a big metal fence-like thing next to it. What to say, are they done? Nope, they're not done. And then they can just like climb up from there, and it'll still look really nice having that little thingamabob. And I can reuse that, but I should have printed it a bit more in advance. I kind of went to print it today, just because it's like, holy crap, they need something to grab now. I need to give them something that they can live with long-term before they start grabbing onto themselves and, like, hurting their long-term growth like that. So I'm trying to keep their tendrils just, like, in the air. They're reaching out. They're like, where's something I can grab onto? Please, somewhere around here. I'll give it to them as soon as it's done printing. Oh, gosh dang it, a +1. So I'm working on it. I've been working on fighting my printer today to get that to print because it's been giving me some trouble. But, should be pretty good now. The moment that's done, I'll give these plants something nice. But yeah, hello, Lowe's a Sandwich Man. Almost full recovery. That's good to hear. I didn't die yesterday. Hello, how's it hanging? I'm pretty alrighty here. Been rambling about all sorts of things while in this one map that I'm doing the great grind on. Glad to hear that things are going better with the recovery. Hopefully there's not too much pain left from the fall there, because that's not great. I don't know how to, like, phrase things in more serious sounding ways. My freaking use of vocabulary is too silly, but I'm not trying to make it sound like it's a silly thing when it's not, when it's a serious matter, but you know what I mean. But yeah. But yeah, there's that. I'm glad to hear that things are going better. Things are going pretty alrighty here. If you want a really quick last time on Dragon Ball Z of different things I've rambled about here for stuff that's going on. My dad got my grandpa's old vehicle a couple days ago because my grandpa had a license revoked. He can't drive it anymore. So my dad got another vehicle. We now need to, like, air that out because my grandpa left a lot of trash in there, and the car kind of smells really bad. My dad is now parking that in the garage, and I can no longer park in the garage at home because of that, and have been figuring out where the heck I park now. I don't know why he wanted that vehicle. My mom doesn't understand either. This household has no end of vehicles. We have like 10 insured vehicles across this place and the lake, when you're counting things like boats and quads and stuff too, but like still. How many basic point A to point B on the road vehicles do we have? Like 4 normal modern ones, like each of us having 1 vehicle, and now my dad with 2. And my dad and I each have like our old trucks. So like you could argue 6 just point A to point B vehicles. 4 realistic, you would want to use these as point A to point B vehicles and not project vehicles. like, we did not need more vehicles, but he got another one in here. My mom and I are both like, what the heck? There's that. I talked about how I've been getting back into Taekwondo a bit here, and how there's an event coming up that's going to be like a big tournament festival event thingamabob that the head instructor of the school like said that he had a role in mind for me at the head table of, so that sounds kind of cool, and like I'd be in a kind of official kind of position. There has been more vehicle issues around here. I got my truck back a couple days ago, and it's driving great now, but now it's leaking oil, it seems like. And I'm hoping that they just like overfilled the transmission or something like that, and it's just like a little bit coming out of this little drainage hole in the bottom right now. So I want to like drive it around just around the neighborhood to test it out. I tried to fire it up earlier, it didn't work, so I had the battery on it, and in the middle of this stream while the script was running, I went and took the battery off because it was fully charged. I would like to drive that truck to Megaland, but I don't know if I will be able to. We'll see. Might have to go through more repairs. And my dad was heading out to the lake earlier today, along with our pontoon boat on the trailer, and a tire got freaking eviscerated. Not just, like, blown. Like, there wasn't just, like, a hole in the tire that made it blow. The way that I described it earlier in the stream, it looked like Wolverine went to it with, like, some sort of ultimate attack from some fighting game that he'd be in, like Marvel vs. Capcom or something like that. Like, it was completely shredded. Most likely from another piece of tire on the road getting caught up in it. It pulled down the fender formed a spike, and then the spike shredded the whole tire as it went around. So we had to, like, move the fender back into place, and that tire, there's no fixing that. You have to get the whole thing replaced. It's not just, like, a hole that can potentially be fixed by some means. Nope. That is about as dead as I've ever seen a tire in my life. It was unreal. So he was already about a third of the way to the lake cabin, so I, earlier today, had to rush out there with a bunch of supplies on a bit of a rescue mission for him, which kind of draws parallels to a month or two ago when he had to do that for me when my tire exploded, so we're 1 for 1 now in terms of that. And it really goes to show, don't drive over the things that are on the road if they can be avoided. Like, I don't know if that could have been avoided there, like, you know, big truck, big boat trailer for big boat, but like, yikes. So, went out there on a rescue mission. Now I think you're all caught up on the lore. That's pretty much what's been going on here. But yeah. And that's good to hear there. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to be being careful about that kind of thing. Definitely want to take that kind of thing very seriously. In other news, I separated out some tomato plants earlier today. So those, I think I probably showed them on stream here before. Dang it, +0. Those massive ass tomato plants that my Taekwondo classmates gave me that are children plants of plants that I gave them last year. I thought that I got 2. I got 2 pots. I thought there was 2 plants. On closer inspection, I figured out it was 5. Because it was their first time ever growing tomatoes from seed, and they told me they had trouble, like, separating the seeds from clumps, so they just ended up planting some clumps. So, like, this one pot that I thought was 1 plant at first, it was 3. So, earlier today, I took some time to, like, take them out of the pot and separate them. And I was starting to, like, second guess, is it really 3, or is it just 1, and they're, like, interconnected under the soil somewhere? They just, like, suckered off under the soil. I'd never seen a tomato plant do that. But it was just such a root mass with, like, the 3 stalks literally, like, this close proximity to one another. And it took me a while of, like, trying to, like, carefully ease out the roots and, you know, pull them out from one another. I'm trying not to, like, force and tear them. And I think I did a pretty good job. I separated them. I got them into their own pots. I got to truly see what they are all like on their own. And multiple of them are developing tomatoes already. They've got really tiny tomatoes on them. They're way further ahead than any of the tomatoes I've grown from seed. So, yeah, they grew really, really fast at my Taekwondo classmates' place. But yeah, now that they're in their own pots, I have free reign with them. I can plant some, give away some individually, rather than having to plant them as like an interconnected clump. And if I would have waited longer and longer, it would have been harder and harder, so I'm glad I got that sorted out. So that was another adventure earlier today. Then, of course, like, looking at the cucamelons and fighting the 3D printer to make them something nice. And get delicious cucamelons this year. I hope delicious. I have no idea what they taste like. But I love trying new things. But yeah. Don't think she would have taken the news there well. Also, Snow Penguin, if you're still listening here, I was saying earlier in the stream that, like, anyone that comes to LAN events and stuff like that, when my printer is actually working properly, it's not too hard to 3D print dragons and stuff. So, like, if anyone is coming to my streams and comes to, like, any of these LAN events and stuff anyway, I think it'd be fun to, like, give 3D printed dragons just like a, hey, thanks for, like, tuning into my streams and stuff like that. Here's a 3D printed dragon, since I can print a whole bunch of them anyway. So if, like, you want a 3D printed dragon at Frag, like, come get a 3D printed dragon at Frag. Like, I would give priority to, like, tournament winners first and foremost. So, you know, they get first dibs. But, you know, afterwards, after, like, the tournaments are through, you want to come pick out a dragon, come pick out a dragon. Or if you want, like, a specific color of dragon or a specific kind, let me know and I'll print it out, and then you can come pick up a dragon at Frag. is a thing there. Anyone that tunes into my streams, comes to, like, these LAN events, let me know, and, like, you can have a dragon. Why not? They're not too hard for me to make. Sometimes I'm fighting my printer, but sometimes they're going pretty alright. Do be the case. So if anyone's local or wants to travel, like, come to a LAN event, come let me know and I'll give you a dragon. Why not? In terms of actual material costs, these cost me, like, what do these cost me? Like $2 and something? In terms of raw material cost? Assuming, you know, nothing goes wrong and I don't have failed prints along the way that go through X amount of materials, and that's not counting power. But I think $2 and something cents is what these typically cost me. With a normal filament. A fancier filament like this that, like, changes from light blue to dark blue would probably be closer to, like, $3 a dragon, but it's really not that much, so, like, I like printing dragons and giving them away to people. That's why I started printing them as frag prizes last year. Like, it's not like it's that much of an expense to me. I mean, I did go out and buy, like, $200 worth of filament to make dragons for prizes for frag last year. But most of those rolls I still have. I can reuse them. The only one that I'm low on is, like, that black and green filament that I used a bunch of last year. That's just because I've been continuing to print, like, more things and give them away. Like the dragon at Janland earlier this year. So I've been using it. To be the case. But most of those filaments I still have, so, you know, that couple $100 I invested will probably last me this year. And maybe the next year. And maybe the next year to an extent as well, depending on how much other stuff I print out. So, you know, I did pay a lot for prizes that I was supplying for frag last year, but it'll last for a while. And I might even go pick up some other cool types of filaments this year and play around with some different things. I quite like these dragons. You know, I have a lot of them around my room. Anyone that comes in here and looks around my shelf, you're going to see a lot of dragons. I have 2 on my desk here. I have a whole bunch here just because I printed a whole bunch before that seed sale event and figures whatever ones I don't sell, I can just take to Fragapalooza. So I have a whole bunch here that I don't know what to do with. I have a bunch on my shelves up there in, like, different colors and designs. One of the ones that used to be up there now lives at the Taekwondo Dojang, since I printed it in Taekwondo colors, and, all the Durgs, exactly. Oh, that wasn't, that was not the worst level up. He might be maxed out on magic and speed at this point, I don't know. I have a whole bunch of them. Do be the case. But yeah, I used to have the one up there in the Taekwondo colors that I was going to give to my Taekwondo Dojang, but then I didn't because I didn't like the way it turned out. It was stringing too much, and I didn't quite like how the bottom colors turned out. I used green and black at the bottom. Nowadays, I have purple and black, and that probably would have turned out better for, like, the color theming. And it just, I don't know, it was a little bit iffy. And then on talking about 3D printing with my Taekwondo instructor over dinner one day. And I mentioned how I had printed one for the Dojang, but never brought it by because I wasn't proud of how it turned out. He seemed to think that sounded really cool. I brought it over one day. He thought it was awesome. He was like, oh, if you're not super happy with it, well, I think it's super awesome. If you don't want it, I was like, yeah, you can have it if you want. Nowadays, they have it on, like, the front lobby desk. They, lately, they've spiraled it around, like a little pen holder that they have at the front for people to take out pens and write if they need to. They have a little Taekwondo colored dragon spiraled around it at the front that I printed, with a white body that is technically a glow-in-the-dark filament. So if they ever, like, turn off the lights, it might glow green. Interestingly enough. But they have a little printed dragon there. And, I remember one of the, Taekwondo testings recently. My instructor was telling me, like, during just some off time, some free time. He was like, you know, Jake, I've been getting a lot of comments about that dragon. A lot of comments. That made me happy to hear. So people like the little dragons. And I want to try out a lot of different designs this year. I've been saving a whole bunch of 3D models, like, during some free time. I haven't, like, gotten around to printing that many different ones yet, but I've been making collections online, saving all these cool dragon models that I think are awesome. So I'll have, like, a bunch of selection this year, and I had my cousin send me a bunch of the paid models that, like, he has lying around. So I have a whole bunch of options. I want to print, like, some crystal dragons, maybe some winged dragon stuff this year. The model that I've been playing around a whole bunch with lately, I've already shown this guy earlier this stream, but the ones that, like, stand in the front, I really like them because then you have, like, the more 3D aspects with, like, the verticality and stuff when they're standing. I really quite like this. It's one of my new favorite models. Quite like them. Yeah. One of these days I'll get around to it. It's probably better I get around to, like, printing some frag dragons sooner rather than later, so that just in case I start having printer issues later, I'm not frantically fighting my printer before Fragapalooza, like, oh, I gotta get this done in time. So I should probably get semi on top of that. But, like, I have a decent few of the standing ones here. I should start playing around with some of these other models here soon. My town is having a convention, and from my friend, I heard the voice actor for Frieza is going to be there, and a local Smash tournament as well. Hoping to dress up for the event. I have a few ideas, but I don't have the time to buy a costume or make it myself. Most of the things for a very specific character, but I need a yellow jacket and a yellow striped fedora and suspenders. The suspenders might not be difficult to find. The other things, it's, I don't know, dependent, I guess. I'm not entirely certain. I have 2 cosplays in my closet. One is my Enharmonia one, where, you know, the clothes are just bought clothes. The items I crafted myself, like, you know, painting the hat and stuff here. And my other, like, big one, I mean, I have a Edward Kenway one, which is just bought from Spirit Halloween as a full thing. I've been meaning to assemble my 3D printed Hidden Blade, but I keep on not getting around to it. I'm being busy with other things. My other big one that I have is my Luigi one, but it's just a Luigi bought from Spirit Halloween, plus a Proton pack, also bought from Spirit Halloween. But that one's kind of more fun and elaborate, because you've got, like, Luigi with the full-on Ghostbusters Proton pack and stuff, and a lot of people get, like, kicks out of that. I got way more people asking to take pictures of me at gaming events when I wear that than my N1. Because, like, the N1 took me a lot more effort. The Luigi one was a bit more expensive. Even when you count all the materials for the N1. The N1 added up with all the materials. You're just buying the raw stuff with Luigi. And it looks more technically impressive. And there's, like, the joke of Luigi Ghostbusters and stuff like that. Most people get it. Some people don't. Some people ask me at gaming events, like, Luigi Ghostbusters, what? What the heck? It's like, yeah, because he hunts ghosts. Don't you get it? With that Proton pack, it actually came with, like, a stitched patch that has, like, the other side is, like, an adhesive where it's, like, if you heat it up and apply it to a surface, it should be, like, permanently affixed. I might just get around to doing that one of these days with, like, my Luigi costume. And then I have, like, the whole Ghostbusters logo on my Luigi thing. If I do that one of these days. That's my two cosplays. One day I would like to make a Dunban cosplay from Xenoblade Chronicles. There are some really... What did I just get there? Look at the stream manager here. That's a few seconds behind. Nothing. I got a +0 again. I want to do a Dunban because there's some really, really cool 3D models people have made of literally, like, full-scale swords. Like, the full-scale model of the Master Sword, for example. This is a partial version of it. But this is, like, a full-scale model, and I have printed the full-scale model before that is, like, the full-size blade here being 3D printed. People have done that for other swords as well. I could absolutely pull off, like, a Link printing, like, a full sword for myself or something if I wanted to. I'm not too particularly interested in that, though. But something Xenoblade related with, like, a full Monado, that could be cool. People have designed full-scale Monados that you can 3D print. So they print in pieces, and you assemble them. And, there are full Monados like that people have designed that you can 3D print. And I have, like, a whole bunch of red filament on the side that I could print that out of. I might not be able to print the whole thing because, I want to do Dunban, but, like, with the Monado. Because I just want to print the Monado, but I don't think I could pull off a Shulk. And, like, Dunban wielding the Monado is, like, it makes sense, too. And I have, like, the long hair to rock for it. So... I think it'd be really cool to do, like, a Dunban and have, like, you know, the cape over the one arm kind of look and be wielding the Monado that I 3D printed. I would probably need to get my cousin's help to print some of the pieces, because some of the pieces are a little bit too big for my printer. Like, just for, like, the print space there. My bed isn't big enough. I could just print the entire thing smaller, just scale down every piece by the same amount. But I do want the full-size kind of thing. But, you know, I could print, like, 90% of it and then just get, like, 1 or 2 pieces my cousin to print for me, because he has some pretty big bedded printers. So if he just prints, like, a couple pieces for me and I print the rest, I could print a full-scale Monado over the course of a stupid amount of hours. Like, I've printed full-scale swords before, twice. I did the Master Sword once, and I did some sword from Genshin Impact once for my little cousin's cosplay when we were going to Comic-Con together. That nowadays just sits on their piano at their place, like, untouched, and with the hilt a little bit falling apart. But that sword that I printed still exists around. So, I might take, like, my full-scale sword printing to the next level and print a Monado. And that would just be, like, a really cool thing. And then I feel like with my hair and everything, like, a Dunban cosplay might be kind of cool. I can't do Shulk. There's no freaking way. That'd be so cool to have a Monado, and Dunban would be fitting for that. So, that's kind of the next on my cosplay list. That or actually assemble the dual-action Hidden Blade. I have all the parts printed. They're in a bag behind my printer for me to assemble one day, and I just haven't gotten around to it because there's so many little parts and it's so finicky, and I need to find the right size rubber bands to actually make the dual action thing work. And I think I might need to buy some string to attach to, like, a ring that I'll 3D print so that I can actually pull it and, like, eject the blade and pull it back. And a lot of gluing, and it's finicky and weird, and I'll get around to it one of these days. It'd be so cool to have a dual action Hidden Blade that I made myself. One of these days I'll assemble it. But yeah, my brother's friend has a very nice Edward Elric costume. I never watched FMA, by the way. Neither have I. Wait a second. Yes, I have. I'm getting my things mixed up. I don't know why I thought that stood for something else. That's Full Metal Alchemist, right? I watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I never watched the original Full Metal Alchemist. But technically, my first misspeak wasn't actually a lie. But yeah. So, I did want to print the Monado rather than a katana. But there are full-scale katana designs that you can print as well. In fact, there's even, like, collapsible katanas that people have designed that print in one piece. So, people have designed these 3D models where, you know, it prints what looks like just the hilt, but it's printing, like, all the layers of the blade inside. So you take it off the print bed, and you go, and then all the pieces, like, come out like that. And then you can take the end and just go like that. Kind of like those toy lightsabers that you find at the store, where, like, it collapses all, like, into itself. You can absolutely, you can print those. I haven't tried printing those kinds of things before. I think my little cousin showed me a little collapsible dagger that he 3D printed once. And I have seen, like, full-scale sword designs that people have 3D printed that just print in one piece, just in, like, the collapsible design, so you can full sword, you know? I'd like to print one of those one day. It might be kind of fun. And I thought about printing different things than dragons, like collapsible katanas for frag prizes, but I don't know about the idea of, like, bringing, like, you know, toy weapons and stuff like that in there and, you know, making all sorts of different things like that. I think just having, like, a consistent, like, hey, here's dragons, I think is probably the best here. One Piece mentioned? Did I mention One Piece? Did I now? But yeah, there's some cool things that you can 3D print. But yeah, making a 3D printed ghost sword? What would a ghost sword be? Does that just mean, like, collapsible? And that is a surprise? Gum fruit? There are 3D models for that. One thing from One Piece that I have thought about printing in the near future here is, someone made, like, a cool drink coaster of the Straw Hat logo. Let's see here. If I look up, would it be on printables? One Piece coaster? Was it on printables that I saw it? Oh, a few people have made designs. Some of these are really cool. Maybe I saw it on Thingiverse or something. I thought I saved one somewhere. Holy shit, someone has made a shit ton of coasters. I had no idea there were this many thingamabobs here. I was just thinking I saw, like, a really cool, highly detailed design of one of these. Maybe I saw it on Thingiverse. Like a ghost gun, but instead it's a sword and not really sharp at all. Yeah, it wouldn't be able to be sharp. There's a cool one of Garp here. Wait, so how does that work there? Like, is it multiple layers or something? I don't actually see how this works. Would it have to be a multicolor printer? Is that a flat surface? Well, now I'm curious. Hold on. Wait, are these lithophanes? Complete series of coasters about One Piece. Light box. Hold on. Now I'm curious. Now I'm just a smidge curious. I'm pretty sure I saved this in the most recent instance that I needed to save that. So here, just file new. Now I'm curious. It says litho in it, so I assume it's like a litho feint. Why does it come up like that by default? 90. Whoops. 180. Turn around. Or maybe it is a multiple layer thing? Okay, so yeah, there is some element of depth to it. Now I'm curious about these. That's what I should start printing for Frag, is One Piece coasters. That's what I should start doing. I've 3D printed a decent few drink coasters before. So if they're like a litho feint, that would mean you would hold it up to light and the proper image comes through. But like, when would you do that with a drink coaster? I wonder. Also, you just said One Piece. Okay. I was like, holy shit, he mentioned One Piece and nothing to do about the show. Okay, I gotcha. I'm actually fully caught up on One Piece now, as of like a month and a half ago-ish. At least in terms of the English version. I don't know if there's new Japanese episodes that have come out. I'd be able to get more detail with a finer nozzle. I use a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. No, a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, sorry. This is the layer height, not the nozzle diameter. I have a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. I could get a finer nozzle and then get more of, you know, these kinds of details. Some of that is taken away with, you know, my thicker kind of nozzle. I mean, that's usually fine enough. It is intriguing. And yeah, there are things that are at, like, different levels here. Great depth and all that. Interesting. Anyway, I just kind of wanted to have a look-see. That wasn't the coaster that I was thinking of, but it looks like someone went ham on creating, like, a whole bunch of really cool One Piece coasters and stuff. Here it is. Look, I found it. Oh, I guess this was a wall-hanging thing, but you can, like, make it like a drink coaster. This is the thing that I was thinking about, where it's like, you print the different pieces like that. It's literally called red part, yellow parts, structure, black, white, that you'll just, like, color change. So, with having a single color printer, you can get, like, all the colors there. And I just thought that that was kind of really cool. So I might try printing one of these days and just turning it into a drink coaster, printing it at an appropriate size. Like, I guess it's meant for you to hang it on a wall or something like that. But why not just use it as a drink coaster? So I might print one of these days. Maybe I'll give it to my mom. She likes One Piece, the live action. It's watching the live action with her that got me into the show. I'm really looking forward to season 2 of the live action here soon. Like, hopefully it comes out in the near future. They've been announcing a whole bunch of their cast and stuff. Does anyone else want to get in there? Something or other? So, I mean, like, here. Let's see here. I need to watch it. I'll be an old man on a rocking chair by then. And by the time you get caught up, it's, there's a lot to it. Here, my inventory is going to be like a nightmare after this chapter. But if I just do something like this, like, that'll work. And then I can still, like, switch out here just fine. Even doing this. Actually, yes, I can. So I can get up to, like, here. Man. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So, we're doing this again. I've been streaming for 5 hours now, this one map. I'm getting so many characters maxed out this map, though. It is absurd. The rest of the game is gonna be a breeze from here. It's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna go through this, and it's gonna be freaking baby mode. What the rest of the game is gonna be like here. Here, let's navigate around. Look, these Brigands suck. It's great. If only I kept some more alive. Has any of them ever landed a hit? No, they're at full durability. This is great. I mean, having 3 at a time attacking me is pretty good, considering a lot of these contraptions that I've set up have been, like, 1 at a time before. So, like, this could be better, but 3 for is pretty good, let's face it. This entire stream might end up being this one map. but this one map will set me up to just destroy the entire rest of this game, which I don't mind doing. These guys are just so easily exploitable. We're getting there. Look, it's getting tall. And having it tall is really nice. It'll give, like, a nice good length for the cucamelons to climb up, because they want to climb. I really hope that they like that. Whoops. Like, I'm sure they probably will. I hope that they'll be able to grip onto, like, the square surface there enough. Like, the tendrils are pretty long. They can wrap around pretty well. And once they get to the top, they'll be pretty good, and they can just, like spread, take over and stuff. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what it looks like when they go at it. I imagine it'll look pretty nice. You have the pagoda with the plants climbing up and forming a little bit of a roof across the top there. I hope that it'll look really nice. And if it works out really well, then I'll totally use it for cucamelons again in the future. I'm really glad. Oh, one of them actually landed a hit. I'm really, really glad that all four of the cucamelons germinated. That's perfect with, like, the 4 legs of that. It's gonna be fantastic. Well, maybe they'll hit sometimes. Hopefully it's just like a 1% chance or something like that. It doesn't seem like they're hitting a whole bunch. I'm running out of other things to talk about. I'm getting through, like, all the stuff that's going on here, pretty much. So, for other stuff in the meanwhile, I want to see my Frankenstein apple tree, I guess. Nobody probably does, but I'm going to show it anyway. It's stuff. Right, camera, I'm back again. Come back to following me and stuff. Wow. I move my head down. Coming over. No, game. Why you do this? Sure. Hello, Akari. I'm doing pretty alright. Just a little bit of vehicle craziness today. Oh, there we go. Nice level up. Oh, they got a second hit. This might not be sustainable. Here, hold on. And the script. Here's my apple tree, by the way. One of my apple trees, technically. Technically, I have a whole bunch of apple trees that are dormant in my fridge right now. Just talk about Digimon, it's what the people want. So it seems to keep on happening around here. Yeah, I might be just about done here soon. There's no one else that can go in there with sword, unless I did it with lance, but like... Do I really want to do that? Here. Let's go ahead and, that up. Whoops, wrong button there. This. So here's my apple tree, rootstock. So, at this grafting event, it was literally just like a long stick that was given to people with a whole bunch of roots at the bottom. A really cool thing about this variety of apple is it's capable of what's called adventitious rooting. When I think of adventitious rooting, I think of things like tomatoes. That just means that they can root anywhere along the stem. So if you're like planting a tomato plant, you want to bury them deep because all that stalk that you bury, it can root out from it, and then it gets like a really good, strong root system. But trees, you typically don't want to do that. They have like bark and a trunk. You bury that deep, that just means their actual roots are getting deeper, and now they have like this whole long stem of nothing that is just, you know, a stick that you've kind of buried, or a trunk that you've buried, is what's going on there. But apparently this specific variety of apple was bred to like just be like a really good rootstock in many ways, like being really cold hardy, really good to grow here. And it's capable of adventitious rooting. I've never heard of a tree able to do that. I've never looked into trees being able to do that. I just always assumed that trees couldn't. And I mean, most apple trees can't. But as they were showing us these rootstocks, you could see bits on like the lower areas where roots are just straight up coming out of the bark and like seeking out moisture and stuff like that. So it's really cool. I've never heard of an apple that can do that. So when this eventually gets planted, you do want to plant this deep. If this whole thing is buried, it'll root out from the whole thing, which is so weird and so cool. What a unique apple, huh? Last of Us Part 2 is going pretty well. Seattle, oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna need to rethink some things here. Seattle Day 3 went way smoother than Seattle Day 2. I actually got through stuff pretty fast, relatively speaking. And now I'm in the Abbey section, so I'm basically at the midpoint of the game. And things are going pretty good. Screw it. I'm just that crazy. Man. And we'll see how the Abbey stuff goes. I only just started it recently. So we'll see here. Alright, yeah, let's just skedaddle. How about? So you got some levels. I'm not maxing everybody out. But hey, you got some good EXP and stuff. That's good, at least. Stupid force. Sword. Okay, you can't reach my refresher or anything. Here, go here. Here, and then say, go here. Drop. I'll just do this with an apple tree on my lap. Don't mind me. This heal staff is about to break here soon. That's fine. Okay. Here we go. Still can't reach her, right? Yeah. Alright, down we go. Screw it. I just brought Lance here so I could promote him. He's gonna get maxed out. This is so silly. Let's just move him over here. Man. What a world we live in, huh? I think on the trial maps, you can use, like, any of your characters from, like, your previous save file. So maybe I'd end up using them on the trial maps. Who knows? I assume my supports would carry over and stuff, too. So maybe I wouldn't. Unless I specifically wanted to bring him and Marcus or something or other. But, yeah. Probably not. Here we go. Grinding. Have at it. So, with the apple tree here. Ooh, that was pretty good at +4. With the apple tree here, I put on, like, the big scion on the top. This whole stick here, the Norcan apple. And they were telling me at the grafting event that usually if you're putting a scion onto, like, a full-sized tree, like my almost crab apple tree, you typically want to keep it down to just, like, 2 or 3 buds on it, just so it's like, hey, there's a decent bit that it can grow from, like a few points that it can grow from, but you know, not too much there that's gonna struggle to, like, keep it alive while it's healing. They're not too much mass. It's just, like, a tiny little bit that's not gonna take too much resources to keep alive, and the tree can start investing more stuff into it. But they were saying that if you're putting it onto just, like, a tiny little rootstock like this that only has, like, a little bit of mass itself, you can actually just put on, like, the entire scion, because when they heal together, like, they can kind of share some of their resources, and that it's okay overall. Whereas, you know, you put something like this onto, like, a big full-size tree, it's not really going to want that additional bit of resources that comes with you putting on, like, a greater length of stick. And it's just going to make it struggle to heal more. But something like this is just a tiny tree anyway that apparently that can potentially help it. So I put on this with the whip and tongue graft, it's called. So literally them, no, where did I put my controller? Where did I put my controller? What have I done? No! Dang it, man. Exit the script for a second. Turn off the speed. Dang you, game. 94 hours it reads at. Man. And yeah, I heard about that. Now Sacred Stones being there and stuff. Couldn't beat it before it got there. Anyway, so I only had enough time at the... Stop. I only had enough time at the grafting event to do this one here. The scion is a little bit thinner than the rootstock, so part of me worried about, like, I try to line it up to just one side, because, like, the living tissue, it's always on the outsides, and you have, like, the, inorganic matter, like the old cells forming, like, the wood and stuff like that in the middle. Whatever the heck there. So if this was perfectly lined up in the middle, then there wouldn't be living tissue touching on either side. So I try to push it to one side, but I did worry about, like, me pressing it together with the grafting tape and stuff here might have shifted it to the center, and then there's no living tissue touching, but I was also so worried about taking this bandage off and trying to adjust it. Like, what if it's already trying to heal there, and then I disturb it and I mess everything up? So I'm just kind of leaving it as is and hoping for the best. But then, as I was mentioning earlier in the stream, I tried to do bud grafts down here. So the 3 lowest buds, I sliced them off. I took buds from 3 other varieties of apple, and I put them on instead. So if they grow, they will be different types of apples than what this is. And I hope they do. They're covered with a little bit of parafilm, which they should just be able to break if they start growing. It'll probably take a little while here. Lance is about to get another level up. Give it a little while. Like I had mentioned earlier in the stream, when I first got this rootstock right at the top, it did have like a tiny little leaf that had developed that I had to like cut off to put this and stuff here. So clearly it's alive and clearly wants to grow. And as I've since found out in the time that it's been here since, as some of its own buds are growing, if I do this here, look, you can see stuff poking out right here and stuff right here too. So it is growing like its own stuff there. It is actively growing that. But I'm still going to have to wait to see if any of this stuff grows. So hopefully they heal together, and then this stuff starts growing. Kind of hard to tell in this light if there's anything yet. Oh, that's not my first bud graft. That's one of the bits there before. This would be my first bud graft. Gonna have to give it some time. I tried to line them up as best I could. I mean, you would think trees realistically would try to push most of their energy toward the top. They want to get like taller first and foremost before being like, I'm gonna grow some stuff down here. I assume it's growing stuff down here just because it's like, hey, this stuff is injured. This is what I can grow for now. And I figure I'll let it grow out. I could prick them off, and then that'll be like more incentive to heal this stuff if it's like removing its options. But I do kind of want to let it get a little bit of, you know, photosynthesis, get some good energy and stuff like that, and maybe that'll help this stuff heal on. And because this is higher up, it should be a higher priority. Like if I grafted down here and left the stuff up here as like its own, then my grafts would probably fail. It would be like, what's the point of healing that stuff when I can just grow here anyway? So I'm hoping that this will just be like a little bit of starter stuff. It only opened these two buds. It hasn't opened any more than that on its own. It's just those two. So hopefully it decides it wants to grow more than two, and the more than two that it grows will be some of this stuff here. If everything successfully heals, it'll be a 5 variety apple tree. 1, 2, 3, 4 of grafts, and then 5 being its own types of apples. But we'll see here. I'm really hoping here. But we shall see. It's my first time ever doing a weapon tongue graft. It's my first time ever doing a bud graft. It's my first time ever grafting to a rootstock like this. If everything fails, then this growth will also serve as a backup, because it can grow, and then future year I can cut it off and graft to it. So that's another reason why I kind of want to let it grow, is a little bit of insurance. I have the opportunity to try again in the future. In that case, if I just take off all this stuff and this stuff doesn't heal, then the tree is going to die because I take away all its opportunity to get leaves. Like, that's what happened with one of my tomato plants last year. Is I really wanted the grafts on it to heal, so I kept on cutting off all the new stalks that came up, but the graft didn't heal, so the whole thing just died because I denied its opportunity to have leaves at all. So I do this, and it'll for sure live. It'll for sure be okay. Just make crab apples that I don't want to be the main thing that it makes, but maybe this will work, or maybe I'll have more opportunity in the future to try again. So this is my little Frankenstein tree project. In terms of a dog here, I keep on saying that I would like to adopt one in the near future. Right now, I think because I'm unemployed and actively looking for a job, I want to get a job first, and then I'll know what my schedule is looking like. So if I'm looking around for adopting and like, this dog, you really need someone at home a lot of the time. This one is like okay being alone, and like you can be away working a lot of the time. It'll be very dependent on my schedule. So I want to get a job first, know what my schedule is like and what my general life stuff is looking like, and then I'll know what kind of dog I can support, and then I'll adopt a dog. That's what I'm thinking here. The neighbors over here are actually fostering a dog right now who's really cute and is often wearing a little bandana that says adopt me. I'll put my apple tree down for now and hang out. They say that talking to your plants helps them grow. I play video games with my plants. I oftentimes have plants here while I'm streaming, like the cucumbers and like the apple tree here. So maybe doing this will inspire those grafts to heal, and it'll do better. So I'll be off camera, but my apple tree can hang out here next to me. That's what can happen. And their pupper is super cute. I think the pupper that they're fostering is about 5 months old or something like that. probably just a mix of a whole bunch of things. Some sort of rescue, so the Alberta Special, as we call it. Just whatever happened to be bred out in probably the reserves of Alberta. That's usually where a lot of them are coming from, is typically the northern reserves. And looks like some sort of a shepherdy kind of mix. Probably going to be a really big dog when he's full size, I would imagine. He looks like he's going to be that way. Earlier today, I was looking over the fence and chatting with the neighbors to tell them about, like, the opportune time to be grafting to their tree. And if I give them tomato plants, can I do it earlier rather than later? So that, and, like, are they willing to take care of them in pots before they can go on the ground? So that, you know, it's less space intensive on me. And I wanted to ask them if I can park on a spot that's like 30% in front of our place, but 70% in front of theirs in terms of property lines and stuff. And I'm really glad they said, yeah, go ahead. But while I was peeking over the fence and, like, called out saying, hey, the pumper came over, like, barking, but, you know, very clearly happy, came right up to the fence and was looking up and bark at me, but, like, his whole rear end was shaking as his tail was wagging. And, you know, I'd met the pupper a couple times before while they're walking the doggy through the back alleys and stuff. Very jumpy dog, like, oh, I'm so happy to see you. I love people kind of doggy, and really sweet. So I'd very much like to adopt a doggy one of these days, but I'm gonna get a job first, be making some income, and be having an idea of what my schedule looks like. I mean, I guess I'm making some income technically off of, like, the channels here, but that's nothing significant. That is absolutely not. I need a job. So I'm looking around. 28, what are we reading on there? It's getting pretty long. But yeah. I might get around to that sometime around there. We'll see. Again, like, as I've said on stream here sometimes before, I don't know how long my frequency of streaming is going to be able to continue. Because once I get a job and, like, start working that, and when the day comes that I move out into my own place and then I have, like, you know, a whole household to be taken care of and other adventures with life and stuff. We'll see. We'll see. I kind of figure I should go ham on some of these old games that I want to get to at some point, these already released games. So that, because one day, getting around to new releases that I'm interested in might be the only thing I have time for. Maybe even less than that. Maybe I'll only be able to play games from time to time, so go ham while I can, get through what I can. Because I don't know how long it's going to be able to go on. If content creation ever popped off and I could just, like, live off of this, then hey, great! I'd play all the video games all the time. But I do not see that happening realistically. So, yeah. Man. It says 85% on the thing there. What does it say on my phone? The phone battery's getting kind of low. Screen's pretty bright. It's on max brightness. I guess from when I was outside tinkering with the truck. The case, and I just never bothered turning it down since then. Let's see here. This one says 92%. Layer 480 out of 719. So, I mean, we still have a couple hundred layers to go. But, you know, it shouldn't take too long. And especially once it starts getting to the spike, it'll be smaller and smaller squares all the way up. Alright, now its new estimated time of arrival is 1:03. The current time is 12:30. I think this might just end up becoming the new longest part of the series. I can verify that really quickly. What are we at? I'm curious. Let's see. If I go to my channel, and I go to all playthroughs, and then I scroll to Fire Emblem The Binding Blade, we're at a 27-part series so far. Or no, 30-part series. I don't know why it said 27 a second ago. What's the, What? Okay, I thought it loaded a state somehow for a second. I was like, how did it get over here? This looks like a completely different map now. Okay, hold on. Mash B so that, yeah, move the cursor about there. But yeah. 131, you're what, sorry? 1 to 31 for what now? Hold on. I am curious here. Part 28 was almost 4 hours long. Part 22 was just short of 4 hours long as well. Part 18, 2 hours long. Part 15 was 3 hours long. 2 hours, 2 hours. Hour 40, 2 hours. There's a lot of long parts in this series. Part 2 was 3 hours when I first started doing my crazy grindy stuff. But this is definitely the most ham I've gone on it yet. Yep. We are well over the 5-hour mark. This is the new longest part of this whole series. Might be one of my new longest Fire Emblem parts ever. Might be one of my new longest videos I upload ever. What it might just be outside of like the full streams I've been putting up. Holy crap. Like, I don't think that we are going to have a part that gets longer than this, because this is probably going to be the last of these kinds of setups that I go for. Because, like, how do I get a setup that's better than this? So I make use of this. So I max out Melody, I max out Thea, gonna max out Lance, I maxed out Lou, I maxed out Ogier, I maxed out Gonzalez. I maxed out 6 characters from this method. Holy shit. I got some levels on Ray. Like, wow. Much wow. Oh, in terms of, like, the current time. I gotcha. I was reading that like it was an aspect ratio at first, like 1 to 31. Like, there's a whole lot more of whatever the 31 compared to the 1. That makes a whole lot more sense. I don't know why I didn't just interpret it like that when there was the talk of times. My brain is a little bit weird like that sometimes. Now, here's a notepad that I wrote all the stuff that I wanted them to do on my truck. Or they didn't even need it because I was telling them what I wanted them to do on my truck, and they just wrote it down anyway. So I was writing like, hey, can you do these different things and stuff? One of the things that I asked if they could figure out was the glove box and the door window gaskets, because I tried installing those myself, but they didn't quite work out. I wonder if there was just like some secret ninjutsu that I had to do to get them to work, and like they might know at the shop, but they couldn't figure it out at the shop. And they were saying that these remanufactured parts all these decades later are usually only 62% accurate to the originals. I mean, you know, there's a large margin of inconsistency that you have to account for. Seems like my gaskets are too thick. They don't fit properly into place. Seems like my glove box doesn't quite line up right with the holes, and I'm probably gonna have to drill some holes through the thing. Which, like, fine, I'll do that. And I need to fix my speedometer cable still. I got a new speedometer cable, and I thought that that was the issue before, is like the cable was broken or something. So I just asked if they could install the new speedometer cable onto that transmission. They said that it's like the actual speedometer head, something or other, some term that I'd never heard of before because I'm still learning all this vehicle stuff. But something about like the speedometer head on that actual gauge is like seized up. And they said that something about trying to attach it onto there and it not attaching right broke like the head of that speedometer cable. I'm gonna need another new speedometer cable, even though that one is brand new. But yeah, so my speedometer still doesn't work on my truck. So, I mean, if I drive, I'm gonna have to do the same thing that I've had to do. Speedometer app. With a $20 Amazon phone mount from a couple of years ago. That's just right on the side of my dash. So, I mean, everything with that truck looks like it's pretty, you know, faithful to the way it originally was. Like, even if it's not the exact one that's been in there for 70 years, like, the replacement parts are pretty accurate to things that you would have seen in that truck originally. And then there's just like the Amazon phone mount on the side that holds a modern smartphone. So, yeah, there's that with my truck. If you ever see a green Fargo out in the wild and wonder if it's mine, you'll see a phone mount in it. But yeah, and okie doke, that's fair enough there. It's getting late. Take care there, Hikari. Have a good rest of the night, and I appreciate you stopping by and hanging out. I was gonna decrease the speed of that printer as it got taller, but, like, I don't think I will. If it starts to come loose and come off and it counts as a failed print, then I'm not gonna reprint it. I'm just gonna use it as is at whatever height it ends up. That means that, like, the legs won't be completely sealed and, like, some dirt will get inside, but, like, whatever. It's looking pretty good. Looking back and forth across these things, I'm really, really hoping the size matches up. I really, really hope. We shall see. I'm not used to relaxing here without blanket on my legs. It's just on the ground here, not on my legs right now. My legs are starting to get, like, chilled and cold. Blanket time. That's better. That's so much better. Becoming an old geezer. need my blanket on my legs. I could easily just pretend that I'm at Fragapalooza right now and just like do that. Or I guess Fragapalooza, I'd be in my car. This would be more like Janland or Hallowland where I can't sleep in my car and I have to sleep inside. Just do that, legs up. I could gladly close my own eyes, just relax, you know? I mean, what level is, that's Lance, right, in there? What level is he at? I guess I didn't really need to put him in there, but I figured I'm this far at this point. Let's just make this take longer and longer. Oh my god. Someone's gonna, like, see this video on YouTube sometime after the fact, and is gonna see that it's, like, 5+ hours long. It's gonna be at least, like, 5.5 hours at this point. It might be 6 hours. We'll see. It's one stupid map. And they're gonna be like, what the hell took that long? And they're just gonna, like, look at random points throughout the video just to see what was going on. They'll see a whole bunch of this, and then they'll click to, like, this part, and then just see me, like, laying down and looking like I'm asleep at first glance. And they're gonna be like, what the hell happened that stream? And it's gonna be so much incentive to go watch the whole thing totally. You know, making parts like this, I already generate, like, very little revenue off of my playthrough stuff compared to my video essays. My video essays is usually where, move like a pregnant cow, what? Like, my video essays is typically where I get the most revenue. There's probably next to nothing that comes off my playthrough stuff. I mean, maybe there's a decent bit off of my playthrough stuff when you add it up all together, just when you count, like, quantity over quality, or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how you would total that up and figure it out, but, you know, maybe something like that. But point is, I don't make a whole lot off of this stuff anyway. But when I make parts like this, Oblivion quote, oh, if I make parts like this that are like 5 hours, that really does not give me a whole lot of revenue. Because the way I handle my playthrough parts, I figure, hey, it's very little editing effort. It's just taking my stream and cutting up into parts. It doesn't make sense to be running like mid-roll ads, anything like that. So I run mid-roll ads on my video essays at like chapter key points, because it's like, hey, put a shit ton of effort into that. It makes sense to be doing that from time to time. I usually try to have like at least like half an hour to 40 minutes uninterrupted in each of the video essays. So it's like you still get like quite a big chunk of content before like any ads run. If I'm manually placing ads, I think if YouTube automatically places them, they just go kind of ham. I don't trust YouTube automatically placing them. I think there was some notification I got recently that they said in May they were going to start automatically placing some things. I'm gonna have to look into that. But point is, for my playthrough parts, I typically only have like the pre-roll ads run. I specifically check a box that says like run ads during video, in brackets mid-roll. I check that box off. So I figure like, hey, what's the point for my playthrough parts? People should just be able to like tune in. Hey, there's like a few pennies for me at like the very beginning, and then you just get the whole thing. if I'm cutting something up in like a 6-hour stream into like 12 half-an-hour parts, then that's like 12 ad slots you can argue across those 6 hours. I do something like this, that's all gonna be one part because it's one chapter. In terms of revenue, assuming I actually like depended off of like playthrough revenue, which again, it's next to nothing, so who freaking cares? But assuming I did, this would be freaking next to nothing. It's already next to nothing, now it's gonna be especially next to nothing. Because people can click on this video and just get so much content that they're probably not gonna care about. Most people that actually care about this series, I imagine, will probably see like the part where I actually did the chapter, like the content that they care about, and then would skim through seeing that I did a bunch of grinding and then just like click onto the next part. And that's the convenience of cutting things up into parts like this, where it's like one chapter per part. It's easy to index, just like, okay, click on the next part and you get right to the next chapter that you care about, instead of like, you know, getting 12 parts that you have to go past trying to see the next thing that you actually care about. You know that this part is the one map. You click on the next part in the playlist, you know it's the next map. Or this part is like a whole bunch of failed attempts of this map. You click on the next part, you know that it's the successful attempt. You know, stuff like that. That's the way that I feel better about cutting things up in terms of like my strategy RPG playthroughs like Fire Emblem here. Fuck, you want to play some Xenoblade Chronicles X? Where'd I put my Switch? I think it's in my laptop bag. Let's see here. That's my Apple. No, 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 stop, stop, stop. Damn you. Darn you. Stop. Stop, stop. It's such a good thing that doesn't actually make you lose your progress, since it auto-saves every turn. I'm totally gonna get over 100 hours. Hold on. Before... Let's see about getting this set up first. I am almost caught up to my Semu save file from years ago in Definitive Edition of Xenoblade X now. I'm pretty close. How was I doing here? Was this a... oh yeah, this was a quest that I completed during my Semu playthrough. So I was like, oh, it's fair game for off-camera my Definitive Edition playthrough. Because it's literally already covered on my channel. I forget what quest this is. I was in the middle of doing some quest. Of something or other. Let's see here. Because I had this set up for when I was grinding out that Roy world record of frickin' Century Smash. Where was it? I hadn't got this one here, right? Yeah. And then yeah, here we go. Maybe I should like move this source down here or something. I don't know. Something like that. But I should probably mute it. We just get like music and stuff. Blanket. Blanket. Headphone cord. Cord of like my PC controller. Legs up on spare computer. What the hell quest was I doing here? Switch my input over so I can like look forward and stuff. This will be more entertaining. And then I'll run my script here like that. Click back on the game. That's probably clicked on the game. Fast forward B. Yeah, we're good. All right. What the hell am I doing here? Predator and Prey. Oh, that's the Sylvalum one. Yeah, that's the this one here that I accepted. I did that during my Semu playthrough years ago, so fair game to do off camera in this playthrough, I figured. No, get away from me! Don't come any close. I have to, like, save these people in this quest. Gosh dang it, man. Yell until she snaps out of it. Ah, you're here for me? Oh, thank goodness. But Kret is... those monsters, Well, let's flee first. No, not until I've made them pay. You have to kill those prone. Kill all of them. That's what she kept me alive to do. Well, dang. They dragged her off, all of her pieces. Like, wow, we got right into serious territory of the quest that I left off at. They're going to use it for something. I think they had some orders to do that. Please, I can't just run away. I'm begging you, find those prone and their boss and give them what they gave Gret. End them. End them all. Okay, Dimitri, Fire Emblem is really intensifying. So are they in this cave here? Gosh dang it, Fire Emblem. Well, I guess gosh dang it, script. So over there, it looks like there's a chest that I didn't loot here. I did take a lot of time to try and, like, loot all the chests and stuff that I missed. But it looks like there's one here. Oh, yeah, because it was up on a ledge, and I couldn't figure out how to get up there. You can only get into this cave without skells. Like, you can't take a skell in here. And I can't get this way. That's why I didn't collect that one. Maybe it's tied to this quest. Something like that. The lag of a day one Switch. Can't wait to play this on a Switch 2, and then I have an actual functional gameplay experience. This thing is freaking abysmal playing on my day one Switch 1. Quite frankly. Oh, hi. You wanna, like, die? Whoops, that's the wrong one, but this'll be funny. Okay, actually meant to do True Stream Edge. What I actually wanted to do. Quite frankly. Unlike the last time I streamed Xenoblade X, we are no longer in our underwear. Here. Let's aggro everybody around here. Get you all in here, including that guy. Ghost Walker, so they're probably not gonna hit me. Go ahead and max out overdrive. A bunch of people died from that alone. And then, shame, what, that we're not all in our underwear here? Look, a hearty belly laugh there. I guess those guys' loot is preset, otherwise it would have been gold. I should have enough treasure sensor on here to, like, guarantee gold every time. Is there a way that I can jump over there? I can probably jump up that, and it'll save time over going all the way around. Yeah. Here we go. Around like this. Okay, can you just, like, maybe not? Who's trying to kill me? Activating overdrive a bunch of times alone kills you. Yeah, I've run out of things to talk about. We're playing Xenoblade X now. Should this go on my Xenoblade series playlist then? Whoa. Just dang it. Here, that... My script broken? The heck? There we go. Jeez. Give it a moment, I guess. Hi, I did it. Then it's over. It won't bring Adelbert and Gret back, but at least those bastards paid for what they did. Should I disable the jar? Darkrai can hang out on Xenoblade X. That's justice. That's right. Revenge solves nothing. No? But isn't this what Gret kept me alive to do? Last of Us Part 2 is intensifying here. I've got something to do before I head back to camp. Oh, but I want to repay you as well, so please come by when you can. Okay. Sure, we're gonna go do that. I have gotten some skills that I can keep my squad using for a while in Xenoblade X now. I haven't recolored them to be, like, properly themed yet because I haven't properly streamed Xenoblade X yet. So, I just got, like, a whole bunch of skills with... This one is its basic color, and this one is its basic color. This one I recolored to look like the one that I designed in Xenoblade X with my Semu playthrough. And I give it the same name, Tempest. The final part of my Xenoblade X definitive playthrough was, I believe, called part 136, The Tempest at Journey's End, where I finally made, like, a level 60 skill where I figure, hey, if I want to keep playing, this is what I'm using for the entire rest of the time. Like, this is my go-to skill. So I recreated it here. So I figured that was fitting. That's the only one that I bothered doing colors for. And I referred to that part of my previous Xenoblade X playthrough to, like, match the exact colors perfectly. So it went to the exact place in the part where I matched the colors and stuff. But this Ares 90, which has been just, like, my turn off my brain, go around destroying things if I don't want to do overdrive shenanigans or they're in the air. I haven't bothered to recolor yet, and I haven't bothered to recolor that one yet, which will be my, like, go-to range attack skill down the line. Once I actually have access to, like, the super weapons that I want to use, but I'm gonna have to do, like, certain affinity quests before I get access to those super weapons, so it feels bad. Fina told me everything. What happened to Gret was. Still can't even process it. But even just Fina surviving is a miracle. That never could have happened if not for you, so thank you. Well, I didn't save Gret. Fina kept bawling apologies to Gret until she finally cried herself to sleep. The only one who should be apologizing is me. I was a coward who stood by and did nothing. I'll take Fina and head back to the city. This is a quest where you have a choice. He says, like, do you want to go fight these guys or do you want to go fight these guys? I wonder if I chose the other thing if she would live, but, like... Oh, well. I'm not leaving her side until she recovers. No matter how long it takes. It's the only way I can atone for letting my fears stop me from helping Adelbert and Gret. Yeah. You're like a saint. Hope I can find that kind of mercy and love in myself. Fina's going to need it. May I never work his blades again. I hope you'll continue to grow strong. Here, I know it isn't much, but maybe it'll be enough to help you save someone else. There we go. That's another one of the quests that I did many years ago. And more Sylvalum recon here. Since the last time I streamed this, I have been going ham on this game. I have gotten, I'm pretty sure, every single treasure and tyrant recon I can do, minus the Telethia, across the world. So the world is now covered in question marks. Question marks. Check marks. Sorry, I'm thinking this is a freaking Ubisoft game for a second there. So now all there really is just going around doing quests and affinity quests. Unless I wanted to, like, hunt for achievements. There really isn't much else to do. I'm kind of at that point in the post game of this game. So I did have a look at, like, what segments I completed with my playthrough years ago, and figured any of those quests that I did before are fair game. This is not done years ago, so I can't do this one off camera. This is not done years ago, so I cannot do this one off camera. If I'm ever gonna do it, it better be on camera on stream. And this doesn't count, because this isn't part of, like, the Xenoblade X series. This is part of the Fire Emblem 6 series. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. And I made a list of the quests that are fair game. Sent it to myself in that Discord server that I use to send myself stuff. There might be some stuff in Noct. Like, I haven't been checking these off as I've been doing it. I probably should do. So the only one for Sylvalum was Predator and Prey. Cauldros was Supply Surprise and Sparking a Smile were fair game. So this one's fair game, but it seems like I need to do another quest first for that with one of these other convoys, one that isn't fair game, so I guess I'm not doing that off camera yet. Let's see here. Sylvalum, the only fair game one that I saw so far was Predator and Prey. It is possible that doing some of these quests unlocks other quests that I wasn't looking at before. And then when I compare to, like, the segments that I completed in my previous playthrough, it's like, oh, I did that one too. So, like, this list that I have here of ones I've done before isn't exactly definitive. I'm gonna have to, like, update it. Noxulum, there's a Proper Chopper and Frontier Spirit are fair game. Not that one. A Proper Chopper. This one's fair game. I did it years ago. It's fair game to be doing outside of its series here. What the heck do I do here? Go to Noxulum Sunlit Spring where the helicopter went missing. Apparently I did that years ago. So I can do that here. Fair game. Don't need to be doing it, like, as part of my series twice. I mean, you could argue it's two different series, like the original game and definitive, but basically the same. It can already be found on camera on my channel, so fair game to do off camera here. I figure I'll recolor this thing to be nice at some point. So I will do wee. Hey, look, a bunch of guys I'm probably gonna have to kill. If I did this at one point, may as well skip the cutscenes. That's what I've been doing for the most part on my own time. So if I have time, if I'm like watching a movie with family or going from point A to point B, like when I was telling that story earlier, the stream about how I was heading out of town to go see my grandparents and my dad brought home that other vehicle. Yeah, on a decent bit of the journey there, I was playing Xenoblade X. Was the case. Okay, for the sake of speed here, let's get you all in battle first. There we go. I'll kill you all at once, probably just by activating overdrive. Okay. Yep, that kills. Difference to the original game. Activating overdrive does a little bit of damage. Against weak enemies, it adds up. Wait, is there someone I missed? Oh, here's Howard. Hi, Howard. I'm skipping this. Yeah, Roscoe asked me to help. I need to stay here to guard the helicopter, and Siska's performing maintenance inside, or basically pinned down. Can you defend yourselves? Because I can handle things here. We're good. Okay, man. Hi, Siska. You got Howard mentioned. Kill him. Skip scene. Oh, I got these things, apparently. Skip scene. Objective update. Oh, what? Repair the helicopter's main rope. Oh, what? Oh. I need to, like, do this. Oh, what? Which wire will you connect the parts to? Oh. Oh, shit. It's one of those ones that actually has, like, branching stuff. Red? Well, there's the save. Red, huh? Connect the parts to the red wire. I was about to Google it, but I saved, so it's not the biggest deal. Watch, the helicopter's gonna crash and kill them. Did you say the option that was gonna kill them? They wrapped up the repairs. Stop a few random parts and we're back in the air. Who knew it'd be that easy? Even the tail rotor's behaving. Thanks for the help. You're a helicopter repair expert and a damn sight tougher than Howard. Am I? Give it a moment here. Roscoe really outdid himself with you. I'll make sure he pays you once you're back in New LA. Let's all meet up back where you first met him, okay? I don't remember where that is, but it'll show me on the map. I have to get back to the city without another huge fight. Long black screen. Oh? Did they make it okay? Everything a-okay? Surely nothing bad is going to happen. Surely you didn't know the answer and purposefully tell me the red one knowing that it would kill them. Since we know where your motivations lie. Surely. Don't tell me that they're MIA when I talk to you. Oh, they're here. See you, thank you for your work. Siska made it home safely. Wow, you guessed the option that actually brought them home safely. How's Roscoe about Howard? Howard is dead! Wait! Siska piloted the helicopter safely as far back as New LA's West Gate, but the vehicle then ceased to respond and ultimately crashed. The result of a hasty patch job, perhaps. Regardless, Siska managed to escape with her life, but Howard was less fortunate. We lost a good man, not to mention a helicopter and all its cargo. Poor Siska is still in shock. I doubt she'll work on this team again. As for what's to come, I simply don't know. Pardon me, you still need to be paid. Did you know the option from doing it, Wildcat? Or did you, or did you just, like, random 50-50 guess that as a joke? Like, okay, you do. Return to title screen, whatever. Like, the rewards stay the same. It's not like the game stops being 100%able or anything. But, like... Gosh dang it. Here, just do this. It's coming along. It is coming along nicely here. What? Fine, whatever. I guess there's like new updates for online stuff or like there's new updates, and to do online stuff to engage with that, you need to have it downloaded. I would presume maybe it'll work a little bit better if you if on my day one Switch, if it's updated, I don't know. Gives you more stuff for killing him. I saw that he said something about like giving more stuff, but but that was the text that I was kind of skipping past at the end. Wait a second. Let's see here. I can't do it on my computer because proper chopper, because it's busy playing Fire Emblem for me. Proper chopper, Xenoblade Wiki. Hold on. Let's see here. So with the different routes with this, A route, connect the parts of the blue wire. B route, connect the parts of the red wire. Yep, my profile there. Results, A route, the helicopter made it back safely. Roscoe, thank you for saving his men. B route, the helicopter crashed while returning, killing Howard. Perhaps the results were faulty. Doesn't say the difference in rewards. Maybe a different page would. Let's see here. Proper chopper walkthrough game 8 days ago, so only making this guide as of like definitive edition here. Let's see. So what it says for rewards. Yeah, sure. Give me some material tickets on the side, I guess. I'm still gaining EXP there. Does it say the different rewards anyway? Let's see here. When prompted, choose the blue wire. This is the good ending where the mission succeeds and everyone survives. Alternatively, you can still choose the red wire, but with a twist. Howard dies and you don't get any item rewards. However, you'll receive double the credit rewards. So I guess you get double the credits if he lives, but you get like item rewards if he doesn't live. Wait, no. We recommend cutting the blue wire since Howard will not die, and you will also, you get item rewards if he doesn't die. Cutting the red wire leads to Howard dying, but you will earn double the credits. So, the guy pays me double the money if his guy dies in action because I screwed up at my job. So if he lives, he'll give me like some items he had in his pocket. But if I kill him, his boss gives me double the money. I actually prefer the route where he dies. She actually learns a lesson and starts taking her job more seriously. Meanwhile, in the other route, they just continue hating each other's guts. Oh. Well, they can live there or something or other. Here, we saw this before. We can skip it. This is what we can do. Let's just skip it. What level is Lance at now anyway? Wrong thing there. Oh, can't go right to there. I've got to be getting pretty close to done with Binding Blade. It's 1 in the morning. I think I'm doing this one map and that's it. I think we're doing one map tonight. Part 31's gonna be a long one. We don't care about life lessons. We just like killing people. Fair. Been waiting for you. Both Howard and Siska made it back safely. And with cargo intact, no less. We made our delivery to Granada GG with time to spare. I can't begin to thank you enough. But forgive me. You'll be wanting thanks of a more practical nature, I expect. There we go. Wow. The thing is done. Alright. Seizing fire for now. Seizing fire for now. I'll keep your contact information handy. Wow, sweet. I got another energy clip. That's nice. Alright, so like... yeah, still gaining EXP there. Alright, so I completed a proper chopper. The other one that I wrote down that's for sure fair game as is Frontier Spear. I might have done that one already. Missing in action. A Duel Part 2, that one's not fair game. Oh, Frontier Spear. Okay, that one should be fair game. I marked that one as fair game here, so that one would be one of the ones that I did during my playthrough several years ago. So I can do that one. Talk to Bates at Noxlum's Everwhelm Falls. Okay. I will do that. But yeah, this is quite the file of Xenoblade X I have at this point. I've done a lot of stuff. Going super ham on this game super early on. Hey, look, basic mission things. Items? Yep. We got Trek pants for that. Okay. Wow, I'm getting fat shamed. Still trying to kill me? There we go. Talk to Bates over here. Hi. Hi, Bates. Ah, the Black Skull! You were at the Black Skull! Oh, yeah, about that. Let's go to the Black Skull. Clearly not the one I was just driving. Black Skull is no, that thing's no skull. Mechanical horror, demon, nothing in this world can move like that. Ah, it's coming for us all. We've got to. Well, wait a second. Is that you, Harmonia? Are you here to rescue me? Hey, keep on going, script. Like heavens, the Black Skull's minions are all over this place. Even if I could get my legs to stop shaking, I'd never make it through without a skull. So sorry, but I don't think I can fight. Just seeing them makes me remember. Please, do that for me. Should be able to... Okay, the hell? Let's see here. Head on over this way. Lance is still going. I'm probably never gonna use him again after this, but it is extremely funny maxing him out like this. Oh. It'll be faster if I do it with, on the ground, honestly. Where'd all my TP go? Oh, I reloaded the game. Oh, yeah. Well, I may as well build it up again. Gosh dang it, man. Stupid wire. Stupid wire. Alright, well. Oh, there's more. Alright, well, Agni Gatling, I guess. You. I probably don't even need to do that. I can probably do something like that. Yeah, I'm really not. Like, I haven't done anything to actually try to get my level up at all. I figured level 60 was the max level in Xenoblade Chronicles X original, so realistically, I don't really need to be getting up any higher level. I've already killed, like, pretty much all the tyrants around the world that I need to for segment recon, minus the Telethia anyway, without needing to be level 99, so I don't really see much of the point. So I've just been continuing to play and just ending up at whatever level I end up at just by playing. Like, I guess if I get to level 99, I'll probably be scouted more online, but like, was it you that broke all my little toys? Oh no. So I've really made zero effort to get to level 99. I figure, what's the point? Like, I guess more often scouting, but what really does it give me that I don't have already? I can already destroy anything on the ground pretty much here. And once I do Fog's Quest and I get Sky High to use its glitch to be able to stay hovering in the air a little bit so I can even kill airborne things with my ground build, then things are really quaintance for tyrants like the Telethia. Go away on Aaron for just a moment, come back to this. Such a nerve. Yeah, I am honestly kind of surprised. It's precisely why I told you Blade Insect should be eradicated. And most of these levels came from fighting Lucille. Hold your tongue. You think filth such as your kind has the right to address me? Because I did a little bit of like tyrant farming for my equipment. So I did a lot of farming on Lucille. I did a little bit of farming on this one big insect guy in Caldros for some of my stuff. I think that's it. I think I farmed my equipment off of those guys alone. So I got into level 80s off of like Lucille alone. So just from fighting Lucille over and over again, trying to get the stupid overdrive count up sleeve that I was trying to get, just got me into like the level 80s. I've just kind of been there since, is the case. But just going around killing these other tyrants like once each, it hasn't really gotten me up there. But yeah, almost all my levels are just from killing Lucille over and over again during a grind. I was grinding for equipment, not levels. And my grind was finished, so I didn't continue with it. America, prepare you for what I have in store. Farewell, little insect. If I really wanted to grind levels, I could probably go grind against in Farsis. I was forgetting the name for a hot second there. The super boss in Sylvalum. So yeah, this leads into other quests later if memory serves. I swear this YouTube shuffle is not shuffling. I've definitely heard this theme earlier this stream. But yeah, not there yet. And most of my levels at this point have come from Lucille. Hi, Bates. Are they gone? Yep. They're all gone. Everything's a-okay. Yep. Everything's good. Alright, well. And then go ahead and go here. Complete this quest. Getting there. We're getting close on my Pargoda, whatever the heck the thing's called. Oh, I'm done. Oh, I'm done with that. Oh, hold on. Stop. Stop. Click on OBS. Those inputs aren't going to do anything here, right? I'm actually done. Here, and then end my script. Is there anyone else that can make use of it? Why they didn't add a endgame tyrants to go along with the higher level cap? I heard that there were some new tyrants added, but I haven't really looked into it. I don't know if there's any, like, super particularly hard ones. Yeah, switch to the other controller. Let's manually switch the music over so that hopefully changes the seed. For however long we keep on hearing this music. So what did your stats come out to? In a whole bunch of HP, I can see from the missing HP alone. Considering... Yeah, they only got, like, the 2 hits on Ray. But I guess I already healed up. For whatever reason, my memory was telling me that I forgot to do that. Avatar remix here. Alright, so 23, 24, 25, pretty nice. 9, 14, 10. Not too bad. His res is actually pretty close to his defense. I want to compare with Alan. Who the hell is Alan? Yeah, with the strength and speed up there. Yeah. Preferring my Alan anyway. And I have to with, like, the supports and stuff anyway. But yeah, if I feel like using Lance in, like, a trial map, I can feel free to do so. 59 rather than 60 HP is a little bit unsatisfying. I don't know. Is there anyone else that can make use of that? I assume evasion is very much tied to speed and stuff. Like, your speed is way up there, so I had you in there. Yours, it doesn't seem as good with. They hit you sometimes, but not super often. I could max out Clarin. And I mean, I'm already trying to use, like, my other magic users where I can. Especially for, like, healing and stuff. I'm sure Clarin could do it. Hold on. Hold on, a hot ticker here. Yeah, if I just go ahead and say did that, I'm gonna have, like, such a nightmare of inventory to sort out for next time here. What's gonna be the case? 11 Constitution, 6. You can just dip out, I guess. What can happen? I've now passed the 6-hour mark for streaming. When you count, like, my stream starting soon screen, playing a few minutes of, like, an intro theme while I'm getting things set up. So anyone watching, like, the full stream VOD afterwards are gonna be like, what the heck? It's not 6 hours yet. That's the reason why, but realistically, I have been streaming that long. Yeah, this is the grind to end all grinds here. This is what this very much is. Alright, well. Max out Lance just for me to never use him. I could have brought Trek this time, and then Trek would have had more use. Dang it. Because I didn't need to bring, like, all my main guys this map. I only used, like, a small handful, and that was all I needed. I totally could have brought Trek here, and then maxed him out. He would have been a sword guy. He would have maxed out easily. Ah, man. Hello, LaMartinator. How's it going? Welcome on into 6 hours of this one map alone. Because I'm abusing it for EXP. Oh my. Here, get out of there, Lands. Lands? Now I've got Xenoblade on the mind. My god. Get into position. You only have like 4 levels to go, and then you'll be maxed out. But like, you'll get there. All right, well, Shrek, question marks? Are you asking about the music? This is an Avatar remix is what this is. If that's what your question is. All right, well, let's get my script back up again. All right, sure, let's max out Claren too. Why not? Let's max out a bunch of people. Oh, sound like I said Shrek? Maybe I did by my brain malfunctioning. All right, well, let's get Xenoblade back up here. All right, script, play Binding Blade for me. All right, may as well wrap up this quest. Welcome on into us multitasking. Because if I can program a script to just grind Binding Blade for me, may as well play a different video game in the meantime. Thanks a million, Bates told me everything. Poor kid practically pissed his pants just talking about that black skull thing. But don't you worry, I beat some courage into him. He'll be fine. He got what he deserved. I'll like that. See, I knew you'd get it. Is that how you guys roll on Elma's team too? In any case, we owe you one. Or more to the point, we owe you this. Wow, Frontier Spirit. Around the spring it also helped Bates out of a jam, which made quite the impression on Corwin. Hey, you ran across that black skull too, right? Tell it to me straight, how rough is this thing that's gunning for us? Nothing to worry about, I'll handle it. Oh, we got a real hero here. Far cry from the whiny little Bates. Still, if it's specifically targeting blades, it's probably worth having Rayleigh keep an eye out for it. I'm not too scared myself, but there's no harm in keeping safe, right? And well, you stay safe too. Good luck with your work out there. Yeah, so that leads into a whole quest chain, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember if I did that one or not during my playthrough years ago. So, I don't know. What else is fair game for now? Let's see here. So I think I did the ones that are for sure Noctilum fair game for now. Of a proper chopper and Frontier Spear. There's a bunch of ones in Primordia that could be fair game here, since I did them years ago. I did not do Snipe Hunt. Point is that I did not do that one years ago, so I only want to do that if I'm, like, actively Xenoblade streaming, not Fire Emblem 6 streaming. City Saviors. Apparently I did this one, looking at my list. I did do this one in my playthrough years ago, so fair game to do off camera of my Xenoblade X Definitive series. They already did it during a series years ago. But yeah. I want to kill more people. Well, we'll see if that's an option with any of these. Oh, this is the, this is one with, like, the Suids. And I thought about doing it on camera, because I wasn't sure about which thing to do. I don't think that there is, like, a proper option with this one. This is the one where it's, like, you have to either... There's quest things here, so just, like, yoink. Got Shrekware for that. Okay. Yeah, this is the one where you have to choose to, like, spare them because they're just baby Suids. Or kill them anyway. And it's like, no, 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 gosh dang you, script. No, no, no. Oh my god. Dang it. Here. Switch my input over back to Binding Blade here. Yeah. Are we at 100 hours? Not yet. Yeah, you want to kill here. Level 17, yeah, your speed is maxed out here. Hopefully your magic goes up some more here, because I know that was your issue. It was kind of the case. Get my script going again. Speed. Go at it. Let's see here. And I'm pretty sure if you let them live, that does come back to bite you. But it has been a while. My print is almost done. Look how much stuff I'm multitasking now. I'm doing a 3D print while I'm playing one game that I'm looking up the stuff about on my phone, while another game I programmed to play itself. This is the way my streams get around here. Hold on. Xenoblade Chronicles X. City Saviors. Let me see here. If you don't kill the pigs, Carl dies. Hold on. Wait, that was on a GameFAQs page. This is Xenoblade Wiki thing here. It doesn't say anything for what I actually want to know here. City Savior Quest, Xenoblade Chronicles X, GameFAQs. If you let the pigs live, you unlock another quest later called A Painful Lesson. Back out there. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find any information about that quest elsewhere. If you don't kill the pigs, Carl dies, and there is another quest after Chapter 7 to kill 5 level 22 to 26 pig enemies instead. As far as I know, the quest does not have a map segment and doesn't count towards completion. So, I see someone has, from 9 years ago, has the same mentality as Wildcat would have. Because someone replied to the message of, if you don't kill the pigs, Carl dies. So someone replies saying, so you should let them live. Yeah, can we do taxes? Well, that's another thing I actually need to figure out. I actually need to figure out filing my taxes in the States. Reason why, I receive US income from Twitch and YouTube. And, I thought that stuff was being figured out with someone that we bring our tax information to, but it seems like it hasn't been, even for previous years. So, I need to actually get caught up on my US taxes, it seems like. As a Canadian, I need to file my freaking Twitch and YouTube taxes, is what I gotta do. So that's another thing on my to-do list of a whole bunch of recent stuff here. But yeah, so I would get another quest later, if I care about that. Like, maybe not necessarily, like, I'll still get the same game completion. Yeah, they grow up and kill the quest giver. That escalated quickly, someone's saying. Game rant. Killer spare suids, it says. Yeah. Xenoblade Chronicles X is a game about... Yeah. Scroll down. Let's see here. Players must head there. Kill the suids route. First option the players have is killing the 5 little suids that can be found within the cave. Upon dispatching those indigents, a level 16 big suid will appear and players must defeat it. Players can then return to Carl and NLA, who will suggest that the Xenoblade Chronicles X protagonist's actions were a bit extreme to complete the City Savior's mission and claim the associated rewards. Let's see here. Yeah, low battery warning on my phone. Let's see here. Alternatively, players can leave the little suids and use Xenoblade Chronicles X's fast travel to immediately return to Carl and complete the mission and receive the aforementioned rewards. However, this is not where things end, as players who leave the suids alive gain access to a normal mission that players who kill them do not. Specifically, that mission is called a painful lesson, and players who pursued the passive route can accept it after completing Chapter 7. While this guy will not fully detail the painful lesson mission in an attempt to minimize spoilers, it is important to note that it centers around Carl's death. Notably, this character does not die if the player opts to kill the suids during City Saviors. It's also important to mention that while a painful lesson does award some EXP and credits, it does not grant any segment recon. So yeah, it doesn't matter for any map completion. Man, what is better, to have a man die or a bunch of baby animals? That's what we have to ask here. Which do we have happen? I wonder what I did in my playthrough several years ago. If I have a part named City Saviors, then great, but chances are I probably don't. Hold on. Let's see here. I need to use my computer if I want to find this fast. So, like, pause for a hot second. Exit the script. Stop. Let's see here. I'll be able to find this really fast if I, let's see here. Go to my playlists. Xenoblade Chronicles X, and I find the one from several years ago. Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles X Semu. This used to just be called Xenoblade Chronicles X, but I recently updated the playlist name to say Semu to, like, differentiate it from, like, the other ones. So I have one that's called Semu, one that's called, like, Definitive, and one that's called Wii U. So hold on here. My display capture. You should be able to do both. Hold on, just scroll so that it loads up all the things. Yeah, 136 parts. It used to be 141 because it used to have, like, the bonus content of, like, the Wii U stuff at the bottom. But now that there's, like, 3 different X playthroughs I did, I figured, hey, let's just have them all in, like, their own playlists individually. So now this is just the Semu playlist, there's just the Wii U playlist, and there's just the Definitive playlist on the Switch. 3 different platforms. City, say, okay. If I did it, well, and I did do it. I know I did it. But then I have no idea what part it's in, which means there's no freaking way I'm finding it. Unless I guess really well. Long exploration begins. Because this would be early on that I probably did it, right? Sort of Semu there. Also native Wii U. When would I have done it? Gradually mapping the world? This would have been centered around Noctilum by the photos there. Because this is a quest you get early on, right? Xenoblade Chronicles X City Saviors. Yeah, if only. I'm bad there. Prerequisites chapter 3. So would it have to be post chapter 3? That's pretty early on. So chapter 3, I'm pretty sure was this one, right? And you like get access to like the thingamabobs there. Chapter 3, if memory serves. Let's see. Nelson's missing team, and then like you get Tatsu and stuff like that. I think that's the one. An up named Tatsu. Yeah. So this is chapter 3. So this is post chapter 3. Is this where I did City Saviors? Because again, I looked at the segment recon. I did do this during this playthrough years ago. So I figure it's fair game to do off camera of my Xenoblade series. Would this have been something I did? Because I can always do something different just to like change it up. It's a different quest. I'm doing probe stuff. Would I have done this here? Nano's here. I haven't seen that name in a long time. I went around putting probes and stuff. I probably didn't. Good old gun ban. Maybe I didn't do a lot of quest stuff. Then I went to Sylvalum. This is Noctilum as well. Oh, did I do other stuff here? This will be the name of one quest. Where are the... There's no way I freaking find where I did this. And I can't load up my own file, like, after that PC reset. I might be able to restore that file at some point. But, like... Gosh, dang it. Gradually mapping the world? Maybe? But I just did Fry's quest. There's no way I find it. I have no idea what I did 3 years ago. Look, here's where I did a proper chopper that I just now did here. Maybe I would have done it around there. I don't know. This is my last guess, I think. I don't think I did it there. Gosh dang it. I probably did it during my Wii U playthrough for sure. I might be able to find it during that. Much pain. I don't know, man. I do get a bonus quest, but a guy dies. What do I want to look more complete? The affinity chart or the quest menu where it looks like I've done more shit? Means I have more shit to do later. And that sounds like a pain. More shit that I have to do later that I don't necessarily have to do later. I think the quest menu sounds more impressive, so I let the guy die. That's what I do here. Like, let me run my script again. This can run while we're and stuff. Player can get maxed out and stuff. This is just turned into a Xenoblade Chronicles X stream at this point. Say in the quest menu, you think I should let the guy die? Oh, I'm not on my stream manager. Stream manager, click back on the game. So, like, you're saying let the little ones live? I shouldn't just go full Anakin Skywalker here? Gosh dang it, game. / script. Let them live. I just have to kill them later after they kill this guy. is what happens. You know? No way to make the affinity chart perfect anyways. True. That is true. So just have like more quests done and then it looks more impressive if I'm scrolling over to show all the quests that I did in game. Bunch of young ones in the cave. Damn, I don't want to tell everyone they've got to go past piglets, even if they're monster piglets. So I do technically kill everyone by doing that, which is the route that you'd like. Guess that's Interceptor Way, right? Secure mankind's safety no matter the target. Yeah, it's a real moral conundrum there, but you're the one that has to live with it. So I'm going to leave it up to you. Over and out. So, I mean, like, we're getting there. It's doing the thinner parts of the spikes. They have a mission to do to go kill Carl. This is so stupid, man. Whoops, that was Yardley's hideaway. I just went to, like, the closest fast travel point. That is, like, way low down. Whoops. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta go here, man. That's what I gotta do. Okay. All right. So, where is he? Hey, look. Information. Link. Man, this mess of skulls. So Carl here is gonna die. Hey, welcome back. How'd the native animal slaughter thing go? Oh, you let him go? Oh, I totally get it. Monster not, you still feel bad about killing kids. Yes, I'm mentally sane. Why do you ask? I may have hurt the mission. Don't worry about it. We'll figure out some other way to fix the problem that doesn't involve killing innocent children. Here, I swept this from the store. It's not much, but help yourself. Guess that's the last time we're gonna see Carl. Guess he's gonna die. From here, my superior, Trevor, will probably have some ideas on how to proceed. Doing good always gets me pumped. What a rush, right? I got an energy clip. Hell yeah, that'll help me out. That's what we like to see. All right. Well, there, I got that segment recon. Hell yeah. There, city saviors. I did the thing for Carl, even if it leads to his death. What else is fair game here that I did before? Forbidden Love. I might have already done that one. Hold on. Welcome back, Connor. That one's fair game. I got a bargain take top blue camo. That one I did 3 years ago, because that's, like, I only marked the ones I did, like, in the semi playthrough as fair game. But I'm pretty sure I remember I did that one during my Wii U playthrough 6 or 7 years ago as well. Considering I remember one of my mods at the time, Spirit, or Haunt, as he was going by at the time, his name's Connor. And he was like, whoa, the dude that you're saving here, he is the same name as me. So I distinctly remember that from back in 2018, so 7 years ago. I did this quest on camera 7 years ago. So it's fair game to do off camera, semi-off camera like this. Not as part of my X series, but part of my Fire Emblem 6 series. This is fair game to do outside of that. I've already done it on camera twice. That's more than enough. Hey, look, it's Haunt. From 7 years ago. I haven't seen him in a long time. Hope he's doing well nowadays. Oh, sweet baby back ribs. You're human. Guess my luck hasn't completely run out on me. Am I done? Oh, I'm done. Hold on. Just, dang it. Claren's done. Okay. So, stop. Stop. Hold on. I'm curious. Oh, this is a Detective Pikachu theme. Yeah, that's what I thought it would read. Is there anyone else I can get in there? 16 speed? 17 speed? You're maxed. 18? 17? 17? You have the same speed as Ray now? Wow. Blue's done? Level 9, level 12. Can I get away with this? Hold on. I mean, my inventory is going to be so screwed up. I'm going to have to, like, deposit everyone's everything and then, change things out. I'm going to adjust the music up a little bit. I think it's a little quiet. Smidge. Here we go. Here. I'm going to continue abusing the shit out of this. Man. Here, let me, we'll ignore Haunt for now. That's what we'll do. Okay, sure, why not? Okay, get ready to make, like, a beeline out of here. I'll probably want to go after Lilina. If she gets some speed level ups, that'd be great. But yeah, I can turn combat animations back on briefly just to see, like, what kind of odds am I dealing with while I'm in the forest here. So let's see here. Out of curiosity, how much can I abuse this stupid map for? Oh, that's already at 0. Okay. I can max Lilina too. 0. It's 1:30 in the morning. My God. I think this is going to turn into the longest single part that I've ever had to any playthrough on my channel. I have no doubt of that. They're all at 0. I can max the Lina. We can keep on playing Xenoblade Chronicles X, a better game. Hell yeah. Oh my, this is so freaking dumb. What level are we starting at here with Lina? 9? Here, and then, man. I'm just using save states here in case I do something dumb. Like I've said before, I wasn't gonna use, like, save states to, like, arena abuse. Anytime that I die, oh, it's done. In the arena, just reload and max everybody out that way. Like, nope, not doing that. But this is a way that you can realistically cheese. All right, the last theme was quieter. This one's a bit louder, so adjust it down a little bit. Whoops. Something like, here-ish. That's pretty good, I think. All right, script time. I'm so glad I programmed a script that plays this stupid game for me. And before I lose inputs on computer, go ahead and turn that back on. Hell yeah. All right, speed, script time. Just gain 11 levels. They have no chance of hitting her. All right, let's just play a bunch of Xenoblade X tonight now. I guess my luck hasn't completely run out on me. Monsters are chasing me everywhere. I'll see this dialogue and then maybe I'll grab the thing. First I ran out of ammo, then I lost my comm device, then I was pretty sure my time was up. Yeah, Monica was worried. Why am I not surprised? I mean, it's sweet of her to care. She's always been a bit of a worry wart. Still, I suppose I should report back and let them know I'm okay. I hate to bother you, but could you help me look for my comm device? It should be nearby. Yeah, I remember doing this. I know we're both fellow Blades and all, but I'm still willing to pay you for your time. It's my goof up that put us here anyway. Yep, so go. Oh, I guess I got his comm device. Hey, look, once I've got that, maybe I can reach the others no matter where they are. There you go. Hey, nice work. I'm impressed. Glad to see at least one of us here as a pro. Now I know who to turn to for help next time things take a turn for the worse. All right, let me call up the others here. I'm very, very glad that successfully printed after all my fighting of that machine earlier today. It kept on wanting to not print. I should get in touch with my team, thanks to you. They're on their way here now. Here, this is my way of saying thanks. I really appreciate the help. Wow, alright, I just needed to come and talk to him. There we go, another thing done. There you go, Haunt. Joy, again, 7 years later. Oh, but he has another mission. But presumably I would have accepted this on camera with the other series as well, because of course I would talk to him right here. Why would I not? So surely that's fair game. And this is semi on camera. Like, I'll put this part during like my Xenoblade series playlist, just not in my Xenoblade X like specific playthrough playlist. So that, you know, all the content across all the Xenoblade stuff is done in the Xenoblade series playlist. All that. Ugh, hard to tear off because I can't bend it, which is good. It means it's on there firm. Look at that. Look at that. Bend it like that. Yeah, so I got it to print all these supports there that, well, the camera tracking me is breaking things. Take the, little bit of, like, extrusion in the beginning, whatever that's called. Skirt off like that. Right on target. All right, let's see here. So, maybe if I turn this off for just a second. Wait for it to do the thing. There we go. And then click back on the game. Yeah, so little wooden pargoda, whatever the heck they're called there. So these supports should be relatively easy to take off. Relatively. Like, it very much didn't need the supports for, you know, the overhanging bits. But I wanted the more surface area because I was having trouble printing. Where did I put my pliers? Right here. I can literally just, yeah, yoink them out like that. Put them in my trash can here. Might be able to go at this decently fast-ish. Show the finished product here. Wait. Yeah, I can go at it pretty fast. Hold on. Would this fit? It is very, very slightly big to the point that the pot can probably stretch. Like, it is It is almost right on it here. Like, literally right on the four corners. So I could probably bend them in and push it in. So it'll probably work. Whoops, a little bit of stringy plastic got caught on the cucamelon there. So I can probably make it work. I'm not printing another one of these. That's not happening. Yeah, a little bit of stringy plastic on this one support post in particular. But yeah, turned out not too half bad. I should have made it smaller, turns out. But, oh well. Here, I can probably get these relatively easily. Fire Emblem Fates remix here. Still going with Fates. Is it worth doing the full cleanup? It probably won't take me too long. Take me a little bit of just seeing me peeling stuff away here. I'm about a quarter done. This is the case. Won't be too bad. There are much worse supports to take off than this. Some ones that are like right between like two spaces that you have to like shove a knife in there and really get it out. Those are the worst. Ideally, this thing prints without supports, as was my initial plan, but that didn't quite pan out. It is extremely useful to have a set of pliers, especially if they're needle nose pliers, when you do 3D printing shenanigans. Oh, a little bit that I missed in there. Oh. Ah. Almost done with this row. This is the last one here. Lilina's still good. Lilina still looks pretty dang good. I'm getting like filament on my lap now. There, it's one side done. Here, we'll show the full finished product. Here. You can see what's been printing this whole time. In its finished, completed state. Its final form. Well, unless I want to do a final form of one that's smaller, that fits the pot a little bit better, but I can probably make this one work. But yeah, you know what I was talking about this whole stream about, like, imagine my embarrassment and disappointment if it turns out it's too big. Yeah, it's definitely a little too big. But not unreasonably so. Yeah, I should have made it a little bit smaller to have a little bit more margin for error. Is what I should have done. Silly me thought it would be enough. Only double checking on stream that I was like, I wonder, is that really good enough? Turns out, not quite. Yeah, maybe the pot will stretch a little bit. After all the pain I went through for this one, I don't particularly want to print another one. Okay, one last little bit here. Oh, look at that. Apart from like all the stringy kind of bits here, the actual quality of it looks pretty nice. Like, look at that. Well, that breaks the tracking in my camera. But, here. No, stop. Where did I put my controller? Do your inputs, and then I'll really quickly... Whoops. Here, turn off the tracking, click back onto the game. Now it's just set like that. So, yeah, and we've got like a bit of a wooden look on the side like that. So this is the way that it prints. Yeah, a little bit of stringy plastic, but that's okay. So yeah, and then the top is like that. So there's lots of places for them to like put the tendrils through and grab on. It's not just like a flat surface where they can't grab anything. It's like a perfect mesh kind of thing where they can wrap around and grab on and really make like a very solid surface here. These cucamelons. And it just looks kind of nice. I was going to be using my like lighter brown filament, but I was having even more adhesion issues with that. So I elected to just use this one instead. And like, it looks visibly nice. It should make for a pretty nice setup here. But yeah, I am going to have to like bring in the spikes a little bit. I won't bury this too deep in here anyway, because then like more height, more... No, stop! Damn it! More distance for it to climb up and stuff like that. Because they like to climb. They are climby plants. But yeah, I'll probably properly slot that in after the stream here. This is what I'll do, because I might be a little finicky. And then maybe during some future stream, maybe I'll show my cucamelons climbing up my little thingamabob. Okay. Oop. Turned out pretty alright. I can just set it up like here for now. Put over my little Mario mushroom. There. A little overhang. So hopefully the plants like that. What kind of level up do I get here, huh? Ooh, speed went up. Her speed is 19. Even though her speed growth is, like, pretty shit. That's pretty good. I'm out here getting dream luck. I'm getting skill on Gonzalez. I'm getting speed on Alina. What a world we live in. Here, it's 1:43 in the morning. This is the only map I'm doing tonight. Where's my Elgato source? Here it is. Wait for it to do the inputs again. I don't screw it up. No. Okay, Elgato, click back on the game there. All right, inputs already switched over. Connor, what do you want from me? Hey, Harmonia, I managed to get in touch with my team thanks to you. They're on their way here now. What are you doing back out here anyway? Bored or something? If so, I suppose I can give you the bounty assignment I flubbed. And Mark said Bolts Nicola has been running around making life hell for everyone. I've probably done this off camera before, but like, I'll double check it between sessions to make sure. Oh, someone's chomping at the bit, huh? Let you take that bad boy down without breaking a sweat. Or the details of your comm device. Have at it whenever you like. It's Nicola. So I probably did that, but you know, when I was comparing like which ones I've done, I only have like a map of like the completed tiles. I don't know what quests they correspond to. I find out what quests they correspond to by looking at like my definitive edition map. So things like this are probably fair game, but I'm gonna have to verify with like the tiles sometime later. So I'll leave it be for now. Whoops, I'm tracking it. I mean, I can also just kill it out there pretty easily anyway. Let's have a look, see what else is potentially fair game. So I marked a bunch in Primordia here. Let's see here. So here come the brides. Oh, that one's fair game too, actually. Apparently I did that. You decide to help the indecisive prone choose a wife. And I think I chose the specific wife on camera. Like the important part is done. No, stop. Okay, so yeah, I'm tracking that. And yeah, so here comes the brides. I can do that one. Easy peasy. Stop. Comes the brides. Here's another quest that I can. Oh, there's the painful lesson. I don't know if I've done that one off camera before. I don't remember if I spared the Suids or I let them live. So just in case, maybe I'll leave that one be for like properly during my Xenoblade series sometime, like at Megaland. I'll probably end up playing a decent bit of this game at Megaland. Will probably be like the next big session of Xenoblade X. Because, you know, I have other games to get to around here now. I did all the main stuff I want to showcase here. Like, I still like to showcase the new Affinity quest. Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. Wrong thing. Still want to showcase those at some point, but I'm in no rush. There's other stuff to get through around here. I mostly just wanted to get through, like, the new epilogue and things. Damn it. Level 13. Okay. Yeah, I really am. Aren't I? Alright. Script. There we go. Switch my input over. See what kind of level up I get here. Well, +2, which isn't all that good. But part of that +2 included speed. My Lilina's actually gonna be freaking good. Here I was thinking that I'll use Lilina from time to time, but mostly just keeping her around from story reasons, but lose the real good one in that class. Nope. Lilina might actually be pretty good too. It looks like. Here's this dude's wife that I selected there. Like, yeah, choose her. Damn, my legs are numb. I want to hunt feast of imp loafed meat for Nemard. Stop. Why does it keep going to that tile? I guess because it's somehow navigating there consistently with, like, the unit selection. Now they feast on me instead. Earth alien here. This place is home to imp loafids. Leave before you are found, Earth alien. That guy wants to marry you. But me? Ha! Nemard is hopeless. I knew he would be lost without me. One more reason I cannot end day as food for impelophids. I'm ashamed to ask, but can you please help me? Maybe, I guess. Oh, I had to farm some of those guys for a while. But then I gave up and used material tickets. One of them has returned. You must defeat it. I must live to see Nemard's face again. Sure, I'm gonna have like no TP because of that stupid wire that got me to reset the game. He doesn't even care. He's like, well, I'm just gonna hang out. I'll be here if ever you want to kill me, I guess. Alright, well, I mean, here. Just build up TP. Might not assist me this battle, but future battles. I have so much of an energy bar now. It's so nice. Oh, get toppled. I can spam so much of this. Stop. 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 Here. Move the cursor like here or something. That sounds good to me. All right. Whoops. Oh, why did I piss off the friggin' stretchy animals? What the heck? How did that happen? I will get overdrive. My party members aren't as good at this as I thought they would be. Stop. Script. Why can't you just be perfect? I mean, I can make you perfect if I slow down the game, but like, eh. Oh, I ran out of energy. There we go. Look, everything dies now. And then, can I choose stream edge from here? Stop, 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 stop. Oh, well. I don't know what exactly happened there, but a thing happened. Okay. Alright, there, I did the thing. I don't know what one of those creatures is doing here. Usually you see them in, like, Cauldros. Thank you. Had you not come, I would have been meal for impelophids. My legs are fine now. I could walk home. Marriage? Do you think of Nemard, Earth alien? He's real cool, man. You have keen eye for men. Nemard is unreliable in everyday life, but he faces challenge in time of crisis. When Ganglion captured us, they almost hurt me. I swear we heard this theme earlier. But Nemard charged them. They were armed. He was not. He did not hesitate. Here, click back on the game. Oh, but now I can't tell if it's doing the thing. Gosh dang, I gotta switch my input over. Because I have Xenoblade X in front of me. Here. And then manually click in a second here. Dang, it freaking broke anyway. Do the inputs. Okay, then manually change over to that. Pull up OBS, click back on the game. Please play music. Please don't stop. There we go. When Nemard charged them, they were armed. He was not. He did not hesitate. They beat him badly. I was sure he would die, but he smiled, said his injuries were nothing. I must be at his side. I must keep him out of trouble. I will be his mate. Rite of marriage will happen when I return. You must attend as my guest. Alright. Yep. Let's do that. Let's do the thing. Yeah, pretty soon this file will be fully caught up to my file from several years ago. I am getting very close. We are short on this, short on that. We do not have enough to hold proper prone wedding. Prone men are drunk before rite of marriage begins. I should beat them into helping, but they are more nuisance than help. Oh, you are Harmonia. You brought bride and groom together. I thank you. My younger brother Nemar needed help. Help to win fine woman like Heptana. It's due to him. I'm pleased to hear it. Prone values strength above all else. Kindness seldom earns praise. So, will you help prepare for rite of marriage? I need hump steaks for feast. Everyone else is too drunk for help. I'll finish rest of preparations while you find meat. Much as I tease, I love... Gosh dang it! Love my brother. I want his wedding to be perfect. Alright. Well, I guess I already have it. I guess we have the thing. There's so much happening on this layout. Less now that there isn't the 3D print cam anymore. Even though the stream title still says it, but like, whatever. Harmonia. Everyone is terrible. How's it poppin'? Terrible, and you? My younger brother marries before me. Now rest of clan calls me spinster. I will quiet them while I find Prone Man. Man who can slay Mandos with single blow. What's a Mando? Oh, what was that level up? I can look on the stream manager here. What was that? A couple seconds delayed. That was speed and defense. What the hell is my Lilina? What? Try to cheer her up. I know the feel. You are kind, also strong. I wish I knew a prone man like you, but none exist. Mother says don't be picky. Yeah, I will not be made of disappointing man. Enough. I talk too much. Makes my mind foggy. I asked you to get something, yes? Alright, tough hump steak. Here you go. Apparently I had exactly... Whoa, how did this happen? How did this happen? Stop, stop. Okay. Sorry, I forgot I sent you to hunt meat. Older guests are getting drunk, so we start rite of marriage early. Thanks to your hunting, wedding is ready to... Oh, so this is famous Harmonia. You are fine heroine for Earth Alien. I'm Galba Vasogo. I'm victor of 1,000 battles. I was strongest warrior on Tormine. Waha! Aliens sing and dance at weddings, but prone are born to fight. Let us mark special day with glorious battle. You and I will trade blows until we cannot stand. Oh, I love this animation cycle. Like one of my favorite animation cycles in the game. Okay, I guess it's just a few poses. But, you know. It's so good. Galba is drunk, also restless. He hasn't fought since coming to Mira. Leave old man be. We have meat. We can begin rite of marriage. Do I get the choice? I'm gonna freaking fight him. Oh, your bravery of my namesake, Vasago. Oh, I will show you my strength. Strength that felled 30 Cavern Clan dogs in one battle. Meet me in Primordia, on plains northeast of Seram Lake. We will give all the fight. Is there anything stopping me from just hitting him from, like, hitting him with, like, Agni Gatling? Or the Avatar... This... Whatever the heck they're called. I'm thinking of something else there. The ultimate thingamabob. Old man is hopeless. You must go lay him flat, then drag him back. Why am I forgetting the name of it right now? It's because I'm probably just used to wrecking everything on the ground. Like, I've been wrecking a decent few tyrants with the ultimate thing of the Ares just out of, like, pure laziness. I've needed to, like, refill the Ares on fuel a few times because of that. Gonna do that. That should fix the script for now. Oh, I'm about to get another level up. Defense. I got a +1 on Lilina, and it was in defense. What is my RNG? Maybe my RNG is just weird when I'm looking at it. But it is very quite weird, huh? Here. Can I just fight, or is there a cutscene? I have to, like, talk to him first. There's a thing that I never got here, apparently. And it's, like, here. I went around collecting most of the collectible things around the world, but, you know, it's definitely not perfect. There's gonna be, like, little smidges I missed here and there. I guess that's one. That would be one. So if I see them, I'm gonna be grabbing them immediately. Clean up as much as I can. Classic Oblivion. Doing this cycle. It spawned me in the ground. Oh. Playing Oblivion Remastered there. Let's see here. So cinematic. Fresh air cleared my head of drink. I am ready. Are you? Yeah, I have a bunch of TP and stuff. Then let us fight. My Nemard's marriage, no glory and good cheer. Just imagine more intense music is playing right now since I muted the game. Whoa, target the right guy, please. Activating overdrive might just kill him. It almost did. I can just spam it a bunch more times, and then the explosion kills him. I just exude aura. I just emit my hockey, and it downs him. Whoa, something just despawned there. You are strong, very strong. It has been long since I enjoyed such challenge. You remind me how it felt to march into battle. I dodged bullets, pierced enemy lines, toppled generals, all to defend my clan. But I wasn't able to save my family from Cavern Clan. Not all of them. I lost my wife, daughter, son. Now only Bassus remains. With each loss, I swore to grow stronger, to hone my edge, protect what remained. But in the end, I could not defeat Ganglion. Hope Nemard finds strength he needs, strength to protect his family. Strength like yours, Harmonia. They will be wanting to begin rite of marriage. I should return. Okay, let's see here. Let's go finish up this quest line. This quest here. What I do. I love using this Sensing Kantian remix in my Pokemon essays if it's meant to be a more emotional time. And then some people leave comments complaining that it's too sappy. That's neither here nor there. Look, things are so cheery and happy and stuff. You return, we have awaited you. Tana and I are able to marry. It is thanks to you. Please honor us. Speak words as we begin rite of marriage. Please do. I'm happy now because you saved me. I would have died otherwise. Speeches are hard, we know this. But please show us path forward. Show us your wisdom. I remember at a black belt, like, holiday dinner for Taekwondo, I was asked to give a speech once, and people applauded, they seemed to like it. I thought I sucked. Not overthink it. I have much growing left. I need only a bit of stern guidance. Tell Nemar to become strong enough to protect his family. What? He is fine just as he is. What a shit option there. Speech. Yeah, no. I'm strong to protect his family. Galba said same thing. You are a true warrior. I understand. I will train. I will grow strong. I will protect Heptana from Ganglion Cavern Clan. There you go. Close a portal and spawn you in the ground. Nice. Now, my Heptana, accept this horn ring of betrothal. You gave me strength to hunt Ziphias. Strength to claim horn. This is all I can give. I love you, my mate. I have no more words. The stream is getting sappy now, huh? It's that weird tree thing, huh? Nemad, I'm so happy. Amazing music right now. You give love to unwomanly woman. Thank you. Your happy tears are jewels on face. You define what true woman can be. Thank you for having me. We are well and truly med. Crone stands by one. He grants horn ring a betrothal until parted by death. Grandfather Ald shed happy tears this day as well. Thank you, Harmonia. I will make her happy for all my days. There, I did the thing. Here comes the brides. I got a formal suit. The heck is the formal suit? Wrong thing, but like a new life. I'm gonna have to double check if that's something that I've done before, as I check like the other segments. I got speed up again. The hell? Like I'm sure her speed isn't gonna be like out of this world amazing, but pretty freaking good for Lilina, potentially. I'm gonna have to check compared to like average stats, so I'm gonna have to do out of curiosity what her speed is like. So what the heck did I just get? A formal suit? Tank top series blue camo that I got there. Got that Forerunner's uniform earlier. I got that Trekwear series. Meh, I'm not really big on that. I don't see the formal suit. Meh. Now it's just like regular armor. Where the heck is the formal suit? Am I blind? No, whatever. Whatever, I guess. Here. So the other one's in Primordia. Have a look-see. Go out this way. Segments. Training day. Is that a fair game one? That's a fair game one too. Let's do that, sure. Let's do that. And then that should be all the, for sure, Primordia fair game one done. Unless I've unlocked other ones that are fair game. That were, like, locked things before. So I couldn't check what their segment was before, which is possible. I have so many check marks across this map. It's kind of the case. Alright. Up this way. Whee! Wait a second. Oh. Oh. The objective is there. I was just thinking I could change over to my level 60 Hresvelg and then I get around the world faster. This is what I do. What do you think I just did? Okay. I think I can deliver some uranium for that one basic mission. Well, I can do. I think Lilina's about to be done here, though. Maybe I'll deliver that bit of uranium and then switch on back here. Oh, that's for a different thing, so I can't even do the blue thing. I don't know if that one's fair game. Can't select it. I have no idea if that one's gonna be fair game or not. I have no idea. Here's a Simon Grocery mix. Okay, skill res. Okay, well, let's see here. Switch input over. Let's go ahead and turn off my script quickly. But yeah, if you did it with your speed and stuff, then I don't know, maybe I can get Ray back in there or something. So what are your stats looking like here? Yeah, you maxed out your magic, which is pretty characteristic of Lilina from what I saw when I was figuring out my builds and stuff. Speed 23. For Lilina, that's pretty good, right? Hold on. Let's see here. Fire Emblem Binding Blade Serenus. Because her speed growth is pretty crap. So, like, my points are getting a little locked up together here. Probably partially from Taekwondo. Lilina. Because, yeah, your speed isn't as bad as I thought. The skill is actually the lower thing. It's just that, like, I guess I'm getting some false memories here. And it's that Lou is the one that actually has, like, a good speed growth. That's gonna be out here doubling. And Lilina's just like, it'll be good enough that maybe she's not getting doubled herself. That's kind of what it's like. Seems more realistic there. Average stats, Lilina, right there. The max level, average stats. Let's see here. So skill is usually at about 16 then. Okay, I'm above average there. Speed is usually about 20. I'm at 23. Pretty good. I'm below average on luck. A little bit below average on defense. A little bit below average on res. But being above average on offensive stuff and below average on the other things, like, I'll take that. I'm below average on HP as well. So I'm above average on my offensive stats, but I'm below average on my defensive stats. Honestly, like, that's fine. I'd say that's pretty good. 23 speed Lilina. I can be pretty happy with that, I would say here. All right, well, wrong controller. Yeah. Probably wouldn't even be going after her anyway. But hey. Whew. Oh, man. I can try getting you back in there. Your inventory is still cleared enough for it. I can try again. You had the same speed set that Lilina had going into it, which, memory serves, I believe, would affect evasion. And I think luck as well to an extent. I don't know. Maybe I could try putting, like, Dorothy or someone in instead. They should attack at one range, so that she can't counterattack. What they should do. Or I can just, like, swap inventory and then not have to worry about it anyway. Yeah, Saul is someone that I can afford to max out a bit sooner, as I'm trying to prioritize the other people. I mean, I guess he can work on actually hitting people with magic, since the staff is the thing that he maxed out. Let's try Saul, how about? Is what we'll do. Here, take this. It's 2 in the morning. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Yep. The longest single part in the history of this channel. So far, and definitely for the foreseeable future. I have a hard time imagining getting a longer part than this, but look, I can go around just maxing everybody. I'm genuinely starting to get really tired. I mean, a lot of these things I've just been like, okay, I'll just do it between sessions on my own time. So that would honestly kind of make sense to go for here. But you know, maybe I'll do that here pretty soon. What I might just do here. Because this is getting pretty ridiculous. Level 7. Script time. Oh, here's one of my cucamelons kind of falling out the side. Yeah, you want something to grab onto. I know. I'll give that here shortly. Dang it, it broke immediately. Man. Let's see here. Your inputs. Do that. I don't know, man. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be up. I've been playing one map of Fire Emblem for 7 hours. It's our quartet. You live, how was it? Did you find my onset strong? Oh yeah, I went out there on my own time and took down the Suid that he wanted me to take down. I did that from going from point A to point B when I just saw it out in the field and I was like, yeah, I may as well do it. No challenge from me. Perhaps he needs more experience to face warrior of your skill. I will train him. One day he will overpower even you. For now, he needs easier prey. What? He fled towards mountains, but commanded him to fight to end. History over him is incomplete. This is dire news. I have another request, Earthalian. I fear Odson may break his mental training, return to feral state. Could attack any who climb northern mountains. Blades, prone, other alien foragers, all are fair game. My cursor in a fair spot? Yeah. I can bring him back to heal, but I need white iron sand and Noran lilies. Will you bring them to me? This time, he will yield to my will. I swear it. Oh, guess I don't have the things. Well, guess I'll go get the stuff. Wow. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Stop. 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 I can't just do this. I might just have to wrap things up here. I just know Saul's health. Alright. So not everyone can get maxed out through this means. Yeah, despite your speed not being the worst thing ever, you have gotten hit a couple of times here. And I know that you got hit a couple times, so it's not realistic for you to go in there. How is the evasion rate calculated? I wonder anyway. Fire Emblem 6 evasion. Combat stat, let's see here, in the binding blade. Evade rate is equal to attack speed times 2 plus luck. Oh, the speed has nothing to do with it then. Or whatever. Okay. Maybe there's games where speed did factor into it, and that's why I thought about that. I'm scrolling through a bunch of these, and none of them are saying speed. Maybe it's just something that I would have assumed from, like, other games. No. Yeah, I scroll down and things like Awakening, Fates. Yeah. Awakening and Fates factor in speed. I mean, I guess speed is a factor because, like, attack speed, to be fair. So it's not like speed is no factor at all. By any means. So, yeah, attack speed times 2. So yeah, speed is the most important thing. I'm losing my mind. It's 2 in the morning. I'm getting tired. Plus luck. Yeah, luck is definitely a factor. I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to call it quits on this here pretty soon. I might just have to do. Probably. Here, just like. Do that. And I'll wrap up the chapter and all things relatively soon. Wait, I just put him in the open. Oops. Oops. It's fine. Look, they're gonna miss. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, okay. Imagine if I didn't have save states and everything was gambled on that. Alright, yeah. Not realistic there. I mean, it seems very rare that they're hitting, so realistically, I could grind that out and just, like, bring them in occasionally to heal, and then I also get healing experience on the people that I want to give healing experience, to be fair. Got a decent bit of experience there because you got a hit. This guy's gonna come in here. Yeah, so maybe this will be the last round of stuff that I'm doing here. Here, out of curiosity, their hit rates are what? 7% chance to hit for 16 damage. 6% for 15. Yeah. I mean, realistically, I could just chill in there with true hit. That's gotta be next to nothing. And then just like dip out and heal from time to time. I could absolutely do, but do I really have that patience? Well, I don't want to have everyone maxed out. I want to have people that are still gaining like some experience. And the people that aren't gaining experience anymore can chill in the back for the most part. What can happen? And those that actually gain experience are the ones that go front and center. All that. Yeah, it's probably a pretty low hit rate on Saul as well, I would imagine. But I am also getting quite tired. The case. I'm getting quite tired here. Keep an eye on that health. Because these are all like one-off specific items. All quest items, so something that I probably couldn't have gotten earlier. I mean, something you can get early, like Connor's comm device. Oh no, they are just random collectibles. Okay. Nora and Lily. I apparently never picked up any of those before. Apparently not. Yeah, sure, Dorothy gets some now. Is what happens. Getting some Planet Coaster music here. There we go. And then we come on back here. Ah, yeah, gosh dang it. You'd think that it would automatically disembark me from my skull when I just fast travel. I am out of my skull. This... Are you shitting me? Do all my allies need to be out of their skulls? I can't just, like, automatically eject them? That is ridiculous, man. Just, if we fast travel there, have us automatically be out. Easy as that. I would say. But what do I know? Intel, yoink. Treasure info there that I might not ever use. I might have already collected it. Got what I need? We must hurry. Someone will be hurt soon. There you go. That is it. The only powerful trading incense. Now we must track down Oddsent. I didn't turn on the friggin' thing. You just had to use your imagination this whole time. Whoops, I messed up my click timing there. Now we must track down Oddsent. You missed me picking up the collectibles. Sorry about that. You may be feral. If so, he will be nesting in a cave. To help me search caves around northern mountains. If I search alone, it takes time. Lives may be lost. This is for a dream I've held since childhood. Please lend me your aid. What's this about your dream? Long tales must wait until Oddsent is found. Besides, it is a dream that cannot be found without him. Till now is meaningless. It has to do with Oddsent name. In old prone tongue, it means he who opens future. I have no path forward without Oddsent. Please help me find him. Apparently, he's over there somewhere. In probably that cave that I discovered. It probably is. Am I taking damage yet? Nope. Looks like I got a level up here recently. Wait, this is a different source than the one that I was just using before. I'm now noticing. I think this is the one that I was going for the Roy stuff with, I had a different Elgato source. So if I turn that off, and then I scroll down to this one, yeah. I think that one's a little bit bigger, occupying a bit more screen space, maybe. So I'll prefer using that one, but I guess I had a couple potential ones set up on this layout that can be enabled. Oh, well, looks like Al is no longer nearly out of skull fuel. Must have been sitting around long enough for it to recharge just enough that it went up to that next notch. Is what must have been the case. Get out of there, please. Stop. I mean, during a lot of these things I did just do them off camera on my own time. So maybe there would have been more longer parts of this series if I just did those on camera. But I was like, this is gonna take a while. I see how I can abuse this. And then I end the stream and then I keep on doing it off camera. This is the one time that I've done it all the way through here. Zark here. Have you sighted Odsent? What? There of all places. I will head out at once. Keep him there. How exactly? Cannot control beast mind like prone. So must beat beasts unconscious. It also makes retraining easier for me. What happens if I kill him? What happens in that instance? Alright, well, I should have a bunch of TP, so just, anyone that is actually seriously watching through this entire thing for whatever reason, that's just, like, super into Fire Emblem and knows nothing about Xenoblade is gonna be so freaking confused. Oh, Overdrive alone didn't kill him, but maybe if I do that. Kaboom. Yep. That'll do it. Oh. Cutscene immediately after this. Well, Dorothy hasn't been hit yet. Enough, Earth Alien. As I get level ups, like, my evasion will get better and better, so I mean... Let's see what this level up is like. Okay, well. The rest of me. See what 10,000 Sons of War has taught prone. Good, good. Be calm. Your master is Zarkoten. Do not defy me, or I will cause pain. You will pray for death, but it will not come. Good, it is done. Odsent is truly mine now. Thank you. Now I will see my dream come true. I will see all Cavern Clan dead by his fangs. He is true to his name. He will carve open my future and their flesh. Nah, don't be doing that, man. What? You would take side of Cavern Clan? They raided our settlement, stole our people, slaughtered my mother like animal. And you would have me. Ugh. I will not forgive what they did. Or you, traitor. Odsent, kill this one. Replenish our boats. Uh-oh. Wonder what would have happened if I took the other route. Could look it up out of curiosity. Long black screen. Welcome to a day one Switch playing Xenoblade X. Well. Yeah, just spam it some more times. Yeah, just... What you gonna do? Same animation there. Oh. Well, now I guess we go chat. No more Odsent. Looks like Dorothy still hasn't been hit. She's still at 40 health. I mean, things are looking pretty good with her, I would say. Things are looking pretty alrighty. You killed Odsent. Nothing matters now. My dream is shattered by your hand. Life holds no meaning. Kill me if you wish, just as Cavern Clan cut down my mother. Make clear your murderous intent. No, I'm not siding with them. Hollow words. But I do thank you for finding Odsent. Prone repaid debts, both to enemy and friend. Here, take this. Their training day done. I'm about to get another level up, so I'm looking over at OBS. What's it gonna be? Well. Dangerous Odsent was defeated. It seems there'll be no unnecessary conflict with the camera clan. Now go. Stand in my way no longer. There we go. Got some more crap here. Alright. Well, in terms of Primordia here, just double checking. Yeah, I don't know if that's fair game yet. Don't know if that's fair game yet. That one's definitely not fair game. I haven't done that one on camera before. Let's have a look at Oblivia here. So, that's not fair game. That one's fair game. I can do that one. Sure. Where the heck? Oh, I guess I have to go chalk over there. Well, I have to do. It'll complete recon here and in Oblivia. There's a different place other than Oblivia where you accept it, and then Oblivia is kind of where the quest takes place. Is what it is. That's an odd way to pronounce Oblivion. It really is, isn't it? Yeah. Figure out if that's fair game some other time. Have you seen Quega on Harmonia? Or Scent? I see, he's become flesh of Falsaxum. Very good. Yeah, I did that off camera. Now you must retrieve what he left behind. It is in Skebland Fortress. Good luck. Be safe. I guess I already got it when I was going around grabbing random shit. Have you sent Quega on? Oh. Well, is Caligorda on the Manon ship about Quega's gift? What? Not doing anything. Heck? It's just saying this is my target. Heck do you mean? What? Yeah. In Skebland Fortress. Well, maybe I can just go find that anyway. But being Oblivia, right? Skebland Fortress. So like here, look for a red thing here. Otherwise, I'll just Google it. This is one where it doesn't show me the exact location. Yeah, I guess Dorothy could just get maxed out. Which will be great. It's not like she has any weapon level to grind. So then really just don't use her unless I have to. Yeah, I think after this level, I'm just going to be able to like whiz through the rest of the game. Pretty much. I missed that level up. I don't know what it was. This is going to be a pain in the ass if I want to find the one specific red thing. One of these buildings. I'm just going to Google it then, I guess. What I'm going to do. Xenoblade Chronicles X. A grim undertaking. Let's see here. Say enough for me. Game 8. Mission guide. Let's see here. This should be a bit more descriptive. It just shows the unlock requirements and mission objectives that I already know. Alright, well that doesn't help me. Here's a YouTube video, a grim undertaking. I'm sure I have my own YouTube video as well that I can probably refer to, but like, this is the first one that came up, so this is the one that I'm looking at. So let's see here. Let's scan through. So I already gave the corpse and stuff. Yeah, fed it to a big animal. And then hold on, what? Did I miss something? It says ask about Quega's gift. They fight a big guy. We set Quega on. An item he hid, have you found that? Oh. Well, where's the item? Did they grab that first, maybe? Maybe they grabbed that first in the video here. Switch body. Let's see here. I thought I picked something up from the body when I did that. Let's see here. Go look for gift. I guess I didn't do that part. So they go to... So that's something that you just have to figure out on your own, I guess. They go to this one cave. And then, yeah. Okay, so where the heck is this at? Well, speed one up there. Probably that cave or something. No, that's probably just an inlet. Got redesigned sunglasses there. So where the heck is that? Goblin Fortress. What the heck? Oh, it counts as a different quest. Oh, which means this is fair game in addition to the other thing, because that's a prerequisite for the other thing. Oh, it's just marked. Okay, I got you. I got you then. Makes sense. All right, well. So over in this cave, there's a thing I didn't get. But it's lower down, not higher up. So... Oh, no, it is higher up. It just wasn't showing up for a hot second there for some reason. Yeah, get any lootable things that I missed around the world. What I better do, even if they're giving me nothing all that important. May as well get them looted. But they're done. Alright, where the heck is this cave entrance again? Oh, the lag. Wouldn't be that one. It looked like Mr. Dudo went in a different way. Yeah, that's not a cave entrance. So, let's see here. Probably here, I would imagine. Someone's trying to kill me. Yeah, so this way, like this. I see now. Grab that. I can't grab the quest item because someone's trying to kill me. I was hoping that you would break aggro when I got far enough out. If I just actually fight someone, my allies should kill whoever's out there. So kill whoever this is. So what'll happen? Oh, that aggroed you and I didn't kill you, so. There, look, no more combat. All done. Okay. Whee. So much lag. Here, so I do that. Mission complete. For that one. Means I can then go back to the man on ship. And redeem that quest, right? Yeah, Grim Undertaking. I thought it was on the other side for whatever reason. A Grim Undertaking, then that one's done. Yeah, I am just about caught up to my Semu playthrough. And basically continue right where that left off. Things are getting pretty close to done. I sent Queg on. He has become flesh of that. His body's been devoured by powerful beasts. Now his soul in no peace. And item he hid. Have you found that? Here you go. This. Oh. Hey, look. Fool Kega left this for you. Then stood against Ganglion. It is Dancer's costume. When Ganglion captured us, he had a gift for me. He made it in secret. It was this. Poor girl. Kega is no longer with us. You know what he tells you? Poor girl. Foolish girl. You found this harmonia. Tell her what it means. Wish to keep on dancing. Ah, he loved my dancing more than anyone. I ran away. I betrayed him in grief. Thea. I will be reborn. I will take name of beast that consumed his spirit. I'm Thea Falsaxum. I will dance until the last ember of my spirit goes dark. Brave girl, how I've waited for those words. Thank you. Thea found her strength because of you. Just take this and come see her dance soon. Thea, whatever the heck. However the heck I'd pronounce it in Fire Emblem 6 anyway. There we go. Oblivia's pretty close to done. Anything else I can do in Oblivia? I think I can do that one up on one. Pretty sure here. So let's see here. The Oblivia Fair game ones. Yeah, it's just that I can't do right now anyway. Red Inner Circus, I not do that. Oh, I probably did do that because that's the whole legendariness quest line. So I probably did do that, but just needed to do like Movie Movie's Meltdown first, so I didn't see this before. That would have been like a locked thing first, so I couldn't add that to my list at the time. Yeah, I can do the trading floor. I did that one, so that one's fair game. Why not? Fast travel. Let's go do the trading floor. I'm about to get a level up. On the stream manager, I missed it by a bit. Strength and skill, it looks like I got. Looking at the screen that was a little bit delayed. Is my skill. Here it is. So this one, track and navigation panel. Yeah, so I need to go that away. I don't even know what the heck I'm tracking, but whatever I'm tracking, I can get with material tickets, so whatever. Let's see here. Yeah, help us up on with his trading with the prone and all that. This is what I do. Little money grubber back again. Oh, Moon will never abandon best and most handsome customers. Boss wants shipment inside. Who's that? Bah, what is Earth Alien doing here? Bold move, Earth Alien. Are you so eager to die? Wait! Friend is mistaken. This is business associate of Moomin. Less associate, more assistant. Really just lackey, to be honest. So much heavy lifting is hard on knees, so Moomin find poor, desperate-looking peasant to hire. We've definitely heard this before, so like... Let's see here. Let's quickly change to that. Click back on the game. I don't know what I just clicked on, but a different theme. Should change the seed. Human friend is no match for mighty prone, and far too cowardly to start trouble. So maybe prone friends will just let her slide just this once, hmm? Lackey. Still seems like more than Earth Alien deserves. But she does look pathetic. Weak, with flabby arms. Not worth my time. But no promises once Earth Alien pet is inside. Friend is most benevolent. Moon will take full responsibility for the actions of this, pet. So then, friends want the shipment inside today. Woman eager to get this satisfy customers. So in we go. Yeah, just like freaking drive my skull in there. We almost ran over that dude. Would not have been happy. In we go. We're still good on the script and stuff. Did I never click back on the game? Was I clicked on OBS? Only my script closed. I'm definitely clicking on the game, right? Something's going wrong. Time to debug. Oh, am I clicking on the opposite monitor there? No. I moved my cursor so far over, I was clicking on my stream manager. That would explain it. That would indeed explain it. Let's see here. Phew, this should be far enough. Rona door only said inside, so this must count. Being surrounded like this is a little bit scary, but shipment not going to deliver itself. Delivery complete. Next stop, home. Stop. Client not approved goods yet. You're a poor merchant. No what? So sorry, friend. Woman did not see any boss types around, so was just heading back to entrance to get someone. I am boss. I check goods. You wait. Am I about to level up here soonish? Ah, trick. This is trick. Is something wrong, friend? I wanted treat. I am not friend. You are cheat. I order 3 times usual amount. Where's the rest? Let's see what this level up is like. Ooh, +5. What? Who would never hear anything about increased order size? Silence. You are bad merchant. Now my men go hungry. Hungry prone are poor workers. This mistake will cost me fortune. You will fix this little cheat. Yeah, but well then, how about Moomin take this? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Hold on. Oh. It actually looped it back in here on its own anyway. Usually it goes to like some option and extras. But it didn't do that this time. The moment I switched my input over, it was back in and doing it again. Okay, well fine, that works. No, get out of that menu, please. Will Moomin take this shipment back, verify order, and return with... You make this up right now, or I'll make difference with upon flesh. Wah, ah, 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 ah. I don't know. Moomin think now is time for you to shine, friend. Protect Moomin, but do so in business-appropriate, non-trade relationship-hurting, peaceful sort of way. Negotiate, make all okay. Oh. That's why Moomin brought friend here in the first place. And now it's time for friend to earn money that Moomin never technically agreed to pay. Resolve the situation with force. A friend cannot really mean to take on this many of them at once. And then this music from a Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon plays. Or was it Gates? I don't remember. I think Super. Insanity, madness, zero chance of survivability. Moomin take no responsibility for this plan. Is friend still sure? Alright. Moomin will hide in corner and stay far away from suddenly bloodthirsty friend. This will just be easier anyway. I don't know if any of these things are AoE, so just go here where I know I have things that are AoE. Let's do that, it'll be faster. There, why not? Why not? Phew! Friend actually beat all those brutes. Person that strong can make fine money as guard of bodies. Though Moomin not sure about doing business by force as general policy. Still, every rule have exception. This is no place to discuss business philosophy. Friend picked fight with Ganglion. We must run before they eat us. Moomin going to run at very least. I should join Moomin if staying alive is priority. If friends survive, maybe we meet again someday. So long. Oh, it's completed there. Up on tower versus prone, I get a hologram that we're gonna use. Okay. Gonna get a level up again here soon. More percentage in Oblivia. So, what kind of level up do I get here? What level am I at, huh? Let's see here. Level 16, getting there. 4 more to go. Getting real close. So, yeah, that's probably fair game. But I always want to double check first. Did the stuff here. Did the stuff in Noxlum that was fair game of a proper chopper and frontier spirit. Sylvelum was just predator and prey, and Cauldro's just sparking a smile and supply surprise. So the other, I should have pretty much everything done that I for sure have as fair game, apart from like the things I have to double check. There's some things here: Snipe Hunt, the Unbreakable Sword. I don't know that that's fair game. A New Life, not entirely sure yet. Have I done Tremendous? The Art of War. Let's see that one on my list at least. Let's see here. Here's Tremendous. So I can probably do that one. That's on my list here of stuff that's fair game. Sure, it's time for Tremendous by Selvi Belgazaz. Yeah, so I would have done that one. Does it not have a location? Where am I going? What? Hit a Cavern Clan stronghold and release the captured Tree Clan members. Does it not have a location? I don't see anything lit up around here. Crap. Maybe that's why it doesn't have a segment recon out in the world. I don't know. Xenoblade Chronicles X. Can I just move my cursor to the end so I can take off a grim undertaking? Nope, it's not gonna let me do that, so just delete the whole thing and then type in from the start, Xenoblade Chronicles X. Tremendous. Without the dash, or else that might screw with things. Tremendous. Let's see here. So... Oh, 3 missions must be completed. That's why. Kidnapped 3 people. So I need to go into the mission menu and, there's these kidnapped ones, apparently, that I should have. Yeah, so these ones. Apparently, these are what I have to do. Okay. Okay. I'll do Tremendous. What I shall indeed do. Let's see. Oh, there's a couple boxes that I missed around here. So... No, I might be able to do it on my skull. I was thinking that I might need to be on the ground there. Potentially. But if it's not a cave, and I can just jump on over here like this. Yeah, and then it starts a cutscene. You're not a cavern clan. Old brother, is that you? No, but I'm here to help. I knew Tree Clan would come. We do not abandon our own. We are not cruel like cavern scum. Fear kept me alert. Now fear is gone. Only exhaustion exists. I will accept your help. The cell's key is held by cavern clansmen called mGBA Falgo. Deal with him and take key. This place is dark. It smells bad. I want to leave soon. So, a person right here. Yeah. I know. I was just trying to get out of vehicle mode. So that person. Yeah, just friggin' do that. Does that hit multiple targets? Just the one. Well, there we go. Mujiba's key. There. And then open up. There we go. Yes, I'm free. Now I must find Ol, my brother. Then we can leave this place. He's in the same hold. Cannot leave without him. You must help him as you help me. You will do it. Good, you are strong. You can keep him safe. You are brave. My brother's life is yours. Careful. Cavern Clan has trained Simius. They fight for them. They are dangerous. Simius hate Kefaholi. You should carry some. It will serve you well. There. I did that. Sweet. Return to New LA. Alright, wrong button. Wait, is this another one that might... Yeah, so I can just mark that from here. Okay. Hey, back out of there. And then, we... over this way. Hi. You're not Cavern Clan. Who are you? Why are you here? I've come to rescue him. Chieftain sent you? I knew he would help. The cell's key is held by Cavern clansmen called a mGBA Falgo. Deal with them and take key. Count you, my brother needs help. I must get free. Oh, I guess I already have the right key, right? No, it's marking a different thing. Yeah, I could have sworn that was the name of the guy that I just took a key from. Maybe I'm going crazy here. I know, I'm trying to go that way, but my skull is just so freaking massive. Imagine if I could target him from here. Nah. Doesn't look like... Whatever, I can kill him fast on the ground anyway. I got a level up, and I got... Look at the stream manager here. A +3. I thought that was a +0 at first, for whatever reason, out of the corner of my eye. There. One-shot kill. Oh. A Buster Puge here. Still alive. Who? Where? What? Here, just do this. Maybe you'll die from this. There we go. Whatever. Whatever, I guess. Ajiba's key. There we go. So yeah, the only things that aren't gold chests are the things that can only be one specific kind of chest anyway. Otherwise, I only ever get gold chests now. My party's set up. What? Did someone step on someone? You? Man. Gosh dang it, I didn't want to have to fight more guys. But, just do that, I guess. So many skells. Okay, open up. Open up, damn you. Okay. You freed me, thank you. Now I can rescue Rada. I will free him even if it costs my life. What? You rescued Rada? Good, then I must hurry back. Thank you, Harmon. You have done much for us. Soon Rada and I will eat meat again. You must join us. There we go. Another thing done. One thing of progress that I could be making on the channel instead of this is looking into like the statistics for that Switch 2 video essay. At this point, I'm too tired for that though. So I mean, let's see here. Yep. So then this kidnapped one, show on map. Yeah. So over here, then we go help you, and then we complete Tremendous, and then we get some more men on ship segment recon. That's what we do. Yeah, just like looking into things and trying to piece together what the truth is. Because I had looked into like what the annual median income was in the States, and I got these answers by the US Bureau of Statistics. And, oh, I came here a little bit off camera, but I was like, uh-oh, is this a thing that's fair game or not? And then I wasn't entirely sure and didn't want to mess around with this. And I calculated the cost of, like, Switch games for Switch 2 as a percentage of annual median income, and saw that, like, the percentage of annual median income is still going down despite the price increasing. But I know that that's not completely fair, so I want to compare to, like, actual, like, disposable income. So I got this bit of statistics by some federal bank of one of the states, and the numbers that it was saying in disposable income for, like, by median in the States, the numbers were almost the exact same as annual median income. And that can't be right if, like, the income is the same as your disposable income. Like, living is just free. So that was where I got stumped at in my research, and I was like, I'm too tired, I'm doing this another night. And that's where I left off at, because I need to get some answers. Them I did not bend, not to the last. I die with pride, showing will of Tree Clan, same will that fought Cavern Clan for 10,000 suns. Poor Simius, you are slave to prone cowards. My heart cries for you, brother to brother. This warrior will end your suffering. Now savor your last meal. The heck? Come after taxes versus before? For which? Throw to that. Pokemon Legends Arceus intensifies. Hippohoney, Simius grows faint. What? No! You know much, warrior. You are brave, but also wise. Ha! You're opposite of Calvin Fool. Oh, I need no Simius. I will kill you myself. You die. You all die. But here, just screw it. Do the nunchucks. But yeah, one was the annual medium income. I think outside of like tips, commissions, taxes, outside of that kind of thing, and the other was just supposed to be like a estimation of disposable income or something like that. I'm gonna have to look into it. It's been a while since I've looked into it because of like all the craziness of the past few days. Haven't been on it super recently. Command of situation. My father is a mighty hero to aid me. Why were they trying to recruit you, huh? I'm son of Tree Clan Chieftain. If I turn traitor, it would divide clan. They are fools. We are not cowards. We will not bow. Been going on the past few days. The stuff that I've been rambling about for the past 7.5 hours. Me getting my truck home, troubleshooting that, where it's like, it drives great, but now it's leaking oil that it wasn't before, so now I'm hesitant about driving it. Earlier today, I had to go on a rescue mission for my dad after one of the tires on the boat trailer got absolutely shredded. Like, completely destroyed, not just blowing out, but completely destroyed. And I had to go out on a rescue mission there. I've been spending time over at my Oma's place to be grafting to her apple tree. I spent some time over at the neighbor's place earlier today. They were treating me to some milk and cookies while I was talking to them about grafting to their tree this year, since that's something that they want me to do. What other thing or bobs have been going on here? There was something else I was about to say, and then I completely forgot what the heck it was. Doing some online queues for, like, Switch 2 pre-orders, but that's not really something that's super time-consuming. I've been dicking around a whole bunch with plants and stuff, fighting my 3D printer back there, and separating all those tomato plants that were together into their own pots, doing some transplanting, storing some things out there. What else here? There was the fact that I helped my dad bring a new vehicle home, a new old vehicle, my grandpa's old one, and getting that all sorted and stuff. Discussing getting my grandpa's car hauling trailer, something that my dad discussed with me, and something that's being sorted out. Just a decent bit of mayhem of so much stuff going on. Oh, Dorothy's done. We're good. Here. Where's my mouse cursor? Here we go. Stop the script. What are her final stats looking like here, huh? We maxed out her strength. Wow, we got 23, 23, 23. Amazing. 53 for her health. What amazing numbers, huh? 23, 23, 23, 10, 12, 11. Well, this map I have maxed out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of my characters. Man. Do you think I could get away with it? It is 2:52 in the morning. This is unbelievable, man. I think mistakes might have been made. I can't rescue you. 11 Constitution. Here, just keep them occupied for now while Gwendolyn moves in. Stuff here. I guess I'll stick on the axe then. What I'll do. Sure. Yep, that keeps them occupied. Cool. Alright. Then do this. Oh, they still want you. Which implies that maybe the odds are better. Maybe they would do 0 damage to Gwendolyn. Here, move into this tile. Let's have a look-see at what the heck is even going on here out of curiosity. There's no chance to hit her. I can max her out too. Huh. Okay, interesting. She's at level 6. She can be maxed out if I really want here. Oh, I forgot to turn off the Elgato thingamabob here. But hey. Tired, man. You know, normally I would just do this off camera. It's what I've done previously in this series. I did not think I was going to get this carried away, that it was going to be this exploitable. But now I'm kind of in it this long for, like, the meme. Just because this is going to be, like, the longest single part of a playthrough ever done here, probably by far, and for a long time. I'm just kind of embracing that at this point. Like, let's make it even longer. Let's hit 8 hours that I've been sitting here doing this freaking map. Unreal. Thank you again. My father will be pleased. I must hurry home. You're a bearer of Dolfera's wisdom. I hope we meet again soon. There we go. I did the thing. Tremendous. Objective updated. So now I can complete Tremendous. What I can do. I am very much getting tired since it's 3 in the morning and all that. Oh, man. What are the temperatures outside? 8 degrees. Amazing. My plants outside are probably really loving it, actually. Getting so dang warm. Hey, look. Intel. Yoink. I'll take that. Tyrant info. I've killed all the important tyrants except for the Telethia at this point. My clansmen are safe. You have done this. Chieftain of Tree Clan. I give you this award for bravery. There. Tremendous. I did it. My people were also brave. They withstood Cavern Clan. They did not yield. This makes me proud. Slaves of Ganglin try to trample us underfoot. Crush our spirit. We are one with beasts and great tree. We are true form of prone. You are same harmony. Heck yeah. Indeed, you are family now. Fellow clansmen. We're at your side always. There we go. I got Booster Probe G1. That could influence me redoing my network, but I already redid my network recently, so I don't really want to bother doing that. Hey, look, more intel. Yoink, there's more intel. I guess I haven't really done much running around the man on ship. Yeah, but intel isn't really going to help me much in the world at this point. There's not too much point anymore now that I have all these all these check marks all around, but may as well gather it up where I can. And it's collected and stuff. Okay, I mean, what's that? Oh, the character hangout. I can do that segment recon. That's what I can do. I can get that one done, why not? Oh, we're gonna get a level up. Okay, +3. There's Mia. Yeah, because I got you recently, so there'll be a segment here for you. Hey, so I know we achieved our main goal in securing the Lightfall Core and all that jazz, which is good. But there are still a metric ton of exciting things to see here on Mira. Can't stop now, Chief. Gotta roll crazy style. You and Mia still got all sorts of wacky adventures left. Alright now. Aw, come on. You gotta take old Mia with you. Our segment recon. A whole bunch of money that I'm never gonna use. That one is the snipe hunt, but that one's not fair game to do because I haven't done it before there. So that should be all the stuff that I can do here for now. Because yeah, those things aren't fair game. The Art of War, maybe that's a new one that I unlocked here, but I don't think that's fair game there. Industrial District, Mooey's Meltdown, I did that one off camera already, and then Proper Chopper. Did that one this stream. Administrative District, let's see here. This one's fair game. Oh, and I already collected all the stuff off camera anyway. It looks like. So, I should just be able to go redeem it. I did all the things that I needed for the quest, so I can just go get the rewards now. What I can do. Which are right here. Here we go. Hi, I went and grabbed all the Zoofarg parts. Oh, you're back? You work quick, don't you? Can I see what you found out there? Yeah. Cockpit wreckage, engine wreckage, Zoofarg wreckage. This is the cockpit block. Here's the engine. Looks like part of a drive system, but not. What is this thing? Strange. So strange. Aha. Wait, no. Sounds like you've got yourself a satisfied customer. You're pretty good, Tiger. You and I could go places. If you ever want to team up, satisfaction guaranteed, except you're not even a recruitable party member. Imagine if they added you as a recruitable party member in Definitive. What sort of satisfaction depends on what you're into. Alright, you're at like an 11 right now. I'm gonna need you to cool it to like a 3. Oh, that's what this is. That is, of course. Yeesh, you stalled me, you little maniac. I was just getting to the good part. Sorry, just couldn't wrap my head around what this device was for, you know? But if you step back and stop thinking like a man-on, it probably becomes fairly obvious, doesn't it? This reroutes any unused energy from the engine to boost the output of what I'm guessing is a weapon system, you see? Oh, I just looked over at the stream manager. I saw a whole bunch of things lighted up. I don't know what the heck I got, but I got a pretty freaking good level up, it looked like. Now that amount of whatever things you do now, we couldn't, of course. It's just that none of us really care about weapons, right? At all? When it comes to making things fly or move fast, I don't think that there are any better engineers in the entire galaxy. But if all you care about is breaking things, then you should probably talk to the gangling, you know? As a technophile, it's all pretty captivating, isn't it? But when I think about what it's actually used for, I get a cold tingle down my back. Well, sure, but we're going to have to keep fighting these things, and preferably winning. Sitting around talking about how amazing or distressing it is doesn't help us much. A fair point, I guess. I'll put a rush on analyzing the salvage and apply it to upgrade and developing new weapons right away, alright? We men still aren't fans of weapons, but, well, this isn't the time to be picky, I guess, so we'll do whatever we can. You know what I'm also realizing? You know, if anyone actually tuned into the whole thing, I was talking earlier in the stream about how, assuming that I actually made a decent bit off of playthrough stuff, which I don't, this would not be cost effective to have this as one part because I don't run mid-roll ads for my playthrough stuff. Doesn't matter when I'm playing music like this anyway. Because I usually try to keep copyright stuff out of my playlists, but there's always going to be like one that sneaks its way through. It turns out there's a copyright claim on that thing and my monetization is taken away anyway. So this entire stream, it won't even be possible to monetize anyway, realistically. I'm realizing as I'm listening to these themes. Our technological revolution is just getting started, but I hope maybe you'll enjoy the next thing our labs cook up. There we go, waste not, want not, mission complete. There we go. I delivered the thingamabob. Alright. Anything else fair game here? What's my phone battery at? 15%. It'll last enough. Let's see here. Unknown assailant. Doesn't look like that's fair game here yet. Close encounters. Oh, that one's fair game. Let's see here. I'll get diving stuff. Here we go. Yeah, I can do that one because I'll have done that before. So, let's see here. So it looks like we're going there. Playing a whole bunch of Xenoblade Chronicles X here. Is what we're doing. Yeah, I keep on saying, can't wait to play this on Switch 2 and have it not lag to all hell like it does on this console. But I'm gonna be done with almost everything by the time that the Switch 2 is out, isn't it? I guess there'll be like all the affinity missions and stuff that I can still do. But all the stuff that I'm doing off camera, a lot of that'll be done. Did I just get another really good level up glancing over? Yeah, you are. Hey, do you remember to bring food? How about warm clothes, climbing tools, avalanche probe? Between rock slides and falls, a mountain can be more dangerous than any of the animals living on it. You gotta stay focused, even if you know the area well. All good to go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't know how that happened. Awesome. Oh, and on my way here, I did a bit of preliminary digging just because. I've already found some crazy stuff. Like, here I have some lion bone bore and vocaltium. Both minerals used in making skeleton weapons. Pretty valuable find that. Stop going into the unit menu, please. If we can find some more samples, we'll have enough to run purity tests. Wanna help me look? Great, then let's be back here once we've found a few more samples of both. Sound good? Just be sure to watch out for wild animals, and Xenos. Oh, and Yetis, even though I don't think they exist. Okay, well, a thing is happening. Well, what? Oh, thank goodness. Look over there. The killer alien. Isn't that a Manon? What did we do? Gonna abduct us and perform weird experiments on our bodies and then eat us. I have no intention of eating you, understand? Please calm down. I just want to be friends with humans, okay? I'm actually so glad we met here. My goodness, stop. Yeah, this resolution and angle, it looks like an old isometric game. I could always make it a bit bigger, but I want to clearly tell what's going on with the, You know what I can do? I can still see the number of EXP anyway. I'll tell you what. There we go. Then I clicked back onto it. There, that's a little bit better, and we still see, like, the EXP number. That's the most important thing. We'll make it even bigger, and we still see the EXP number. I'm kind of cutting off Fire Emblem here. It's just gonna say hard mode now. Stop. Yeah, maybe I should have just done this earlier. And that makes like a better viewing experience. Who's really caring about what's going on in Binding Blade at this point, right? Whoops, I'm still clicking on OBS. I gotta click on the game there. Here we go. I want to be friends with humans, okay? I'm actually so glad we met here. So much for the old isometric game, unless it still feels kind of like that. Yeah, like we're gonna fall for that, right? Pack me up here. Mano's clearly not hostile. What? But my buddy says these Manon have all kinds of dangerous technology, and they can't wait to use it. Manon hold no hostility against humans, you know? At least I hold none against you. Nope, not buying it. Now stay back. Any closer and I'll shoot. Oh, guess this means we can't be friends, doesn't it? Stop. If you plan to stay, be so careful of Sniculas, okay? Many Manon have been attacked here, you know? 3:05 in the morning. She seemed kinda sad at the end there. Nope, not thinking about it. She's clearly a killer alien that's gonna eat me. Oh, I guess I don't see the full level up. I mean, did I see the other things that went up on the right side there? Because there was like a flash. You just don't see what like the stats reach. Anyway, how about those mineral samples? Perfect, you found them. Nice work, partner. Hey, I'm thinking this mountain probably has all kinds of useful stuff buried in it. Let's forget about that Xeno and keep up the search. I'll meet you up ahead. Oh, man. Close encounters. As well, just, go here at this point. I teleport and I'm gonna go like way up there. I'm gonna have to drop down a whole bunch anyway. Probably won't really save much in the way of time if I teleport over there anyway, I would imagine. Okay, well, we 2 watches, local time and Tokyo time, so I know when to drift and all that. Stop. I only noticed that on the stream manager, so, you know, a little bit delayed there. You're safe now. Try to calm down, okay? You cry, that thing might hear you. Right, I understand. But are you sure about me? I'm a man on, you know? Called me a killer alien. But then you helped me anyway. Yeah, well, I was only kidding. It's a term of endearment. I'm proud of you. Ah, Harmonia, perfect timing. What, this? Well, I couldn't just leave a little girl out to get eaten, little girl to get eaten alive, even if she is a Xeno. We were near this bridge-like formation up ahead when we were suddenly attacked by a ferocious mountain Senicula. Sorry to be a pain, but I think you could jog over there and take care of it for me. You know, pop 2 in the hat. I'll look after this girl while you take care of business. I can catch you up on the details after. Closer, it's way over there. Definitely a closer fast travel point. I'm getting so tired. Gonna get another level up here. Let's just see clearly if you can see the level up thing, because like the main thing that I'm doing here is still Fire Emblem 6. I almost said is still Xenoblade X. Caught myself there. Kind of can't really tell, can ya? Damn. Do something more like that. I don't know. Let's see on this next go. We'll see. Okay. Why is it orange already? I don't remember using a art that would make it be that color. Whatever. Bunch of them went into overdrive there. Okay, well, now I'll travel here. Little Town Hero OST. Interestingly enough, this is a Game Freak game with the music done by Toby Fox. I don't think many people know about. That's some pretty good music. I quite like it. Toby Fox makes some pretty good stuff. And this away. Over here. Still good with the script and all that. Hi, you are right in the scale. I cannot find where the heck. Here we go. It'll probably despawn the scale for the cutscene. Yeah, it does. Yeesh, we can hear that Senicula's screams from here. Hopefully we can get to that submit in peace now. Head to the top to gather materials too, right? Inise, want to come with us? Oh, really? I mean, it's just been so much fun having someone to talk to, but are you sure I won't be getting in your way? Watch, there's gonna be some backstabbing at the end here by one of the two. Don't be silly. Besides, I owe you one for the candy you gave me. Oh, speaking of, you've got to try this chocolate, Harmonia. This stuff is bananas. Bananas. By which I mean crazy. Not that it tastes like bananas. Apparently, it's all the rage with the Manon kids these days. Sure. Sweet, but there's this perfect hint of bitter, right? Haven't tasted anything like it in New LA. Oh, what do you think? I mean, am I crazy, or is it the most amazing thing in the history of things? Get a level up here, and then I'll pay closer attention. Seriously, though, how do you make this? I want to marry it. Then I want it stuffed into my coffin when I die. Yeah, well, the viscera of the Senicula are dried out and condensed before being reconstituted with bile. The resulting treat is both delicious and nutritious, no? Let's see. Can you tell what's leveling up? Well, you see the little flash. I saw that defense there. Let me look at the stream manager to double check. Yeah, you definitely saw defense go from 19 to 20. It is a little awkward. But you get the idea. And you're seeing Xenoblade X more often anyway, so fine. I'm gonna leave it as is. No, are you serious? And he say? Girl, you gotta tell me these things ahead of time. Is that a problem? I know that Seniculas are dangerous primordial creatures, but their flesh contains no poison whatsoever, you know? Almost wish it did. I know. No problem. You say, it was still very nice of you to share. Let's just head for the summit. I've passed the 8-hour mark for this stream. Hey, Harmonia. And he said, I'm here gonna walk and talk for a bit. Meet you at the top, okay? Is this the longest I've ever been on a Fire Emblem map? I mean, probably yes and no. This is probably the longest I've ever been on a Fire Emblem map in one go. Probably ever. In terms of if you count, like, taking the map multiple times over and over again, it would not be the longest time I've ever been on a Fire Emblem map. That privilege would go to one of the maps of Engage Fel Xenologue. Probably Fel Xenologue 3. The one with Alchrist and Diamant. Because, dear God. That one I probably have more hours in total, honestly. Unbelievable map that is. I still hate it to this day. I'm gonna be honest with you. I probably have more than 8 hours in that stupid map. Is that you, Harmonia? Ah, Anise. She stabbed you in the back, didn't she? Your initial suspicions were right. Where's Anise? Is she with you? Well, what happened here? Sorry, I shouldn't panic. I'm glad you kept calm at least. I've read about a type of bladder that lives up here called the Abyssal Bladder. I guess we found one. Must have been gathering mineral samples in its territory. That's why it got mad and dive-bombed us. Nisei pushed me out of the way. Probably saved my life. Then I saw the thing fly off into that cave up ahead. Please, you've got to help me find Nisei. I know we only just met, but she's my friend. I'm starting to wonder if I should turn off the jar at this point, but surely I'm not going to be going that much longer, right? Like, what level here? Level 14. You still have 6 to go. That looked like it was just HP and strength. Yeah, it was definitely just HP strength. Could be worse, but like, I guess I didn't really need to get in the skill there. Wasn't really much point in that. I am so tired, and I've done so much of this kind of very thing off camera. But now I kind of just want to do it for the bit. And have that longest ever playthrough part. Have the thing that people are going to look at and be like, holy crap. This part of the Binding Blade series is over 8 hours? Why? Well, here's why. The game is playing itself, squeaking out every last bit of EXP. My god, there's so many. Okay. Stop. Stop. With that, please. But one way or another, I'm probably going to have to wrap things up here in the nearest future. Just because, even if my grind isn't completely done, I can only stay awake so friggin' long. I am feeling it. It's really ironic that the title that I gave this stream was, Are You Feeling It Now, Mr. Krabs? I am feeling it now. Sponge boy me Bob. I heard a big commotion. Is that you taking out that bladder? Don't get too comfortable. True, we're still in their territory, so anything could happen. Sure, I'm glad I picked a cautious partner. So is Anise okay? Huh? Anise, what's wrong? She's not moving. How do you do CPR on a man-on? Where's the heart located? Can I even take a pulse? Why didn't I bother to learn anything useful about Xenos? Come on, wake up, please. We only just became friends. It's way too soon for goodbye. Okay, she's A-okay. I didn't remember from this quest from years ago. So I wasn't entirely sure. Friends? We are friends? Okay. You be my friend even though I'm a man-on? Really? Really, really? Yeah, I've been friends for a while now. Everyone liked that.
I'm so glad. I've stared out at New LA from our ship for some time and felt a longing, maybe? I wanted to get closer to the curious cyborgs that somehow overflowed with warmth, you know?
Nisei, are you alright? I went to go back again just because I saw the menu come up on the stream manager where I'm dealing with stream delay over there.
Oh, my joints ache. I don't think anything is broken. So, that's good, right? Thank goodness. Let's get you out of this cave and patch you up. I promise I won't let any more big slobbery monsters get anywhere near you. Thanks for everything, Harmonia. Gathered some great mineral samples and verified the local wildlife. Say our survey's done. Here's the reward. That was pretty useless this time around, so you should have it all. Yeah, I'm sure. I made a new friend from this assignment after all. That's more than enough of a reward from me.
Give me a bunch of diving things.
Okay, we're heading out. See you back home. You ready, Anise? Yes, Serona. On the way down, I can point out various mineral deposits and herbs, if you like. Hey, slow down, girl. I appreciate the thought, but we've got to get you looked at first.
Uh, 8 hours. I was wondering when this was gonna happen. If something is like a truly unique kind of thing, I wouldn't want to get rid of it. Look, I have lots of these things. When it says sell all junk, oh, I can set things as junk. I gotcha. Huh. So can I, oh, just sold a single one there anyway. Yeah, so that's something that I'm gonna have to sort out on my own time. I don't think that ever happened to me in any previous time that I've played this game. I think that's the first time hitting the actual limit. I think that is a first. Oh, so I guess I did black life hold. There's white life hold as well. Let's see here. I think I did this one, but the screenshots that I took of my game before block the icon. Like, my character's icon is over the tile, so I can't tell if this one's done or not. I don't actually know. That one's not fair game. This one's fair game. Case. I can do cavern crushers. And then there's things like emotion commotion in the commercial district, sparking a smile that I can't quite do right now anyway. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, I guess I did the things anyway. Is the case. I guess I did that while I was exploring out and about anyway. Like, all I gotta do is report back, and then this is another one done. Is the case. Right over here. Don't know why it's showing the area and not just the specific marker on the map. That gives me the specific marker in the actual world here anyway. Welcome back. I don't think anyone expected things to go quite like they did. I don't remember how they did, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even the Director General was speechless, and that never happens. He's approved the Cavern Clan's request for asylum. Said he's eager to hear what they can tell us about both the Ganglion and the Prone. I'm sure things will be a bit difficult for them with the Tree Clan here, but them's the breaks, I guess. They should still be able to find a better life in New LA than they have with the Ganglion. I hope your decision was the right one, for the city and for those Prone. I guess only time will tell. Oh, I remember this one now. Yeah, this brings the Cavern Clan Prone into NLA. I remember, and then that'll open up like other quests to start appearing. Like that one. That one that'll be associated with that? I don't know. Yeah, that's a new one that opens up. I presume here.
And this one is fair game. I distinctly remember doing Emotion Commotion. I'm pretty sure I have a part titled Emotion Commotion in my playthrough from several years ago. Most likely. I mean, do this is 322. This is a stream of Fire Emblem the Binding Blade, by the way. Is what it is. That's what's going on here. Fire Emblem Binding Blade. Oh, the hell? Is there a cave here somewhere? Thing here I never got. Huh? No, this one is just here. Okay. There's another thing that I missed, so I may as well grab it. Oh, that was one of the things that needed archaeological field skill level 5. Well, not called that in Definitive Edition, but, you know. Some of my allies are level 90. Doesn't look like I am, though. Defense went up some more, and I'm gonna have to look at the stream manager. What was that, like speed or something? Maybe it was just defense. Maybe luck. It's hard to tell. Alright, so probably in this cave somewhere. Probably a pretty deep cave. Or maybe it's a different thing. I don't know. I don't know. I could not tell you. It looks like it probably is. Thing with this cave after all. So it would seem. I wonder what level Gwendolyn's at now. I do wonder. So I've maxed out some characters that I'm not even using, like Lance. And the ones I am using, not all of them are going to be quite maxed. But just do that. That'll probably kill anyway. I'm now noticing there's a flower on the left butt cheek of these pants. Gosh, dang it. Yeah, I don't need that anyway. I'm gonna have to stop saying yes to all the things I pick up. I'm gonna need to take time on my own time to just sort through inventory. It's gonna be a little bit of a pain. Okay. Was Emotion Commotion the one where there's like the two potential outcomes, like either these two like get in a relationship or they hate one another or something like that, where that was the final emotion thing? Or am I getting false memories here, I wonder? Before I get too carried away in Emotion Commotion. Sure. Save. Then hi, Pauline. Oh, I've been holding it all in and just trying to focus on work. Now you've got to maybe think about him again. I remember one night I was washing dishes. He said running a restaurant must be tough. And he gave me some hand cream just because. I shop sees blades every day, but nobody cared like Bobby. I've gathered sufficient data on Sarah, I think. Please recover this wristwatch and restore her brainwaves to baseline levels, alright? Here you go. That's Bobby's watch. Oh, thank you. I actually gave this to him, you know. It was to commemorate his first combat deployment. Holding it now feels, well, it's like he's here with me. Oh, her numbers are stabilizing before our eyes. Seems that watches not only tell time. Whoops. Move that cursor off. Did I do that successfully? Yeah, I did. Okay. Well, HP skill. What did that say? Level 18? That looked like it said level 18. 2 more to go. Numbers are stabilized before our eyes. It seems that watches not only tell time, but also serve to neutralize human sorrow. Fascinating. I'll explain. Morning process? Emotional closure? Is this some secret code, perhaps? Regardless, I've gathered excellent data, haven't I? Once analysis is complete, I'll hopefully have a full grasp of your human sorrow. Her emotional state had stabilized, hadn't it? Now it's leaping off the charts. On the back of the watch, it says, Mother Pauline, protect me. Bobby must have written that. That damn fool, thinking of me as a mother. All the hopeless lovable. Her brainwaves oscillation is now different from her previous state, isn't it? And that sorrow is quite the complex emotion. No matter, let us hurry on to the next sample, okay? Please return to our previous location. Okay. Yeah, I think it was a thing over here. Where the outcome can be very different. Depending on what you choose. That's what my memory tells me. That looks like... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one. Oh, you tell her what gift to give to someone. I'm pretty sure is what this is. This is my next subject. Her heart rate is accelerated and her body temperature is significantly above normal. She's clearly disturbed now. But the cause appears to be emotional rather than physical, doesn't it? As such, I have no idea how to categorize her affliction. Perhaps observation will yield some clue, maybe? Christopher, why do you keep ignoring my feelings? I keep telling you how I feel, but you refuse to respond. Thought you were just playing cool or that it was just part of your deal, but I need to make you understand. This is neither anger nor sorrow, is it? Appears, in fact, to be a muddled mess of many things now. Maybe you have some insight into her emotional state? It's called love. Love, you say? Another extremely complex term, is it not? I get another level up here soon. Now, this human love causes a chest to ache. Therefore, it must be pathological? Are you certain she does not require medical attention? Perhaps we had best ask her directly, Nick? Yes? We had best ask her directly, yes. Let's see the level up here in a sec. What do we got? Oh, HP strength. Pretty sure that's level 19, looking at the stream manager. That looks pretty much like a 19. Alright, you there. Are you presently in a state of love? Please give me a concrete, detailed explanation, if at all possible, okay? Were you eavesdropping, you little creep? Better back off before I wreck you. The one we were standing right beside you, so I mean. First observation, love is extremely violent, yes? Violent? No. A sweet, cute, funny girl who's exactly Christopher's type. I said goodbye to the old tomboy for good. I won't let some shorty Xeno get my goat. Your pulse has been fast and your cheeks red throughout my observation, right? What do you require to end this abnormal state? I would dearly like to witness the moment your love is cured for good, you see? Cured? I don't really know. I suppose I'd calm down if you just respond to my feelings. Till then, this gnaw in my gut probably isn't going anywhere. Feelings? Neither electronic mail nor courier services will accept such feelings, will they? Far too vague. We need an alternative. I'm all out of ideas. I see you find love as vexing as I do, maybe. Yeah. Certainly seems to be the most bothersome emotion I've yet encountered. Hey, I have an idea. Or the wrong person, I have an idea. Why don't you guys help me pick out the perfect gift for him? Yeah, I remember this. Then I'll write him a love letter, put the present inside, and bam, he's all mine. Yeah, there's one outcome where he loves it so much and they get together, and one outcome where he freaking hates it and is like, no. Now, as for the present, I think a pair of red thallus antennae, like the ones with thalluses over a big arch drop, would be his style. They look pretty sharp as a necklace, don't you think? All feral and manly. And again, Christopher's kind of a gearhead. They probably also like a couple of elemental clusters. I can't choose. I have to see them both and then make a decision, so bring me both of them. Do I have both? Apparently not. But yeah, it did actually, yeah. Let's see it here. Here we have it. Hold on, let's get our final level up, and then I can go to like the full cam thing in a second. It's a little bit big for the pot, but I can probably like move the legs in a little bit to have it fit properly. Let's see. All right, that's level 20. Stop the script here really quickly. Stop. 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 Yes. So here is my thingamabob for my little cucamelons. to hopefully be able to climb up and bush out across the top and stuff like that. And yeah, very slightly big for the pot, but I can probably push it in. I might be able to make it work or something. I don't know. We'll see here. So yeah, turned out pretty not half bad though. Yeah, print quality turned out pretty good. Just a little bit of stringing issues here and there. But for the most part, it actually turned out pretty well. Looks visibly pretty nice, and should just be like a very nice starter thing for them to climb on. I think they will like that. And then once it's time to go on the ground, then I can pull out like the heavy duty stuff for them to climb on. But just for a little thing for them to climb on while they're in their pot, I think that'll work out well. I want to squeeze any more out of this stupid map that I've been on for the past over 8 hours. Elgato. Do I really want to? I've maxed out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 characters off of this map. 16 speed, 5 luck, 17 speed, 8 luck. You're probably going to be less likely to hit. Inventory's already set up. Maybe I'll try it again briefly. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, so they're going for that. And then we go ahead and we just yoink. See you later. Let's have a look-see at what it's actually even like there. Do you have a chance of hitting him? 9%. So, I mean, it'll happen from time to time. But yeah, I'll probably let up with this here pretty soon. He thinks. But hey, I got some level ups with like speed and luck, and the odds will go down. I'm pretty sure this is a forest tile, right? Yep, that's a forest tile. That would be one. Okay, well, I mean, whoops, I'm on OBS. I need to be on here. Loop back around this way. Script. Speed. Run the script. Elgato. Just let it do its thing. There we go. Oh, it's out of sync because I left the combat animations on. This is what's going on here. I'm wondering why it seemed weird. That would explain it. Just do that while I'm getting the script up. There we go. It's running again. Let's see this level up. What's it like? Level up.
Oh no!
That really wasn't. Oh no, it was HP luck. Oh man. That really was quite the oh no level up, if I've ever seen one. Where's Elgato again here? Alright, let's do its inputs first, then click here. Yep. That's my one. Input over on my monitor. What am I doing? Doing something. Oh. Yeah, get the antennae and stuff from the guys that are down here. Hanging out along the wall. And all that. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on his health. Can I break the antennae with, well, I would definitely won't be able to on the ground because I'm pretty sure I'm running Core Crusher right now. Here. Maybe I'll get them without having to be on the ground. Body. Tail. I might just need to take off Core Crusher and go on the ground. Core Crusher makes it so I can't break appendages. It really increases my damage, but then I can't break appendages. No, not missions. Wrong thing. Yeah, his health is still a-okay. Skills. Alright, Core Crusher's nice, but like... Probably just go like Aura Assault or something then. Well, I'll do. Get some more damage when I'm actually trying to go all out on damage, but like... I probably won't be for a little while anyway. Turn to Skell. Alright. Probably have to fight them on the ground. Most likely here. Yeah, maybe Rail max out too. I'm gonna have a party just filled with like maxed out dudes. So let's see here. So arm, body, tail, arm. I don't know, maybe target those? Something or other? Maybe I get a thing? I still didn't get a thing. I did hit him with the kaboom. I don't know, can try targeting the arm. If that does anything here. I am not getting the thing in question. Freaking... I think I needed 2, right? Screw it. I can farm material tickets. There, done. I don't know why I didn't just do that in the first place. Skill issue. It really is now. Let's put this skill back on. I like having that one. We do so much damage. Alright. I forget which one is the positive option. And back when I did my playthrough 3 years ago, I did really care about trying to make sure that everything was like the best outcome possible. Nowadays, I don't really care. If he ends up disliking her, whatever, man. Like, she seemed kind of mean as well anyway. With her mentality. And she realized that we had overheard there standing right next to her, so it's like, yeah, no duh, we'd overhear. Save anyway, just in case, but like... But I don't remember what the positive option here is. I'm pretty sure I used this quest as, like, footage in one of my video essays at one point. Where I talked about, like, I think it was the humanity in video games video essay. Where I talk about how, even though they're just characters on a screen, a lot of players still kind of want to be doing, like, the best thing by them, not have the negative outcome be the thing that's chosen. That is definitely me in a lot of cases. But at this point, you know, that means we should always be doing the negative routes to differentiate it from the last playthrough I did of this game. Or some such. I think I finally figured out what I want to say. Never knew love letters were so hard. How about that present? Still haven't decided which one to give him. Why don't you just pick whichever one you think is best? I have more of these. I don't know if any other quest would need this. I mean, you were saying that, like, as a dude, like, you think that he would think that it was badass. When did that happen? Did they kill Ray? Should I just be done? Stop. 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 They freaking killed him, didn't they? I wasn't looking. Gosh dang it, they killed him. I thought I was looking over from time to time, but, like, clearly not enough. Alright, well. That's probably about it, then. That's probably done. That's it. Closing up shop on the grinding machine. I've only been streaming for 8.5 hours, and it's 3:40 in the morning. So, yeah, if it's not realistic to keep on going at it like that, and if I can't be paying enough attention for if his health is getting lower or anything like that, then maybe I shouldn't be going at it. But level 12. Then I still have some people that I can work an experience on and stuff like that. So both my sages are maxed out. Is the case? Yeah. Only been going for that long. Oh yeah, I can't just kill from here. I don't have a weapon to kill with. So I mean, who would want that experience to go and kill? I guess Saul. Hold on, let's wrap up this quest first. Let's do this, and then I can wrap up the Xenoblade X stuff, and then we'll wrap up the Fire Emblem 6 stuff. So she was like, if I give him the red thallus antenna, like, he'll make a sick necklace, and he'll think that it's, like, super badass and cool. But he might also like the elemental cluster, because he's, like, a gearhead. But that seems like something kind of weird to be putting in, like, a love letter.
I think if I was trying to give realistic advice between the two here, it's like, this is a more like accessory kind of cool kind of thing. Whereas this, if he doesn't realize that it's meant to like be related to his gearhead kind of interest, that might seem just kind of weird and stuff. So I'm just gonna kind of guess this, and we're letting it ride, I think. Oh, nice find. These will make a fierce necklace. Wear this bad boy around your neck, and the baddest thugs on the block will trip over themselves fleeing your mighty wrath. I know Christopher will love it. I'm going to give it to him along with my letter. Please return once your love is cured, okay? I need to take additional readings. Yeah, alright. Here goes. Wish me luck. Yeah, I remember using this one in my video essay, but I don't remember the right answer. Oh, I got it wrong. I know I got it wrong the first time back when as well, but I don't remember what I selected at first. I don't. Why? Your sorrow index is through the roof. Was your love not properly remedied? Remedied? Oh yeah, he cleared it right up. That bastard took one look at my present and flipped out. Shredded my letter without even opening it. Wow, realistically, you probably would not want to go into a relationship with him anyway then. So like, even though I could do the other option and like they would be like a couple and she'd be all happy and stuff like that, is that realistically the best thing if that's, you know, his character? Just being honest here. Why? What did I do wrong? Well, maybe he's just a dick. Oh, this is most serious. These sorrow readings are highly irregular, are they not? Is she in medical danger, maybe? Can unchecked human emotions build until the heart explodes? And then you yourself have experienced this irregular state? Not really, no. Humans are resilient animals, aren't you? In any case, that should be sufficient data on love, shouldn't it? Any lingering questions will no doubt be answered upon further analysis. Here's compensation for serving as my instrument, okay? Maybe you'll accept it with none of your typical human reservations? I got a hologram called Hot Dogs Equals Happy. Yeah, she's about to fucking die. Yep, that's what's gonna happen here. Christopher hates me now. How did this happen? Dana seems likely to remain in this troubled state for some time, doesn't she? Hello, Kiwi Bird the Fruit. Welcome to grinding an FE6 that is pretty much done here. Just wrapping up some quests that I was doing in Xenoblade X while my script was grinding for me. Perhaps I should give her a wristwatch. That's a good idea. But yeah, I mean, realistically with that mission, like, I felt with me doing this playthrough several years ago that I needed to reload my save and do the option where everything is, like, happy. Everything worked out. He read the letter. He loved it. Everything is great. You know, I'm pretty sure I reloaded my game for that. Whoops, wrong controller there. What do you intend to do next? Lifeful core, right? Okay, she's gonna forget about it. Make her come drink. Discuss recent developments. We never want to talk to you about Christopher again. You and that man on Cheopitis or whatever. You're like anti-Cupids. Love withers and dies whenever you're near. But yeah, yep, that's what's going on here. We can talk about missions and stuff if you want, but I don't ever want to hear you speak the name Christopher again. Wow, you don't really have a great mentality for that kind of thing as well. And I mean, you didn't seem to have a great attitude when we first came and chatted to you either. Recent developments. You listen to me. I've been the victim of a cruel prank played by that woman Dana. Opened what I had been told to be a love letter from her, but out of the envelope popped 2 red thallus antennae. Your memory brings the bile to my throat. Why would that woman do such a thing? Is she a demon in the service of Beelzebub? And here I thought the gods had created all women to love me. Well then, apparently even the gods make mistakes. Wow, this dude is a dick. Anyway. Like, both of them seem kind of like a bit of a douche, but him, like, way more so. So, you know, even if, like, the affinity chart looks nicer and stuff like that, for, you know, they get together and love one another if you give the right thing. Realistically, is that really the best option when you are getting her together with someone that is probably not someone that you would realistically want to get together with? Like, he seems like a bit of a jerk, more of a short-term gratification get together with kind of person, not a make a meaningful relationship kind of person if he's if he's gonna be like that. So honestly, even if they're just like despising one another and all this stuff is terrible in the affinity chart, realistically, I would argue that this is better. Like, I would argue that that is a bullet dodged, because, like, what the heck? So I'm locking in. I'm locking it in. Thank me later, Dana. Like, you don't want to go with that guy anyway. You might think that you do, but you don't. Alright, well, that's enough Xenoblade X now. You can see the time there with that. My plant is in the way. I'll put that controller back there shortly. But yeah, here. I feel like the Fire Emblem is more like the Subway Surfers. Yeah, I guess so in that sense. But the great grind is through, I think. I could max out Ray and Saul by doing this strat as well, but just, you know, pulling them back from time to time to heal. But whatever. Here. Let's wrap this up and go get some sleep. Maybe I just got really unlucky there. Maybe what happened. Let's see here. Not status. It's way more than turn 999, I have no doubt. I'm gonna have to sort my inventory here shortly. Okay. Let's see here. Saul. I'm gonna call you. I missed. Here. Look, he gets a level up. And then... well, it could have been worse. Speed up. And give him another level up, I guess. I'm not quite gonna be able to... never mind. Here. Give him one level up. One. Watch it be HP plus 1. Here it comes. Please, one good final level up for the map. Something really, really nice. Fuck. Okay, well, I definitely didn't go breaking my lightning. Or anything. Oh, he got... oh, I thought he got hit. I was looking at the Brigand's health. Alright, well... can Saul just like... oh, sweet, weapon level increased. We're at C now, yep. What I thought. Can I just like 1v1 that guy, bishop to bishop? We'll see who's more faithful. Yeah. Alright. I don't know. Let's see here. I'll have a advantage if I were to... oh, someone else has my stupid dark tomes. Maybe I'll sort my inventory out between sessions. That's what I might do, because I have completely screwed it up. I think the answer is him. Him. I don't know, man. Who had my stupid dark tomes? You did. Here. And then, here. Just take some stuff. Take it. Take it. Take it. I don't know if it was your inventories that were translated over perfectly or something here, but like... here. There we go. Weapon triangle advantage. I'm probably gonna miss. Someone that wants to work at stabs can, go work at that. Oh, I need a friggin' staff. Here. And then, give me that. Give me that. I'll figure this all out another time here. Well, I'll do. No dialogue or anything. He's like, oh, you reached me. Probably wondering what took us the past 8 hours. Wait a second. I got this wrong. It's that dark magic is good against anima magic. Anima is good against light. And then light is good against dark. I got them mixed up. Oops. I actually went in there into a weapon triangle disadvantage. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Look, he's got it. He doesn't care that he's disadvantaged. He might have died in that other timeline, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, man. He's gonna land those 41s. So good. He's gonna go like that, and he's gonna land them. I could, in theory, infinitely grind against this guy. But with that hit rate, that sounds kind of painful, honestly. Here, hit him. I should just turn off combat animations again. We know what's going on here. Hey, I got him. Ow. Look at that, EXP and stuff. Off. Understand how people can stream for like 8 hours? Like, dude, what about your sleep schedule? It doesn't exist. And once I start once I get a job again, and I'm working, not gonna be too much of this anymore. Except maybe on weekends. Depending on what things are looking like. Yeah, the next flux is right up there. So, I mean, yeah, I'm currently job hunting right now, so it's whatever. I mean, I would like to get over to my Oma's place tomorrow, well, today, and do some more fruit tree grafting. Because I was gonna do it this past day, but then I had to go on a rescue mission for my dad, and dick around with a bunch of plant stuff, so I didn't get around to it today. Was the case. So, I'll continue grafting tomorrow. I think I got like 8 different things grafted on last time I was over there. But there's still some more stuff I can put on. Look, this will work out. Just bear with me here. Just bear with me. Yeah, Liliana's in a pretty good position now. Roy still friggin' sucks. Oh yeah, Roy! He has to go seize. Damn it. Get his butt over here. So he can be ready to seize. Can you get in there? Dang you. Here. Drop the lad. That dude isn't going to be able to attack from there. Here, get him. Damn you. Yeah, just making sure that I'm not targeting Thea by default. So I wasn't trying to mash too fast for that reason. Okay. Yep, I can eat a couple hits again, so it's fine. Look, just get one more hit as long as I don't miss too many in a row that he heals up too much. I like the 3 AM streams. Yeah, it definitely depends on the time zone, no doubt. Yeah, here I am. 3:54 AM on Friday, the 25th of April. Doing whatever the heck this stream turned out to be, you know. Alright, break this heal staff. I'll be able to buy some more next stream. This stream was 1 map over the course of almost 9 hours. Don't have to worry about time zones here. Why? Because you're on Mars? Damn it. I'm probably going to have to 2-shot him now. Probably going to heal like 3. Yeah. Or more than that, I guess. Get him. Oh my god. I have a bunch of fluxes in inventory, I'm pretty sure. So, like, this is fine, I guess, but still sucks. I have the same time zone. Oh, but, like, you know, it's still pretty freaking late. It's 4 in the morning. Is the case. Okay. Just get him. My god. And because it's magic, it still uses durability when I miss. At least this is getting the EXP that I was scammed out of before. Oh my god, I cannot hit this guy for the life of me. You can get a light magic experience. Wait, this is actually a perfect opportunity to grind. Weapon level. Well, I guess I wouldn't do it too much anyway, because there's only 1 lightning to break here. But he can break that whole lightning worth. Just tapping away at this guy. Because, Yeah, he has his maxed out staff, but he can work at light magic experience. He's gonna be the only light magic guy in my party. So, like, he may as well be, like, good at light magic and stuff. Okay. More grinding, the show must go on. Don't crit me. In fact, where the hell's Dorothy? Okay, well, just to add insult to injury, this is already the longest single part of a playthrough I've ever done. It has to be longer. The WAS that are split into 24 parts, it's not gonna be. This is gonna be one part. I usually try to average my parts around like 25 to 30 minutes, but Fire Emblem games, I try to have it be like per map. So if like I do a map start to finish, that's only gonna be one part, whether that's 20 minutes or 3 hours. This entire stream so far has been this map and that's it. The entire stream. So this is definitely, by far, going to be the new longest single part of a playthrough I've ever had. Also, if ever you want to find, like, the full VODs, then just go into, like, the descriptions of anything, and you can find the full VODs playlist in there. And then don't have to wait for any parts. Getting one more damage. I didn't look at his crit rate if it went down. Yeah, there's no chance he crits me now. I don't have to worry about getting outplayed by RNG now that Dorothy's close by. Here, just break the lightning. This is what I'll do. Just break it. Look, he can't even attack anymore, so I didn't even have to worry about bringing Dorothy close. Fence res? Well, hey. Okay. Fact. That you can kill a little bit better. I may as well do this, right? Is probably the play. Here, I'll get more stabs here soon enough. Lilina, get a little smidge more staff experience. Why not? Man. Here, be at the ready there for Ray later. Okay. Wait a second. Get the 2 for in 1 turn. Okay. Okay. Like that. Pretty fast at doing these inputs now. Okay, whoops, I forgot to speed up there. Like this. Whoops. Oh, that works. Look, I got a bunch of experience on him. Could have absolutely brought Merlinus and then dug into the convoy. And just gotten so much. Just by continuing to wail on this guy like I do with some bosses. Look, there's another level up on him. Magic speed. Can't go wrong with that. Oh, I'm doubling now. Well, that's about to break. I'm probably hitting most of the time now. Here, break that lightning. There we go. But I get my weapon level 2. A little bit under halfway up C. Alright, well, I did something. I could grind more weapon levels, but, like, things are pretty good here. Just don't worry about it. I better level Saul. That's how the saying goes. Okay. Yeah, it is very important, no doubt. Yeah, now that Lou is here, my accuracy is up. I don't have to worry about getting outplayed by RNG quite as much. Like, Ray's gonna get a level up here. This is gonna be the actual final level up of the map now. Just land it. I knew that one was gonna miss. I'm gonna have the 2-shot. Yeah, final level up of the map. Any moment now. Let's see it. Okay. One more hit. Come on, just land it. There we go. No! Too brilliant to die. What's it gonna be? Not pretty good. +4 there. Look at this. One more bit of staff experience.
I'm stalled. Did you know you could be stalled? That Dudo can absolutely be stalled. He could have been stalled even longer if I brought more lightning tomes. But I didn't think that this was going to be a map that I'd be able to cheese grind to this extent. This is by far the map that I've been able to cheese grind the most in this whole playthrough. I maxed so many characters this map. It's crazy hearing the in-game soundtrack again, isn't it? What the hell is even going on in the story anymore at this point? Oh. Seize. Seize him! At last, I am released from Burn's dungeon. Why did you take 9 hours? You are? I am Nime. I live in the mountains where I study arcane magic. Why were you in the dungeon? Do you not join Burn of your own choice? You see, I was a very naughty girl. Well, actually, I did, but it was only a guise. The story is Roy decided to do a little trolling on his enemies. Yeah, just a little bit. Burn's army has something I wish to study. And what is that? The dragons. Well, that sure got your attention, didn't it? Dragons you speak of. They're not like the wyverns that Burn's soldiers ride upon. They're strange troops that fight alongside Burn's soldiers. I know that well. They're the same dragons that were defeated in the Scouring. How do you know this? At first, I thought this was only a simple act of aggression by Burn. But then I began to sense a strange and evil force among their troops. I decided to investigate. You learn anything? The dragons are very much shrouded in mystery. I looked through many ancient books and scrolls. I could only decipher so many, but I have come to the conclusion that Burn has resurrected the demon dragon. The demon dragon. The leader of the dragons that Hartmut defeated. The very same. Dragons are a much more advanced species than us humans. Their vitality and intellect puts that of humans to shame. There's one thing, however, the dragons lack in. They multiply at a fraction of the rate humans do. But the demon dragon, it had the power to create more dragons. That is what I learned from my research. So it had the ultimate power of fucking, you're telling me. It can make dragons? The demon dragon can create more of its kind. That would explain where Burn is getting all of its dragons. It is the Burn is aggressively having sex with the demon dragon at rates we can only imagine. Let's see. Sounds kinky. Now, that being said, I wish to learn more about the dragons for, personal reasons. Hell yeah, brother. I wield dark magic. Let me join your army. I'm sure I can be of some assistance. Of course. You want to learn about the dragons as well. Kinda hot. Yeah, you've gotten our interest. So, what exactly are we dealing with these dragons, if you catch my drift? It will be a perilous journey, in more ways than one. But if that's acceptable to you, you're welcome to join us. Okay. That. My god. I've been shooting for almost 9 hours. It is 4:06 in the morning. My god. Cycle save files. We're doing this one next time. For now, I just want to see what the map is like, out of curiosity.
Gonna be 13. As last orders were come, and they came. All of them, even the dragons. Oh, it's gonna be a Fog of War map next. Oh, God. But I'm OP as hell now. I am really strong now. I'm so freaking tired. Fender. Fort. My God. You know. What's so war about fog? Good question. You know, part of me is very tempted I have been streaming for 8 hours, 57 minutes, 2 seconds now. Plus, you gotta count for, like, the part. Wow, you're seeing just, like, the edge of the game screen on the left side there, it looks like. Plus, you have to count that, like, the stream starting soon screen was up for, like, a few minutes. If I just went for, like, 6 minutes more, this one part on YouTube, people are gonna look at and see that this one part is 9 hours long. And it is, a little bit tempting. But I am not doing any more of this game here. I'm not playing anymore. I can sort out my inventory. Figure out what the hell I've even done here. The trading stuff. Here, I can fix this, at least. My inventory is so freaking full. Here, I'll sort this out, and then this will pad things out. And then people will look at this part afterwards and be like, holy shit, a part that's 9 hours long. Man. Here. So now you can, take the this. And then maybe like a torch. I'm sure I have one around. Item list. You may as well take it. Maybe I'll actually use it. Do I not have any? Oh my god, what is wrong with me? I guess I never bought one because I figured, oh, I'll get one somewhere along the line, and then when I only use like 1 or 2 throughout the playthrough, I'll have them. I don't have 1 or 2 in this thingamabob. But yeah. Yeah, definitely not. Very different style compared to my other playthroughs. These ones are the, yeah. I could start using some stat boosters is what I could do. Can I, out of curiosity. Yeah, there is no option for use in here. I do have to take them into a map and use them. So I should start using my stat boosters next one onward, because I can't just use it in the stupid preparation screen. There's no point, like, saving them for too long. This will probably go into, like, the mid-20s in terms of the amount of chapters this game has, so I need to start using these, like, right now. So, yeah. Yeah. The marathon. Yeah, I was not expecting a stream for, 9 hours today. I'll start giving people stat boosters, I think. But, let's just sort out the absolute hell that is my inventory right now. Is there some crap that you can take? Here. Take a couple bows, I guess, and then, like... I guess I'll leave the temptation in there. Take a hand axe. I'm not using them all that much. I have so many freaking lances. Sure, that. I need to free up some space in my inventory here, after all. The convoy. It wasn't for this stupid limit. I have so much crap. Al, like the character that was just in my party when I was playing Xenoblade X. Here, you get a bunch of sword types. Sure, that gives me a little bit more playing room for figuring out what the hell I've got going on here. Alright, so let's see here. I think I have a whole bunch of... I think someone has a whole bunch of those. Someone has a couple at least. I'm not as stocked up as I thought I was, but like, that's fine. Okay. Freaking
transfer. Give this stuff here. And then yoink back out that, I guess. I mean... is that what it is now? That's what it be. Yeah, so you're pretty good there. You can get a replacement sword. Yeah, you still want to work on your sword experience here. So yeah, get that all maxed out and stuff, and it'll be sweet. Sure, take the 27 one, whatever. It's whatever there. You can use that fire. I think I can stock up on some more stuff this map here. Let's see. I had the one tab. What are the things I can get this map? This one is, let's see here. This is 19A. Yeah, I don't have to worry about a Gaiden one after this one. It's the next one I'm gonna have to worry about a Gaiden chapter after. Thunder, lightning, flux heal, so it's not gonna be fire or anything. Bunch of thunders. Maybe I should start conserving those fires to an extent. But I can afford however many thunders I want. God damn. Here, preemptively. Do that if I'm shopping Merlinus. The next Sandstorm Fog of War map. Good question. Good question there. I've passed the 9-hour mark. I'm at 9 hours, 2 minutes. If I sort out my inventory, I should pass the 9-hour mark for, like, cutting out the intro. So... damn. I'm not gonna be using him too much, though, because, like, he's maxed out now anyway. Freaking... oh yeah, you have won. At least. Okay, so like... yeah, I need to sort out this bit of madness here. You don't really care about weapon levels anymore. Yeah, just use stuff that you can break here. Sure. And then, give me one of those. Why not? You're pretty good here. You need some crap now. Yeah, just have those for now. The basic lightning. I probably don't need anything fancier for now. Alright, not gonna be using Lance for a while, but he got maxed out during that map. Pretty good there. You can hold on to some crap. Okay, do I want to start using some stat boosters potentially? What do I have in terms of stat boosters? Because I'm gonna need to start taking them with me. I have 5 angelic robes. Yeah, probably give those to people that need their luck patched up. Skill, maybe give those to Gonzalez, I don't know. That's what I could do. I got a whole bunch of those. I can patch up someone's defense, patch up someone's speed, res, constitution. That's pretty big. Could always figure that out between sessions when I'm giving crap to. That's what I could do. Take some time here. So I think I'm at the point now that this is gonna be a proper 9 hours anyway. So I can probably figure that out on my own time and start assigning some stat boosters here to take into the map. Actually, I guess I don't need to do it like immediately. I can stick around with Merlinus with it, but I need to have my stat boosters in inventory. Yeah, give everything to the dancer. That's a good idea. But if I want to do that this next map, my actual stat boosters, I'm gonna need to have them not be held in the back. So you have a bunch of my stat boosters. Yeah, and I have space now. But if I'm gonna want to start stocking up on stuff, it's fine. I can give other people other things to make space to stock up on other crap. Yeah, let's get the stat boosters in there, and then I'm gonna start using them this next map, I think. Holy crap. Alright, I think that's all the stat boosters deposited. I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, yeah, because that's Fire Emblem 6 for you. Because that's Binding Blade. It's so dumb. Here, Hugh, just hold on to some crap for me. I can actually finally get around to selling these, maybe.
loose hair. Or hold on to them for fun. Like, I don't know, man. I have some stuff in the inventory of Larum anyway. If I have one of each in, like, the convoy, then I guess that makes sense there, too. Here. Pick up some of those, like, backup niche kind of things. I'm probably not going to be using for a while anyway. Yeah, it's kind of silly. Why can't I cycle from the top? Man, I'm not going to be using that for a while anyway. So I keep on having to, like, make space by giving all sorts of random shit to people that I'm not using. Oh, I have torch that way. I don't need it. I'm so dang strong now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Here. Sleep, science, rescue. Yeah, these niche ones, I'm fine. I'm so good. I don't need those. Give me inventory space. It is still so freaking filled. I'm not gonna need to pull those anytime soon. I'm sure. Probably not gonna need to pull that anytime soon either. Here. Just like... Man. Here, like... Here, take that. I have so many of these freaking iron lances. Take that. There, I have space now, even with my stuff deposited. There, I'm good. I can save. But then I should just be able to click restart chapter, and then I'll... Oh my god, I broke the playtime! I broke it. I have too many hours in this stupid game. I don't actually have that many hours. Again, like, it's by in-game speed, so when I'm, like, running stuff in fast forward, if the game is running at 4 times speed, then every 1 hour that I run at fast forward is actually, like, 4 hours that's recording there for playtime, but still. I'm pretty sure if I click restart chapter, it'll still give me the cutscene and stuff in the beginning, so I could just rewrite over Ocean's Parring. 16 days straight, that's right. 16 hours, yep. That's how many hours I have in it. I guess the developers of this game never expected anybody to put over 100 hours in the save file of their linear Fire Emblem game with no standard means to grind. And then here I am with my means to grind that have brought me over 100 hours. Oh, God. That is so funny. So yeah, they never expected anybody to go over 100 hours. I thought that there might be space for, like, one more digit there on the left. But, like, sort of. I assume that's supposed to say 106, but, like, it's just not displaying for whatever reason. It's broken. That's how you know you have too many hours in a game. It's gonna start overflowing here soon. Alright. Next time, we're gonna go do Bitter Cold. This whole stream was one map, but I maxed out most of my units. I maxed out like 10 guys. So, yeah, my party is extremely, extremely strong. And from here, we shouldn't be having any more maps like this unless I find, like, a really, really good opportunity for weapon experience or my mages that are lacking levels. Unless I see an opportunity for that. For the most part, we should just be pretty much bum rushing through the game from here. I'm thinking. Like, I should just be able to coast and things will be easy peasy and stuff like that. Is hard mode fun? No. Not particularly. It is 4:20 in the morning. Blaze it. I'm going the hell to sleep. I'm so dang tired. Appreciate everybody that stopped by and tuned in to this 9-hour single map of Fire Emblem 6. I'm going to sleep, man. I will, I'm gonna do it.